tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife.
I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, where the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me.
And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
God bless the USA.
God bless the USA.
From the lakes of Minnesota
to the hills of Tennessee,
across the plains of Texas, oh, from sea to shining sea. From Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, oh, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me.
And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
God bless the USA.
God bless this country. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand
up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
God bless, please bless the USA.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. I'm Loman Henry, and we have an exciting agenda for you today. We're going to hear in just a couple of seconds from former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum. But looking forward to today's calendar, we have a lot of activity, and we're going to run right through lunchtime today. After Senator Santorum addresses the conference, we're going to hear from Timothy DeFore. Tim is the Republican nominee for state treasurer here in Pennsylvania. After that, we are going to have a panel presentation on free market health cares, and that panel presentation will be moderated by Jesri Friend, who is with the Manufacturers and Business Association. We're then going to hear from the Reverend C.L. Bryant of FreedomWorks. If you've had an opportunity to hear Reverend Bryant on Fox News or any of the cable channels, you know you're in for a special treat there. Lenny McAllister will be here from the Commonwealth Foundation to talk about expanding the conservative base. And then we're going to have a very special conversation. John Gizzi will talk with former Pennsylvania House Speaker Michael Turzai. After that, Ashley Klingensmith from Americans for Prosperity will be here to talk about the upcoming state budget battle, which is going to be rather intense, so we're going to learn all about that. Then we have a series of speeches. U.S. Congressman Scott Perry will be here to talk with us. We will have a zoom in from John Fund, who is a traditional speaker here at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference over many, many years. John Fund, of course, is with National Review. And then David Taylor from the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association will have a sit-down conversation with the current Speaker of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, Brian Cutler. We'll also hear from Heather Heidelbaugh, who is the Republican nominee for Attorney General, and we'll also hear from Stacey Garrity, the Republican nominee for State Treasurer. And then our lunchtime, quote, quote, because usually we have a lunch at PLC, but unfortunately this year, because of the governor's draconian lockdown orders and restrictions, we're unable to actually have people here with us at the Radisson Penn Harris. But our lunchtime program will feature Lawrence Tabus, the chairman of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania. And then we're going to have an all-star panel to wrap up the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. Jeff Lord is here to moderate that. He will be joined by Bernie Comfort, who is chairman of the Trump campaign here in Pennsylvania, and by our friend Rose Tennant, who is with Women for Trump. And we also then have Vernon Jordan, who is with Black Americans to re-elect the president. So all of that to come this morning here at the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And to get us started, we turn now to Jeff Coleman, who will introduce former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum.
Well, for some of us, the name Rick Santorum is so much more than an era in Pennsylvania political history or even the story of conservatism. It's the moment when the Republican Party went from being viewed as indifferent to people who work with their hands and live by a trade. With Rick's election, places with coal mines and smokestacks and ethnic clubs started to listen to our ideas. They listened because Rick was one of them. Before the Tea Party or the voter revolt of 2016, Santorum invited us, remember, to join the fight. He was the turning point as a party when we embraced a new ethic, the one already in our national platform, but rejected by many of our state's party leaders. It was the idea that every life has dignity and value and intrinsic worth. The worker, the disabled, the vulnerable life in the womb. You remember that. It was the moment when the pro-life community was no longer in the waiting room, but welcome to the head of the table because of Senator Rick Santorum. But the thing about him that you need to remember is that, like few others in politics, he's got instinct, real instinct. He knows where the public is moving. He knows what the other side will propose, usually with that unaffordable cost, that price tag, a problem usually that's only worsened by the solution they're proposing. He knows when we conservatives can easily get the language wrong, we've got to correct it. He knows when we're ignoring an issue that's suddenly gone mainstream and we're about to be left out of the conversation. He knows when conservatives are about to be left behind because we even refuse to come up with a solution or a better idea. You pick the progressive issue, and you'll find a conservative, principled answer proposed by Rick Santorum. If you remember, in the last election, his book, Blue Collar Conservative, became the blueprint for the Republican wave, eventually embraced by the party's nominee for president and championed by reformed conservatives to this day in Congress. Well, he's out of power, but he's not out of the room. He's in constant communication with the administration and their allies in the House and Senate, finding the way forward on some of the very big issues. Today, he's championing one that is a phrase that makes many conservatives bristle: paid family leave. Is it a new program? Is it a new entitlement? Is it a violation of the conservative code? What is Rick talking about? No, Rick Santorum sees the problem at the heart of the debate. Struggling families, rising fatherless and motherless homes, a government that doesn't always see the importance of the survival of the family itself. He sees the problem. He hears what the other side has proposed, and he believes he's found a solution rooted in free markets and free people that's earned the support of the White House and conservative leaders in Congress. So today at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, I am honored to welcome back Senator Rick Santorum and invite him to speak about an issue that could be a moment for common ground and national unity: paid leave for families, or as he calls it, paid paternity leave. I'll be back in a few minutes with some questions. Senator, welcome. You are among friends here at PLC.
Well, that's first off, thank you very much for the overly generous introductory remarks. And let me say thank you for the great work you're doing in leading the conservative cause in the Commonwealth. And, we go back a long, long way from you working on as a kid on some of my early campaigns to working in my office in Pittsburgh. So It's great to see you engaged and involved and having a meaningful contribution to our Commonwealth. And let me just say thanks to all of you for joining this conference, and to each and every one of you. You know, every time I come back to Pennsylvania, I have nothing but gratitude in my heart for the tremendous opportunity that so many people, worked hard and overcame odd after odds in every race that I ran to elect this young firebrand conservative from Western Pennsylvania. And I think we did have an impact on certainly the direction of the party. And over the long term, as you mentioned, the impact that Pennsylvania's had. I mean, I appreciate you giving me a lot of the credit for the blue collar conservative message that I've been out there talking about, but it wasn't just me. I mean, there are a lot of folks out there who have in Pennsylvania. Look, Pennsylvania, as you know, now not as bad thanks to registration efforts, but almost 1 million more Democrats than Republicans, and yet Republicans have been able to hold on control of the legislature and do well in a lot of other elections, even though we're outnumbered. And it's because we have a message that connects with blue collar America, and it's been that way for quite some time. And we do it not because we just talk the language, but because we have genuine concern and we have policies that directly impact those families. And, a lot of it is tone, and I agree with that. Tone is important, but you have to have ideas, and you have to have solutions to the problems that people are confronting. Because if you don't, they're gonna wander away because they don't think you care about them. And that issue, to me, the worst abdication for conservatives in the Republican Party has been on the issue of health care. We have, for the longest time, just said, no, we're not going to have any government involvement in this. Meanwhile, government is over half the healthcare system as it is with Medicare and Medicaid and defense healthcare and VA healthcare and Indian healthcare and public clinics. So it's not like we haven't had government involvement. But Republicans for a long time just said, yeah, we hear your concern, public, but we just don't want to get the government involved in the private healthcare system. The problem is and because of it, it's not working. And so we waited and we did nothing, and people kept complaining, and the uninsured rate kept up. And guess what happened? Eventually, the Democrats were able to capitalize, and then we get a terrible bill in Obamacare. And now what are Republicans doing? They're scrambling and trying to fix it, and trying to spend just as much money as Obama's spending, maybe and sometimes more, to fix the problem that was created by another big government healthcare proposal. This is the problem that we have. We don't get ahead of the curve. We don't see the issues that the public cares about and actually offer a conservative solution. The idea of saying, well, let just the market do it, presupposes that the market is the only one involved in the first place. And it's not true. The government is involved in all of these things. And so the idea that we don't have a solution that changes the way the government interacts with the private sector to make it work better is just folly on our part. So you're right. I've been involved in this healthcare debate for a long time, continue to be involved with the Healthcare Choices Act, which has been adopted primarily by the Republican Study Committee, many in the administration, others, certainly all the conservative groups around, and both in the state and federal level. So I still had that passion to try to fix this brokenness that we have on the healthcare issue. The second issue that I sort of see, it's obviously not as big an issue because healthcare is almost 20% of our economy, but it's a vitally important issue for our country, and that is the state of the family, and particularly the state of children. And we can just look at every metric you want to look at, everything from as simple as the birth rate. I mean, the birth rate in America up until 10 years ago, we had enough children. People were having enough children to replace our population and, in fact, grow a little bit. That was not true for the rest of the Western world. The rest of the Western world was under, two children per couple, if you will. Now America has joined those ranks. I mean, we're now right in the middle of the pack among Western European countries in birth rates. We're at 1.7, which means we are losing population. I mean, America is shrinking, but for immigration, we would be shrinking. And that says a lot of things about our country. It talks about how difficult it is to have and to raise children. Maybe the optimism that's in America. I mean, are you going to want to bring a child into a world that you don't think is going to be better for them than it is for you? There's so many heavily laden thoughts that you think about when it comes to what a low birth rate means to the future of a country. So that's just one, but there's so many more. I mean, the number of children being raised in single parent homes, being raised without really any fatherly involvement in particular. Over 50% of American kids are going to be raised without a father in the home at a substantial point in time in their developmental years. All of these things point to what we see, which is a younger generation that is more depressed, having more difficulties, increased suicides, increased drug use. It's just there's a chronic problem that we are not addressing. And you say, well, what does the issue of paid family leave have to do with any of that? Well, the answer is that there have been now a slew of scientific research studies that have been done that say the most important 4 weeks or 8 weeks of a child's life, of not just a child's life, a person's life, is those first few weeks of life, and the ability for that child to attach to a mother or a father and feel the security and stability of being loved. And if you don't have that, I mean, it's left, right, there's no division on this. There's no division in the medical community. If you don't have that attachment, that bonding experience, the chances of you having all of these problems that I mentioned before and more are just multiplied dramatically. And so we have to focus in on, okay, what can we do to make sure that bonding experience happens? What can we do to make sure that moms don't have to go back to work in a couple of weeks, which, by the way, only 2/3 of American moms don't have paid any kind of family leave to do it. So, yeah, and particularly lower income moms, many places go back to work within a week or 2 weeks of after having a child, which is just, I mean, it's almost mind-boggling to think about that. But that happens in America. And the detriment is not just to the mom who's obviously going through a lot of difficulties hormonally and otherwise after just having a child, but think about the consequences to the child and the long-term impact on our country as a result of it. Well, as you can imagine, the left, as this issue has become more prevalent, the left says, oh, we got an idea. We'll create a new government program. We'll tax a bunch of people. We'll mandate all these things. And that's their answer to everything. It's the answer to healthcare. It's the answer, government will do it. And the response on the Republican side, well, let's just let the free market do it. Let the private sector figure it out. And again, you understand that the private sector does figure some of these things out, but again, the government takes away a lot of money from the private sector. They create a lot of incentives for the private sector to do certain things in providing the benefits they provide. So the government's already sort of weighing in with the private sector, sort of directing them how to, in a sense, take care of their employees in some respects. Well, what we're saying is, let's not do that. And this, to be very clear, I'm not suggesting that the federal government come in and tell the businesses to do anything. In fact, back in the 1990s, there was a bill called the Family Medical Leave Act, which is a non-paid leave. I voted against it. Why? Because it was a mandate on business. And so when it comes to paid family leave, I'm not for a mandate on business. I just don't think it's the right thing to do. I don't think the government should be telling businesses how to run their businesses. They do, but I don't think we should be doing any more of that. What we should be doing is looking, are there ways in which we can get resources to moms and dads so they can connect with their children and help give them a viable, good start to their lives so they can be successful and good citizens of our country? And the answer is yes. There's actually been some ideas that have been put forward that do not create a new government program, do not create any new taxes. Do not create any increased debt. You say, well, how do we do that? Well, there are two ideas. I'm going to talk about one today. One that has to do with Social Security, and the other one, the reason I want to talk about this, because it's bipartisan, and I think has the best chance of being successful at this point. And that is to use an existing federal program called the Child Tax Credit, and use that tax credit not just for every year you get a $2,500 tax credit, depending on your income, but for lower and moderate income people, it's $2,500. So you get a $2,500 tax credit every year up until that child's over the age of 18, and then you lose your tax credit. But I think, what we're saying is, yes, all those years are important, but the most important thing is for that mom to have that time, both for her and for the father to spend time at home with that child, to bond with that child. Father-child bonding occurs at the, after birth and shortly thereafter. I mean, moms bond with their child because they're carrying that child, but dads don't. And so that time after birth is vitally important for fathers, particularly fathers who are not, living with the mom, to find that attachment and become, a more nurturing part of that child's life. So both paternity and maternity leave are vitally important. And so what we're trying to say is, let's take an existing program where people can take money that they would otherwise be getting in years, when the child's 2, 3, 4, or 5 years of age, and move some of that money to the time of right after the child's born, and give them a slug of money that would otherwise be paid to them later, give it to them now, so they can take time off from work because their work isn't providing any kind of paid family leave. This is, again, it's freedom because you get to choose. It's optional. Nobody is forcing any mom or dad to do it. It's using existing government benefits, no new money and no new taxes. And so this is a conservative idea that says we're giving this money out anyway. Let's do it in a way that maximizes the benefit to the child and to the mom and to the dad and to the society as a whole. So I understand how conservatives say, why are we getting involved in something like this? And the answer is, number one, the government is involved. And if we don't do something, the government's going to get really involved. I see it. I can't tell you the number of times I've seen it over and over and over where Republicans say, no, we don't have an answer. We, let the private market work. And the need builds up, and the compelling case for some action keeps building, and we keep saying no, and so they turn to the left, and then we're stuck with trying to Medicare prescription drug. Another good example. I can go example after example where the pressure is building for the government to do something on an issue, and our answer was let the private sector do it, instead of saying, are there innovative ways that we can tweak things to actually make things work? But yeah, having some de minimis government involvement to make sure that the market works better. That's what I think conservatism is. It's not no government. It's the idea that we have as little government as possible, and we do it in a way that provides maximum flexibility and minimal impact on the economic growth of our country. And that's what I think we've accomplished here. I'm excited about it. It's one of the reasons that I'm out here talking about it. And it's something the president is strongly in favor of, has mentioned it in every one of his State of the Union addresses. And so I'm hopeful that we can get a lot of support behind doing something. And I'm for doing it at the federal level because I think it makes the most sense there. And it's using existing programs as opposed to trying to create something at the state level. I think that's a lot more complicated. And so I think that the solution that works best is the one that uses no new taxes, no new debt, and existing dollars, giving people choices. Back to you, Jeff.
Yeah, so Senator, one of the questions that kept coming up in these whiteboard sessions, as you know, I've traveled around the state to listen to people who were parents, people who ran crisis pregnancy centers, people who were involved in the pro-life movement, people who ran small businesses, to get a sense of how they would respond to an idea of, taking a cash advance on a child tax credit, as you outlined. And one of the concerns that came up at different points was, well, what about accountability? How do you know that they're going to spend that cash on diapers and formula? And how do you know they're not going to go out and spend it irresponsibly. And that was a concern that came up from people, I think, in many cases, who had raised their families, who live responsibly, and look over and say, okay, we'll help you in other ways, food, maybe some housing, but when we get into parenting, that feels like it's a bridge too far. How do you respond to that kind of a question?
Well, I guess I would say that all of this money that they're getting anyway. They're just getting it next year. So if they were going to blow it, they'd blow it next year too, I guess, if that's the concern. I mean, but I guess this worries me a little bit that it sounds to me like an argument from the left, which is we're going to be prescriptive and we're going to tell people how to spend their money, that we know better. I mean, I thought we trusted families. I thought we believed that people should keep more of their money, not less, and that they should have the ability to be able to spend the money as they see fit. Now, are there going to be people who misspend their money? Of course there are. And, you know, I think all of us at some point in time are guilty of having not been the most prudent with our finances. And, you know, are there things that we can do, though? I mean, this is where I think we somehow fall short. I use the pro-life issue as an example. For a long time, we kept saying, you know, don't have an abortion, abortion's immoral, abortion's wrong. And we just went out there and said, no, 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 no. And attitudes on abortion really didn't change for a long time in America. In fact, you know, we were sort of losing the battle. Then something happened and the pro-life movement decided, instead of just going out there and saying no, let's go out there and actually love people. Let's go actually and try to care for people, because this is a problem and it's not going away by us just saying, no, don't do it. We have to meet people where they are. It's a broken world. People make lots of mistakes and they do things wrong and they have to live with the consequences of, well, let's help them. And thus the crisis pregnancy movement was born. And there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of centers all over America that are there meeting moms and dads too, and trying to help them through the love of Jesus Christ primarily, and saying we want to be there for you because we do actually care about your baby. We do actually care about you. We actually want to be a culture of life. And so we want to engage you and help you manage this problem. So here's what I would say to people who say, well, you know, they're going to mismanage this money. Well, why don't you help them? Why don't we, you know, for if you're at a church, why don't you say, you know, to engage moms who are having children, and maybe in some cases, through a crisis pregnancy, potentially, you know, engage them in financial resources, management, and talk to them about how they can better take care of themselves and that new child that's on the way. I mean, I just think instead of just saying, well, they won't do it, and therefore we shouldn't give them the resources to be able to take that time off, how about engaging them and help them do it? This is sort of, even conservatives get caught in this trap that unless the government tells you how to spend your money, that somehow or another, there's no way to get people to do it right. And we used to be a society that, you know, we had private charities that gave money to people who were hurting, and they were involved in their lives. They didn't just hand them a check, but they got involved in their lives and helped them, not just financially, but otherwise lift themselves up. I remember reading, it was a very influential book for me to read, Marvin Olasky's The Tragedy of American Compassion. And he talked about the old charities and how people engaged those who were less fortunate and saw it as their civic responsibility to help, not to pay their taxes, not to have the government give them money, but it was their responsibility as community members, as churchgoers. And that's what I would say. I would push back to them saying, don't just point your finger and say, oh, those people won't spend the money right. Do something about it. If we're going to, you know, help them, get involved, have programs that your church runs or your community organizations run to help these people who are struggling be successful.
And I guess one of the things that I did hear from people in these conversations was that argument that you just rebutted was followed by another one that said, well, maybe we should mandate, you know, financial literacy or education programs along with this ability to take a cash advance on your child tax credit. What's the response to that? I mean, it sounds what you're saying is that when the private sector and churches and faith-based people who are motivated by, as you say, the love of Christ, are married with some new economic freedom that the government provides. That's the ideal solution, perhaps not mandating financial literacy.
Let's think about that. So, okay, so the government mandates financial literacy. What does that mean? So now you're going to have some government agency responsible for education and training of people who get that, and then you're going to have people who are going to be checking on folks. And I mean, you're now creating a new bureaucracy potentially, if you want to enforce it. Now, if you don't want to enforce it, you can just mandate it and not do anything about it. I mean, that's one thing, you can do that. But if you actually want to create a requirement, then you have to spend money to make sure that that requirement's fulfilled. So now you're spending additional government dollars, hiring government people, creating government program to make sure that what percentage of these moms and dads are going to mismanage their money. Let's take a high number. Let's say 25%. So for 75% of the money, it's going to be spent appropriately. People are going to take their time off. They're going to do their best. I mean, not going to be perfect, but they're going to spend the money that most people say, that's pretty reasonable. And so now you're going to create a new bureaucracy, spend more money, maybe than the whole program cost to begin with, to monitor people. But this is the problem that we sometimes get into, that's sort of it's the nanny state. It's the idea that the government has to oversee everything instead of trusting people and trusting the private sector, the nonprofits, the community organizations, family members. I mean, you can also, we didn't even mention other family members who could also be involved in helping engage. So I guess if you want to put a recommendation, or if you want to create some incentives for people to get that, that's fine. But I don't think a requirement is going to, it would be another government boondoggle from my perspective.
So here's another one, and this came up at every one of our sessions: Philadelphia, Lancaster, Erie, Pittsburgh, and they said the same thing, which is, okay, we might be able to buy this controlled program now that you're putting under the umbrella of paid family leave, using money that you already have coming to you through a child tax credit. But the big but comes, well, but where does it end? Like, when? We know that Senator Santorum's allies in the Senate are well-intentioned, but when the Democrats get a hold of this program, they're going to blow it up, and we're going to be spending a lot more money.
Yeah, here's what I would say to that. That's what I remember back in the late 90s. I introduced a bill. You may remember Dick Armey. Dick was a congressman from Dallas, and who was I think he was the majority whip when Newt Gingrich took over the House back in 1994-95. And believe it or not, the uninsured issue was a big problem. Even back then, we had, 15-20% of the public had no health insurance. And so Dick and I came up with the idea of providing tax credits for people who didn't have insurance. So we would treat them in a sense the same as other people who have employer-provided insurance get, which is that tax dollars, that money spent on healthcare isn't taxed. Money spent on health insurance isn't taxed. So you get a tax credit, which would be the equivalent of a dollar for dollar. It cost, if I recall, when we first, it was something in the order of $5 to $10 billion. I mean, it was a fair amount of money. And people said, you do this, and then where does it stop? Look, you're spending this amount of money, and then then you're going to have a tax, something for this. And so conservatives, many in my own state, would say, oh, this is just big government conservatism. So we did nothing, and the problem persisted, and boom, now we're spending trillions of dollars, hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year. And what's the Republican answer? Well, let's just take that money and spend it in a way that's more conservative. I mean, yeah, some people would like to get rid of it. Well, good luck getting rid of a big government program. It's never been done in the history of this country. So maybe it could be done, but the point is we could do something incremental. I always use the pressure cooker example. You can let the pressure build until the pot explodes and you get all the bad left-wing ideas thrown at America, and we have to recover from it again. Or you can let the steam out of the pot to the point where you're solving most of the problem, and actually the kettle works pretty well. And that's what I think we have here. If you look at the other areas where people want to expand family leave, and I always say I'm not for paid family leave, I'm for paid paternity leave. And it's just specifically to paternity for the birth or adoption of a child. Why? Because that's the area where there is probably the least amount of support within the private sector for moms and dads. But everybody who works gets some sort of sick leave. Everybody who works gets some sort of personal leave. There are all sorts of programs out there, for to take care of people with who have workers' comp or other types of injuries or illnesses and things like that. So there are lots of state programs and federal programs that take care of a lot of these other issues. But there really isn't anything that takes care of paid family leave, of the birth of a child. And I can't think of anything more consequential to the future of our country than making sure that our children who are being born today have a stable upbringing so they have a chance of being successful. Not that caring for an older parent isn't important for our country, but that's not the future of our country. I mean, that, caring for an elderly parent isn't going to change the future course of our country. Whereas not giving a child a stable bonding experience, or millions of children a stable bonding experience, will change the future of our country, will dramatically change the future of our country. So to me, this is the most consequential thing we can do. And I think that's the reason it's the most compelling, and frankly should be limited to that.
So how do you say then to people who say, well, would it work, Rick? Could it work? There's an aspirational piece to this where you see the future. This could be one of the tools that rescues, that stabilizes the birth rate, and all of the consequences that come out of that perhaps stabilizes the family, keeps more dads at home. But some would say, hey, that's a theory. Where's the evidence that this could work?
Well, yeah, I would say the evidence is, well, let me just say, there's one country that has actually tried this. There's actually several European countries that are doing things to try to stabilize families and increase birth rates because of the concern that it has for the future of their country. The one that has been the most aggressive is Hungary. And Hungary has not just paid family leave, but they have other types of structures in place to support and nurture families, encourage births, encourage moms and or dads, but moms or dads to stay home and be the caregiver to make sure that we have stable families and children getting the proper bonding and nurturing that they need. And it's been overwhelming. I mean, Hungary's birth rate.
Why did they do that? Why did Hungary decide? What were the cultural, political atmospherics that led Hungary to decide that was a good public policy?
Hungary was a communist state, and when the Soviet Union dissolved, Hungary became, over a period of years, became a democracy, and with that, sort of, tried to assimilate into Western European world, and the the pluses and minuses of that is that they became much more affluent, and with that, birth rates plummeted, and number one. Number two, they're on the border of, let's just say the Middle East and some areas, of the former Soviet Union that are not so profitable and as a result, immigration became a huge issue. So it was a confluence of factors: low birth rates, pressure from immigration, and so the government said, look, we need to maintain. For them, it was about maintaining their culture, maintaining their identity. They've gotten a lot of criticism from the Eurocentric folks and from the progressives, but they believe, in they're a very strong Christian country, Catholic and Hungarian Reform. They're very proud ethnic country, and so they wanted to make sure that the Hungarian nature of their country was maintained. And so they said, we can sit here and let the country die off and bring people from other areas of the world to do jobs here, or we can try to do something to grow our country. And so that was the motivation behind it. And you probably have seen Hungary has been one of the toughest on immigration. They've been able to survive because their country is growing in other ways.
The political roadmap for paid paternity leave, using your words there, what does it look like? What are the implications of a Biden presidency, of a Trump presidency? What path do we take? And then who are the players to watch in the Senate that will be critical? And because you do hear on this issue, it's the Elizabeth Warrens or the Kristen Gillibrands, who are getting all the ink
Right.
on paid family leave. Who are the conservatives? Who do we have to watch?
Yeah, the two people that have been the most vocal are Marco Rubio and Bill Cassidy. Marco on one of the bills. Joni Ernst, Joni and Marco are involved in one. Mike Lee is another one. By the way, Marco and Mike Lee are not considered, the more liberal members of Congress. I mean, these are pretty strong conservative folks, different in their own way. Mike's more libertarian. Marco a little bit more blue collar conservative, sort of along my thinking, but both, I think, very strong conservatives, and both see this as an essential part. You may remember I wrote a book when I was in the Senate called "It Takes a Family," and I think one of the things I said is the Republican Party talks so much about capital and how important economic capital is, and it is important, and economic growth is important. But there's another form of capital that's equally important, and that's human capital. And, we can't have a strong economy if you don't have workers and people who are living decent lives and working hard and making that whole system work and living virtuous lives. I mean, you're seeing it in neighborhoods where you don't see a lot of virtue signaling, and you see a lot of economic problems, a lot of crime problems, a lot of safety problems. So human capital is just as important. And I think now increasingly both sides of the Republican Party, those sort of the libertarian and the more blue collar side of the party, are understanding that's important. So it's good to see, Bill Cassidy and Mike Lee and Marco Rubio and Joni Ernst sort of joining together to do it. And there's a Democrat, Kristen Sinema, who's a senator from Arizona, has signed on to the Cassidy bill. So I would look to them. The problem is if Donald Trump isn't elected, I think this issue goes the way a lot of these issues are going. I think this could be the Obamacare big win for them, that they would push what's called the Family Act, which is an enormous expansion of government, increase in taxes, brand new program, providing all sorts of quote, leave for a variety of different things, dramatically impacting the ability for businesses to be able to be competitive. I just think it's,
so it happens either way.
Yeah.
It's the question is how does it happen? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen. I mean, if Trump's reelected, I have no doubt that there will be strong bipartisan support for a paid paternity leave in the line of what Cassidy Sinema is about, and I think it's very likely to pass. I don't see a lot of opposition. I mean, you have some on the Republican side who think we shouldn't do anything, and you have some on the Democratic side who think it's not sufficient. But I do think there's a big middle there on both sides. You see this as something that needs to be done, and it would be a very strong positive step in the right direction. And look, obviously, if Nancy Pelosi in the House and she continues to behave the way she's behaving now, which is no compromise, then maybe the bill doesn't pass. But I would think that if Trump wins and the Republicans maintain control of the Senate, that Pelosi as well as Schumer may have to rethink their the way they're approaching this as whether that's a winning strategy or not.
Senator, two more questions.
Yeah.
One, just your sense of the conservative movement, the health of the conservative movement. There is a sense that by many who are observing this time that we've moved to a kind of populism that isn't connected to ideology or conservatism as they recognize it. Where do those people go? How do you address them to say stay engaged, stay involved, that there are ideas that are still working their way through the system in spite of what appears to be a red team and a blue team and not a place for ideas to live?
Yeah, look, one of the things, and you mentioned this in your introduction, that the Republican Party has changed. And the reason, and look, a lot of it is the culture, and a lot, and some of it's economic. On the cultural side, when I ran in 1994, I won Montgomery County. I won Bucks County. I won Chester County. I won Delaware County. In fact, I won them by enough to offset the how much I lost the city of Philadelphia. Think about that. I mean, you think that's impossible today. That's not even, why? Well, a lot of it was the culture. And with wealth, as we've seen this, as the Lord says, it's harder for the camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter heaven. I mean, people divorce themselves from faith and from truth, and they see themselves as, I always say the number one commandment that's most number one violated. I think it's why it's first is, there's only honor the Lord thy God. There's only one God, and people put themselves in the place of God and they set their own rules. They have their own 10 commandments. And I think that's happening. The more you believe that your success is your own, the less you think God has a role in your life. And so I think that's what happens to a lot of people who have a lot of success. They buy it that they did it, and that they did it by their own commandments, and so they worship themselves. And so when it comes to a lot of the cultural issues that Republicans stand by, thankfully, they say no. I'm gonna adopt what the progressive cultural commandments are, not us, and we lose them. And so that's been happening for 25 years. Well, then how do Republicans win? Well, it's because the people who haven't adopted those things. And people say, well, Trump does better among moderate and low income people. Why? Because they haven't bought into the cultural moment, the wokeness that many in the suburbs have. And so you say, well, how does that party that culturally is now aligned with people who may not necessarily agree with all of our economic policies? That's the real rub here. And that's where I get back to that, we have to have policies that grow the economy, but also are concerned that make sure that all Americans participate in that growth, that we are. And that's why, I ran in 2012 for president. I ran on manufacturing. I mean, God bless Donald Trump and what he's doing, but I talked about energy and manufacturing and creating blue collar jobs and doing things to make sure that people have the ability to be successful. And I also talked about, that we have other forces in the world. Yeah, the Soviet Union's gone, but the idea that there's going to be a unipolar world forever, and the United States is, as the end of history, that no more division, there won't be any superpowers or any division among countries. That's ridiculous. It's never happened in the history of the world. It will never happen. We have to understand that we have to look after the interest of the United States and make sure that we are successful, and that means that there has to be a thriving middle of America. And if there isn't a thriving middle of America, then democracies fall apart. Look at Venezuela. Look at, now even Colombia, obviously other places around the world that have collapsed because there was a segregation of wealth. And so Trump understands this, Republicans understand this, and working people get that the Democratic Party, and they're focused on climate change and getting rid of fossil fuels and exporting manufacturing and is not for them. It's not going to be successful for them. And so we have to be that blend that says we have to represent the interest of the people who share our values and make sure they are successful, or democracy falls. And I understand you have purists out there and say, well, Ronald Reagan said to do it this way. Well, Ronald Reagan was 40 years ago. I mean, that's like Ronald Reagan getting up and talking about what Wendell Willkie would have campaigned on. I mean, Ronald Reagan didn't go back 40 years and say, oh, this is what worked 40 years ago. Ronald Reagan today would be leading the charge for the things that we're talking about. Why? because he understands the dynamics he understood the dynamics in America at the time that he was running. And he understood these divisions that I talk about. You have to understand what is America today. It's not the same country that it was 40 years ago. I wish it, in some respects it were. In other respects, we've made some great strides and some improvements. But the bottom line is Republicans have to understand that who we are, and we are blue collar America. We are not, and this is another thing with the economy. I know I'm going long here, but this is so important that 100 years ago, every business owner was a Republican. All of them. They were all Republicans because, as Calvin Coolidge said, the business of America is business. And so for years, Republicans dominated the boardrooms and dominated all the big industries. Now, there are no Republicans in major corporations in America today. They just don't exist. Particularly if you will, we went through an industrial revolution, all Republican leaders. Now we're going through a technological revolution, all Democrats, all progressives. And so they now have all the money. They have all the billionaires. They have, in a sense, control of the boardroom. And so the idea that we're going to have a society that's going to just focus on making these people wealthier is insane. I mean, it's destructive of our own interests, but more importantly, destructive of the country in centralizing power of a group of progressives who want to turn us into a socialist nation. So Republicans, and this is why I just pull my hair out at the Never Trumpers, Republicans have to come to grips with the existential battle we're in and who's on our side and how we can grow that number and meld this pro-growth economics with being concerned about the worker and the ability for middle Americans to thrive.
Final question is a personal one. A lot of people are watching today, and people who have attended leadership conferences over the years watched your family grow up, and now you've had, there's been since births and weddings and all kinds of milestones in your family. Could you just give a little update on your family? The nation got to know Bella during the presidential campaigns, but you have other children. And just give a little update and a closing word to people who are watching the PA Leadership Conference this year.
Well, thank you, and thanks for asking about my family. Karen and I are very, very blessed. As you mentioned, since I left the Senate, we had a little girl whose name was Bella. She's 12 years old. She is thriving. She, may recall she has a disability called trisomy 18, which the medical community say is a death sentence, and unfortunately for 99% of kids it is, but for Bella it has not been, and she is thriving. She is the happiest little girl. She makes every day better for us around this house, and so we have her here. We care for her every day, and we feel so blessed to have her a part of our life. We have, of our children, you may remember those little kids running around the state. Now one of them is married, our oldest, Elizabeth. We were supposed to have a wedding last week, but coronavirus sort of put the end to that. And so we're hoping to have a wedding of our number 3 son here. They're trying to figure out, unfortunately, her family's from Scotland, and so there's a travel ban, so they can't come to the United States. And so we have to sort of wait for the travel ban to drop, and then we'll do a wedding. And then I've got our number 2 son, John, is getting married in December. So we've got everybody else. My daughter, my number 4, Sarah Maria, is working at a crisis pregnancy center. She graduated from Villanova, and she just got a job there, and we're so proud of her and the work she's doing. She just called me last week and said, "Dad, I got a new ultrasound. For the center." So she's carrying on the work of the Santorum crew on the pro-life cause. And then 2 in college, and then our little Bella. So everybody's doing well, and we're just, as I said, I got to close with how I started. Just so grateful for the opportunity the people of Pennsylvania gave me to have a voice in Washington and on a whole variety of issues. We talked about one today, but that wouldn't have been the case had people not taken a chance on back in Pittsburgh, with a 32-year-old kid who'd never run for anything, and gave me a chance. And I'm forever grateful for that opportunity and for the opportunity to serve Pennsylvania in the United States Senate. I sort of feel, in many respects, my wife says, "Why do you keep involved in all this public policy stuff? It doesn't pay you anything. You just do it, because you want to be involved." And I said, "Well, it's just paying back. I mean, I just feel like, the people of Pennsylvania gave me the opportunity to have that impact and to gain knowledge and to, learn a lot of things, to have a positive impact going forward. And so I want to continue to make sure that, we're giving back to a country that's given me a lot, and to a group of people who gave me a great opportunity. So thank you."
Well, thank you, Senator Santorum, and to everyone who's been watching this issue and just concerned about the direction of the country and the stability of families and the need to provide public policy solutions rooted in conservatism and a principled approach. Thanks for watching this segment of the PA Leadership Conference. So we invite you to learn more, to find out about how you can make your voice known to people who are in positions of power, who are sitting in the Senate, who are sitting in the House of Representatives, and for those who at the state level are exploring ways to lend their voice and support. We encourage you to do that. So thank you to Senator Santorum, and thank you to the PA Leadership Conference for the opportunity to bring an important issue to the fore. Thanks so much for watching.
Thank you, Senator Santorum, and thank you, Jeff Coleman, for getting the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference off to a good start this Saturday morning. We are going to be having a panel in just a couple of minutes on free market approaches to healthcare. But before we do, part of our conference, which we're doing this year, as we normally do, is we have statewide candidates come in and address our attendees. And today we are going to be hearing from all three of the Republican nominees for statewide offices on the ballot here in Pennsylvania this year. And we are pleased this morning to have joining us live and in person Tim DeFore. Tim is the Dauphin County Controller, and he is the Republican nominee for State Auditor General. Please welcome Tim DeFore.
Good afternoon, everyone. Loman, thank you. Thank you for the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Timothy DeFore, and I want to be your next Pennsylvania Auditor General. I currently serve as Dauphin County Controller in my second term. You probably want to know why I'm running. It starts with family. I come from a family of auto workers, coal miners from Beckley, West Virginia, and Northern Ohio. Blue-collar workers, people who went to work every day, paid their taxes, did what they're supposed to do. My family. As a child, I would listen to their conversations about what was happening throughout the day, conversations about how government was spending their tax dollars. And as a kid, I really didn't know, but I would still listen. And at the end of the day, I would wonder, how does government spend their tax dollars? So once I grew up, got the opportunity, I started my career path of auditing and investigating how our tax dollars are being spent. My career first started with the Pennsylvania Office of Inspector General, where I investigated and audited fraud, waste, and abuse in state government, but also with contractors dealing with the state. From then, I was recruited by the Pennsylvania Office of Attorney General to investigate allegations and misuse and crimes of the Medicaid program and prescription drug diversion. From there, I went to the private sector, UPMC Health Plan, federal contractors, keeping that same consistency, that same theme. How are tax dollars being utilized? And going after those individuals who misused or fraudulently obtained our tax dollars. I even audited the auditors to make sure that the auditors and the firms the federal government used to perform audits were in fact doing their job, that they in fact were doing the job in which they required, and that they also had the staff in which to do the job which they entailed. Which then led me to run for Dauphin County Controller. So you would think that government, we all pay our taxes. You would think that government would watch how it spends our tax dollars in the same way that a family on a shoestring budget does. That doesn't always happen. It's the Auditor General's responsibility to keep government in check and make them be accountable and transparent with regards to how our tax dollars are being spent. Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen. So when I was given the opportunity to run for Pennsylvania Auditor General, keeping that in mind, keeping in mind the lessons of my childhood about how our tax dollars are being spent, running for Auditor General was a no-brainer. It's a consistent path in my career. It's what I've done for the past 30 years. I haven't run for any other office or sought any other career outside of making sure our tax dollars are being spent the way they're supposed to be spent. And that's what I plan to do when I become your Pennsylvania Auditor General on November 3rd. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, now we're going to go to a short video, and then we will proceed to our panel on free market approach to health care.
Distribution networks, all generating more than $93 billion in gross state product.
American manufacturing is on the rise. Policies at the federal level are making it the smart business decision to locate, hire, and expand here in the United States.
But at PMA, our mission is economic competitiveness in Pennsylvania. We want it to be the smart business decision to locate, hire, and expand here rather than in one of our competitor states.
We are advocates in the public policy process in Harrisburg, fighting for spending restraint, pro-growth tax relief, and limits on lawsuit abuse.
We support regulatory reform, ensuring a prepared workforce, and making the most of our energy opportunity.
We build coalitions, drive grassroots efforts, and build consensus around the issues that matter most to our Commonwealth's manufacturers.
Whether what you're making is big or small,
whether what you make is essential for life,
something that upholds our safety and security,
or a good that simply brings joy.
Whether you're making it in Pittsburgh,
Philadelphia,
Erie,
Scranton,
Allentown, or somewhere in between, we want you to make it here in Pennsylvania.
We are the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association, and business in Pennsylvania is our business.
And welcome to the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. We thank Tim DeFore for being with us. We thank Rick Santorum for getting us off this morning. A reminder that all of the components of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference will be available for viewing on our website, paleadershipconference.org. So if you miss a panel or a speech and you want to see it, or you want to see it again, or send the link around to your friends, it'll all be at paleadershipconference.org. And now we are going to talk about an issue that is very near and dear to many Pennsylvanians and folks across the nation. One of the issues that animates a lot of voters in especially presidential and congressional elections, and that is health care and a free market approach to health care. And here to moderate our panel this morning is Jesri Friend. Jesri is the Senior Government Relations Representative for the Manufacturers and Business Association. He is a veteran of the U.S. Army JAG Corps, and most importantly, went to one of the, if not the finest universities in the Commonwealth, Gannon University in Erie, where he resides with his wife and children. Please welcome Jesri Friend.
Thank you, Lohman, for that great introduction, and thanks for the shout out to the Gem City up in Erie. If you don't see it, this is the best time of year to go check that out. Obviously honored to be here today at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference and to really tie together two topics that personally I'm very excited about, something my organization, the Manufacturer and Business Association, is committed to, something every policy maker in this country should be aware of and should adopt, and I think most Americans are very concerned about. And that's a free market approach to affordable health care. So today we're going to be looking at the perspectives from an academic perspective, a legislative angle, as well as the grassroots activist perspective. And my goal for this morning's discussion is that our panelists and their different perspectives will lead us all to the same conclusion. And that is, and to quote one of my favorite authors and Harvard professor, Arthur Brooks, free markets are in fact the best tonic for your economic woes. So to kick things off, joining us via Skype is my new friend, a senior research fellow and healthcare scholar at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University, Dr. Robert Grayboys. Dr. Grayboys, thank you for joining us. So, Dr. Grayboys, I was wondering if you could kind of kick us off into some of the research you've done recently. You've published a few papers on the higher care costs of health care, and also maybe some of your more flaunted work in your work with the fortress-like mentality when it comes to the prices of health care and the healthcare industry.
Sure, absolutely. Probably my best-known work is something called Fortress and Frontier in American Healthcare, where I sort of set out my research agenda that I've done for the next 7 years. What that work essentially argued was that for the longest time, for decades and decades, Republicans and Democrats, conservatives, liberals, however you want to put it, have been battling each other mightily, but really haven't been focused on, there have not been actually that severe a difference between the two views. They tended to want to control things centrally. They had different ways of doing it. The people on the left tended to want Washington to really tightly control the way we do health care. People on the right tended to want to do it in the states, but still a lot of it was centralized control. And also that most of the debate was over federal health insurance law. And I'm somewhat of, when I talk to conservative friends, I'm somewhat of a contrarian. I tend not to focus so much on federal health insurance law, on the things that they tend to love, and I'm fine with, HSAs, HRAs, AHPs. I tend to focus much more on the supply side, which is where I think you can make a real difference. You can actually also reach across the aisle and find some allies. The amazing thing is that, and I've done quite a bit of writing on this, you can find my writing at mercatus.org, that's mercatus.org, and just search on my name, search on healthcare, and you'll get all these things coming up. And the experience of COVID-19 has been astounding. During COVID-19, we have seen more innovation in healthcare, the sort of stuff I've been writing about for years, more during the last 6 months than you've had during the last, 60 or 70 years. All of a sudden, states have dropped the CON, certificate of need requirements, that required you, if you're a hospital and you want to add new beds, you got to go beg the state and play games with politicians. Scope of practice, if you're a nurse practitioner, you were in many states not allowed to practice up to the level of your training because, well, in many cases, doctors had lobbied their way to prevent you from doing those things. There's a magnificent movement out there in primary care called direct primary care. And a lot of states have put obstacles in its way, but again, during COVID, it's been loosened up. I think professional licensure and telemedicine all of a sudden, states are welcoming doctors from out of state during the height of COVID. Please come into our state, help our patients, help our citizens. We don't care that you're not licensed in our state. If you're licensed in some state, come in and help. And the same with telemedicine. If you are a doctor 3,000 miles away and one of our patients in our state wants to see you, by all means, let them get on the computer and talk. So these are incredible changes, and I think these are actually more substantive changes than most of the insurance stuff we talk about. And I'm very hopeful that that these things will outlive COVID. That when COVID is gone, and it won't be forgotten, but when it fades away, that it will have changed the landscape in that way, and at least something positive will have come out of it. The only other things I'll say before I'll turn it back to you is I'm quite a bit of a skeptic on some of the ideas that are quite popular on the right, the mandatory price transparency. I've just written a paper on why that can do more harm than good, and the idea that if we allow drug imports from Canada and elsewhere, that it's going to lower the prices here. I'm a skeptic on that, and I've written on it. We won't have time today to go through the why that is, but you can find it on the website. Back to you.
Thanks, Doctor. And I think the paper, I read that's your recent paper, I think September 24th, if I'm not mistaken, was Curing High Healthcare Prices. And I saw your kind of conundrum you found yourself in, where it says, here's the solution, but that might not actually be the solution. You kind of you summarize the paper saying there's some alternative solutions. Maybe just briefly, could you speak to what maybe some of those might be?
Right, and actually I just did. So there's a sentiment that, sure, I'll repeat it and restate it. So the sense is a lot of people think we require mandatory price transparency, that everyone's going to have to reveal all their prices and their bargaining and what insurers do with hospitals, that'll somehow lower prices. In fact, in many cases, as I've written, and it's a little bit of a convoluted argument, but you can find it there, in many cases it will actually raise prices rather than lower them. So the answer, if you want to lower prices, a lot of it has to do with not revealing prices like that, but rather getting rid of barriers to entry, allowing nurse practitioners to compete on certain services with physicians, allowing direct primary care practices to compete with traditional practices, allowing a telemedicine doctor in Nebraska to compete with a doctor in Pennsylvania, to allow easier licensure. If a doctor wants to move from New York to Pennsylvania and open up a practice there, make it easier to do. So it's these lowering of the barriers to entry, and on the federal level, things like making it easier to get drugs and devices approved through the Food and Drug Administration. But the idea is drop the barriers, get the obstacles out of the way. And that's really, I think, a far more effective way of getting prices down and getting better care for more people at lower costs year after year.
Well, thank you, Dr. Grayboys, and you kind of answered my last question I had for you. And, I was going to ask you, what are some of the barriers for policymakers to kind of have real effective reform here? So thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments.
And I'll just say that we do have something that we publish called the Healthcare Openness and Access Project, HOAP, HOPE, and it lists for every single state, I don't know, roughly 40 different obstacles and how the states measure up. So that's one thing your legislators can go right to.
Well, you heard it here. He's got it all taken care of. You just got to go to his website and check it out. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments. And we're going to circle back around to all our panelists after our comment session. I want to turn our conversation to my now dear friend, former small business owner, still small business owner? Yeah. Still small business owner, a representative in the General Assembly from Moon Township, Representative Valerie Gatos. Thank you for being here this morning.
Oh, my pleasure.
So in talking with the legislative side, Representative Gatos has a unique kind of creative solution that may be more common than you think. And to kind of tee up where my thoughts are going with this is, in the business world, health insurance has remained one of the highest costs of doing business for employers. In fact, small employers specifically pay on average 18% more than their large employer counterparts. And we can't ignore the fact that in the first 5 years of the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, 25% of small businesses who are providing health insurance as a benefit were no longer able to do that. That number has since skyrocketed. So now Representative Gatos actually has a creative solution to help small businesses. Could you tell us a little bit more about what your solution is?
Sure. Well, let me tell you a little bit about, I was in business for 25 years prior to running for state office. And I personally experienced that with my employees. I had a small company, had a handful of employees, and I had offered health insurance in 2008. I found that they jumped, like you said, 18% the first year.
Wow.
And then the next year it was another like 16%. And I even went to trying to offer employees an HSA, health savings account. Yep. And that was also brought some challenges as well. So I personally experienced this, and when I was talking to a lot of folks who are my constituents, they're experiencing it as well. We have a lot of individuals who are the small business owners, the individual contractors. We have folks that are in the restaurant industry now, as we're seeing that they're being affected by this. And so what I came to the legislature saying that, I'm going to do something about healthcare to make it more affordable. And this is the legislation that I've introduced, which is House Bill 2200. Yes. And it does address offering affordable healthcare to small employers.
So on House Bill 2200, could you tell us just a little bit of the details? How does it help small businesses? What's unique about it?
Sure.
Why them?
Well, one of the things about the affordable health care that had occurred was that it had prevented, it suddenly prevented small associations or associations from enabling companies to pool together, which this is where we're talking about the free market. If large corporations can have the benefit of scale, small businesses should have that opportunity as well. And this is what this bill does.
Outstanding. Well, it sounds like a good idea. So how could, I say maybe how much, I've heard some different things that maybe these AHPs, what you're talking about, association health plans, how much could they actually save a small business in health insurance premiums? Do you have any numbers on that?
I do. In fact, this is just astounding. Yeah. The numbers are almost 30%.
Wow.
And, it's just remarkable, particularly when you look back at a small business like mine that took a hit of 18% a year.
Wow. And that's compounding. It's not an 18% all one time. It's every year.
Every year.
It's getting a little more, a little more, a little more.
And what we're seeing is that we're actually seeing a lot of employers stop offering health plans as a result of this, and that's not good for business.
Right.
We were talking about that healthcare is one of the top costs. Energy and healthcare are the number, 1 and 2 costs for a business, and this is something that we are trying to do to help businesses succeed. Now, as we're talking about in the time of COVID, this has just become even exponentially more important to do. As we were saying about the restaurant. The restaurant industry that was just hit exceptionally hard by that.
Yeah, especially in Pennsylvania, more so than I think some other states.
In Pennsylvania, it's been horrible.
We're very lucky.
Well, the statistic is almost 60% of all, restaurants and businesses, may go out of business as a result of some of this. So, we're going to be left with a number of individuals who are not going to be able to get health care. And this is pretty problematic for our economy. Getting people back to work and getting them the health care that they need is going to be absolutely essential.
Well, it seems like an admirable concept, provide more people with health insurance. I think that's the goal of those on the left and the right. It's a mutual thing, more people to be covered by health insurance.
Jesri, and what's phenomenal about this is that, or I should say remarkable, is that there's 30 other states who have, who are doing this, what I'm proposing, and we're one of the few states that's behind.
Wow, 30 other states. So I imagine there's some blue states in there, some red states, maybe some purple states like Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
Wow.
I mean, it's almost it's almost universal that people realize that this is something that has to be done. And right now, Pennsylvania should be doing this.
So association health plans isn't a revolutionary idea.
No.
This is something that other states are going and doing, and we just need to get it going now in PA.
Absolutely.
Wow. Couple follow-up questions on that is, I've heard of these association health plans, and to be honest, we've worked with some of them in the past. But some of the pushback is, well, you can't have, all your essential health benefits, or you're going to, there are junk plans, or there's room for fraud. Could you speak about that? Is there a way to have, cost-saving measures in these plans that still provide, essential coverage?
Well, absolutely. This is what this legislation does. Wow. Is that it enables people to have those essential health benefits at a cost that is affordable.
Wow. Last question for you, real quick, and then we're going to go on to our next expert panelist. Thank you for your time on that. I saw this and I wanted to bring it up because it's in this sphere. But you recently actually had some success this summer, which, being a legislator in Pennsylvania, is very difficult to do in this political climate. The governor actually signed a bipartisan bill that you sponsored, which is nothing short of a miracle these days. Can you talk just a little bit about that?
Sure. It's so this is basically the Prescription Drug Freedom Act.
Okay.
And what it does is it lifts what's called a gag order on pharmacists to enable them to tell you that you can get the best price possible. In many cases, prior to this legislation, that pharmacists were in contracts with pharmacy benefit managers who supply the medication to them, or the pharmacy, and they were prohibited from telling you that you can get a cheaper price by paying cash. Now, how alarming is that to think that your copay could be more expensive than if you were to pay cash? Right. So when a lot of pharmacists said, we've got coupons and things like that, that was somewhat of the backdoor way to say, hey, look, you know what? We can offer you a lower price. So now this is, my bill made it, and this is Act 67 of 2020, and it makes it so that the pharmacist can tell you that you can get a better price on drugs.
Well, congratulations on that noble feat. Not easy to do with this legislature. We're going to turn our attention now to more of the grassroots perspective. Rounding out our panel today is Potomac Tea Party leader and founder of the Obamacare Truth Squad, Christopher Wright. Good morning.
Good morning, Jesri. Thank you very much for having me. I've been asked to talk about single payer. I come at it from the perspective of an activist who has collected all the bad news about single payer for the last 10 years. I'm going to give you an analytical framework that you can use to evaluate single payer. The framework also applies to Obamacare and Medicaid expansion, and you can use it to evaluate just about any policy proposal coming from the left. Excuse me. I see three patterns in the news about single payer. Number one, the supporters tell a lot of lies. Number two, they won't talk about the problems of their proposals. And number three, they're wrong about everything. Number one, lies. They lie about the cost. Bernie Sanders' single-payer health care proposal was studied, and his cost estimates were found to be bogus. In California, supporters would not even put a number on the table because they knew that would sink the popularity of their plan. Now, the government health care costs have been studied by policy analysts, and they found that if you include all the costs, that you get quite a different conclusion. So if you include things like building costs, collection of premiums and taxes, accounting, waste, fraud, and abuse, auditing, then this is what the conclusion is. Quote, economists who have tallied the full administrative burden of government health insurance programs conclude that administrative costs are far higher in government programs than in private insurance, and that comes from the Cato Institute. Second lie. The Physicians for a National Health Program, a far-left group, PNHP, ran an article claiming there is no evidence that people come from Canada to America to get any kind of medical services. Poppycock. The head of a Canadian province that's like an American governor came to the U.S. for heart surgery in 2010. In 2017, a study was done, and it was found that 217,000 Canadians crossed the border for medical services that they got in the United States. So here's my question. Isn't there something wrong if they have to lie to make their case? Number two, they won't talk about the problems. It's all rose-colored glasses with them. You never hear them talk about low reimbursement rates from the government for providers and doctors, which is going to create access problems. Doctors simply won't participate. A lot of them won't. They won't talk about the access problems. They won't talk about the rationing, the wait times, the canceled surgeries, the doctor strikes. Now, all of these have been in the news, and people often die while waiting in single care programs, single payer programs like they have in Canada and the UK. Death by waiting, they call it. These are not isolated incidents. I have lots of stories from everywhere in the world about disasters caused by government-run healthcare all over the world. I'll give you just one story. A Canadian woman died waiting for a bone marrow transplant. She was waiting in an Ontario hospital. She was number 30 in line, and the hospital could only do 5 a year in their single-payer program. Well, too bad for her. All we hear about from the supporters, the cheerleaders of single-payer, are the imperfections of the current system and how bad it is. Pick, pick, pick. Every little problem. Collect every grain of discontent, just like Lenin said. They won't talk about the problems of their own proposals, how they intend to address them. When they put down the pom-poms and stop cheerleading and start talking about the problems of their own proposals, that's maybe when I'll start to listen. So here's my question. If single payer is so great, why do millions of Brits buy private health insurance to escape the mind-boggling stupidity of the National Health Service? Number 3, they're wrong about everything. They keep saying it's simple to finance single payer. If it's so simple, why did Vermont give up? Vermont gave up on their single payer plan trying to form a proposal when they realized it would drive employer payroll taxes to 25% and drive employers out of the state. The UK NHS is perpetually running out of money. It's a constant refrain. The budget didn't give us enough money. Give us more money for single payer in the UK. They also say that single payer will equalize care. That's not true. In the United Kingdom, the single payer hospitals have started to accept private paying patients. That doesn't sound like equality to me. In Cuba, the elite gets okay care, but the facilities available to the average person would curl your hair. You would not even send your dog there. I have the video to prove it. Canada's another example. People who are well off can cross the border to go to the U.S. for medical services. If you're less well off and you can't escape the single payer system in Canada, well, the people who are made to suffer the most in the name of equality are the ones who can't escape the less well off. So here's my question. Why would you trust anybody, any proposal from people who lie through their teeth, won't talk about the bad stuff, and can't accurately perceive reality? This framework applies to Obamacare and Medicaid expansion and beyond. Who could forget the 2013 PolitiFact Lie of the Year when Obama said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like your plan, you can keep your plan. It was all a lie. They had a memo from HHS that was discovered by and published by NBC. They knew it was a lie, and Obama was out there 19 times saying that same thing. They're wrong about everything. Enrollment, average enrollment under Medicaid expansion in the expansion states has been more than double than what they predicted. 110% according to the Foundation for Government Accountability. And they won't talk about the problems. And now we're going to go beyond healthcare just for a tad. Whoever talks about the toxic waste and the disposal problems of dead windmills and dead solar panels and dead batteries, or the fact that electric school buses conk out in the wintertime. Whoever talks about that. So to sum up, they lie about everything, they won't talk about the bad stuff, and they're wrong about everything. Now, I have all the bad news about single payer on my personal website, liberato.us, and all the bad news about Obamacare and Medicaid expansion on ObamacareTruthSquad.com. Thank you, Jezreel.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright. That was very thorough and very informative. I mean, there's a lot of good examples there. Why do you think it is, with all this information out there, and there's so many things to kind of really crack down these claims, why do people keep saying it?
It's the big lie. The bigger the lie, the easier it is to believe, and the more often you repeat the lie, then the more believable it becomes. And they have control of the big media, they have control of academia, they have control of Hollywood, so they have all the big megaphones. And what the political right needs to do is create bigger megaphones to get our message out there better.
That was my thought, was what can folks do to learn more, but obviously, like you said, get out the truth more and use it as a platform. Do you think some of this is going to be, is there any hope, I suppose, I hear a lot of it from some of the businesses I talk to, is maybe single payer is not that bad. I mean, obviously you went into a lot of the details of it, but what would you say to that business owner that says, well, maybe single payer could just solve our problems because the cost is so high for like a small business owner?
You hear this a lot from employers. Well, if we just fob off all our health care costs to the government, then we can compete better as businesses. Well, what happens when these proposals are made and they sound great at the beginning and everybody's rah-rah and the employers are for them. What happens in a place like Vermont as the months go by and the weeks go by and the proposals get studied and all the problems then become apparent and the proposals get abandoned because they're completely unworkable in fantasy land, that's when people realize, wake up and smell the coffee.
Right. And by then it's unfortunately not in a good place. We have just a couple more moments, and I want each of our panelists to have one last opportunity with some parting words. Dr. Grayboys, are you still with us?
I certainly am.
Okay, great. So 1 minute, lightning round. What should Americans know most about your work, or what's the most important thing when it comes to healthcare in the free market to you?
The most important thing is that the key, as far as I'm concerned, is to enable healthcare providers and people who aren't yet healthcare providers to innovate. And the way I like to put it is healthcare needs to be as innovative in the next 30 years as information technology was in the last 30 years.
Oh, thank you for that. We're going to go right down the line. Representative Gatos.
Sure. Well, we were talking about if we think that government cares about the number of people who get coverage health care, it's not about the number of people who are getting covered, because my bill will actually add additional people getting coverage for health care. And Desiree, I believe you were at the public hearing of the insurance committee when we had discussed this. And, we got a lot of pushback from the insurance department. And I couldn't believe they actually said flat out that, well, if we actually allow small businesses to pool in this free market system, then who's going to pay for some other levels of health care? And we said, well, but this plan will actually add more people on.
Yes.
And they looked at us with blank stares, because it's not about the number of people getting health care. It's about, for them, it's about, just getting the coverage and getting paid and making sure that it's on the backs of small business, which we don't want. We want a fair shake. And, I'm trying to represent the folks that, one, to try to get more health care and also have a free market system that will lower the cost for everybody.
Well, I want to thank you for all your work you're doing in the legislature, for beating that drum and keeping to it. And I think actually the study you're referring to is in 2019, the Congressional Budget Office did a study on this, and they said actually as AHPs expand across the country, they predict there's over 1 million nationwide will actually have health insurance for the very first time. These people who've never even had health insurance care before. And so moving on to Mr. Wright, 1 minute, last words. What should America know about most?
Sure. We started the Obamacare Truth Squad in 2012. Our vision is you pay your doctor directly for the small stuff, have catastrophic insurance for the big stuff. Prices will fall by half. And when that happens, it will be much easier to help the people who really need the help. Now, our big thing has been catastrophic insurance over the last 8 years, and we are grateful to the Trump administration for effectively bringing it back in the form of short-term plans, which has just this week been reaffirmed in the president's new health care plan.
I saw some of that. Yeah, I was catching some of that last night. Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank Loman Henry and the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, our distinguished guests. You can follow more about them on their websites. Look them up, Google them, follow them. You can check out a little bit more what I do in the Manufacturer and Business Association at www.mbausa.org. And I want to thank you all lastly for your attention to this very important issue. Please don't let this issue die. Do more work, be that soundboard, and continue to dig deeper into these very important issues. Thank you very much.
one of the And welcome to the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. We are going to sort of diverge from the program for a little bit. Yesterday we talked a bit about the Entrepreneur Protection Program. It is a new project from the Citizens Alliance of Pennsylvania, and we have with us, and he will be here live and in person a little bit later, but to talk about the Entrepreneur Protection Program, we're going to go now to U.S. Representative Scott Perry. Congressman?
Not a lot of direction going through school. Mom working several jobs just to keep, make ends meet and keep the lights on. And what you really learned is the appreciation of hard work and what it took to make a dollar. Just kind of worked my way through school. Went to Votech for auto mechanics. I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up, but I could work with my hands and I needed a skill. Look, things that are worth having take effort. I went to Hack and did as much as I could there to get myself into Penn State. I wanted a business degree, and so working full-time at the engineering firm, I also at some point got a job as an insurance salesman, a full-time job, a part-time job, and going to school, taking a full-time course load. Now, you got a degree in business management, and I really wanted to see what it was like. But again, you say to yourself, what skills do you have to be in business? Well, I had some mechanical inclination, and of course now I had some business inclination from school that I wanted to apply. I met a friend, an acquaintance that was working in the mechanical field, and he told me what he did, and he was looking to kind of go out on his own, and I said, why don't we partner up? So I got a partner. It was just really gratifying for me, working in my business, doing some work for the military, and then at some point, my state representative, it looked like he might retire. I wasn't really sure what he was going to do, but he had made some decisions in voting that I thought were going to make it very difficult for him to be reelected. I went and talked to him about it. This is America. Any one of us can do this if we put our mind to it. So at some point I decided that I would run. I put into it what I could. We tried to raise what we could, but it was really hard work. You knock on somebody's door. It doesn't matter if it's raining or whatever. You go and you introduce yourself to people and you say, this is who I am. This is what I believe. If you believe the same thing as I do, why don't we get together? I'll answer to you. You'll be my boss, and I will vote on your behalf as your representative. And we were, we were blessed by God to win that election. My member of Congress called one day, the York County delegation. He got him on a conference call, and he said, I'm going to announce my retirement in about 15 minutes, and I thought you guys ought to know. At that time, we were literally circulating petitions, nominating petitions to run for state representative. I prayed on it, and I wanted to be there for my kids, but I want my country to be there for my kids as well, and I thought I might have something to offer, so I decided I'd toss my hat in the ring. I was blessed with the privilege to serve fellow men and women here, and so that's kind of how I ended up to be in Congress and sitting before you today. That's my story. Every one of us is informed by the lives we've led and the experiences that we've had. Each one of us can learn something from someone else. Now, from being in business myself, unless you've done it, it's impossible to sympathize with the things that people that are in business have to endure every single day. They're putting their money at risk, and they're sacrificing time away from their family because they're caring for their business. There's many times people that own a business, that operate a business, will sacrifice their own personal well-being to buy the next piece of equipment. I don't want to say it can't be done because we're in America and nothing's impossible to us, but I think it gets really, really much more difficult. I work my way through schools. Students now have this crushing debt because the cost of education is so expensive. I didn't have to deal with that after the fact. I paid as I went. I sacrificed, but I paid as I went. I think that there are ways to do it that you would have to think differently than I did at the time. Certainly the hard work, the showing up on time with a good attitude. That's number 1 and 2 no matter what you're doing in life. Show up on time with a good attitude. From my standpoint, we are competing as a state, as it was designed, with other states. Our tax, our regulatory, and our labor policy in Pennsylvania tells businesses not to come here. Our young people are leaving. They're educated, they want to work, but the opportunity isn't right here at home for them. So if they want to have the kind of opportunities that a 21st century economy offers, we're literally inviting them to go somewhere else. But if you don't have these other components, regulatory, labor, and tax policy that invites business and competes with other states, the businesses are going to go elsewhere, the opportunities go with them, and then our children and the brain drain follows those opportunities, as you would expect it to. If you're in business, you need to be in politics because decisions are being made on your behalf without your voice if you're not involved. Know the people that you're supporting. Know them. It requires diligence from you, the person that wants to be involved. You can't just say, I'm going to make a donation, you handle it. They need not only your scrutiny, but also your support and your backing. I would tell them that it's worth it, but it's not going to be easy. But that character that they're going to build is going to sustain them through all kinds of things in life that are coming that they yet can't foresee. Your community, the community that you grew up in, is worth preserving the way you grew up in it. It's not to say that it's perfect, but you know best what needs to be changed. And it will also help your community, your commonwealth, and your country.
Thank you, Congressman Scott Perry, and Congressman Perry will be here later this morning for a live address to the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. We will be getting to the Reverend C.L. Bryant a little later on this morning, but right now we are going to go to Lenny McAllister. Lenny is a longtime speaker here at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. He has now for a number of years been with the Commonwealth Foundation, where he serves as the director for the western part of Pennsylvania. Lenny is familiar to many in our television viewing audience as he has hosted television programs in Pittsburgh and Chicago. He's been on national outlets, and he is here to talk about how conservatives can expand our base as we move forward here with the policy battles we face at both the state and national level. Please welcome from the Commonwealth Foundation, Lenny McAllister.
Thank you, Loman. Welcome to you all out there today. Thank you for joining us. It's very important in 2020, not just because we're in an election season, but because we're in a pandemic, we're going through harsh social times, and we're going through very hard economic times, to ask ourselves, how do we expand policies that will benefit Americans, not just across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but throughout our nation? And how do we do that by way of supporting a movement that's going to allow us to advocate for those policies? Today, it's very important for me to come to you to talk to you about one way that we can do it, which is expanding the movement, not just through policies and proposals such as what we heard from President Donald Trump yesterday. Those are very good ideas. But a lot of times those are fixing problems or addressing short-term needs. What we need for advancing prosperity throughout the United States of America, throughout this century, are long-term initiatives that allow us to build teamwork and allow us to build up talent that could advance our policies and bring wins in all corners of both the Keystone State throughout the country. Now, I bring regards from my colleague Angela Saylor from the Heritage Foundation, who was unable to join us today. But I still bring the message that she and I would like to talk to you about this weekend. So let me begin. Expanding the movement. There are different things that we can do throughout our efforts where we can bring in a diverse group of Pennsylvanians and Americans that will allow us to do the very best that we can to touch different corners, make sure that we're pulling in the talent, and making sure that we're continuing to allow our conservatism to touch new Americans, bring in new generations, and sprout up and prosperity in generations where they may have been influenced by generational poverty before. One way that we have seen this over the years, we have seen this through the way of advising presidents. Now, this is one of the most glamorous ways of doing it. But generally speaking, we have seen over the course of American history, from what we see right now with Dr. Ben Carson advising President Trump, to the historic and very profound Frederick Douglass, as well as people such as Condi Rice, the second African-American Secretary of State, just in the last 20 years alone. We have seen a history of people from diverse backgrounds, whether it's a former slave, a girl that grew up in the Jim Crow South, or a man that grew up in hard times in Michigan to become a world-renowned neurosurgeon, be able to advise Americans and American presidents on the best policies. There are people now such as Jerron Smith, who's doing that now for President Trump, that's bringing a level of intellect and insight necessary to allow the best leaders and the brightest minds throughout presidential administrations to understand the policies that are necessary now and the policies that can grow prosperity moving forward. Now, you have to understand Jerron's story. Jerron is not somebody that grew up and ended up going to an Ivy League school, grew up in a silver spoon household, or had the traditional Republican or conservative path. Jerron was born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio, to a mother that had her own personal struggles, but the family stayed together, and through the leadership of his father and the graciousness of his mother, was able to get to Howard University, where he procured both undergrad and graduate degrees. He was secured as somebody that was leaning left, somebody that was a typical liberal, but through the guidance of people such as former Congressman J.C. Watts, was able to have an opportunity to learn more about his conservatism, why conservatism worked for his family in Ohio, and why he could be a difference in the movement. From there, he started working for J.C. Watts. He also worked for Senator Tim Scott and grew up the train learning about policies, understanding how and why it benefited his old neighborhood in Cleveland, and took his talents all the way to the White House, where today he was instrumental in advising criminal justice reform for President Trump, as well as some of the latest developments that you've heard even earlier this week. But it's more than just advising presidents and serving them and being in the room to give the critical and necessary guidance at those most critical, pivotal points of time to make American history and make it for the better for all of us. There's also the sense of serving constituents and understanding what those constituents need. Now, over the course of our history, we have seen people such as Tim Scott, who is serving historically from the state of South Carolina as the first African-American U.S. Senator since Reconstruction to serve the South. You're also looking at people that have a legacy tying back to the first African-American congressmen and senators that sprouted up after the Civil War and during Reconstruction. You also see people that have been the bridge between those historic times and what you're seeing now in the Senate, people such as the aforementioned J.C. Watts. You have people nowadays in this new generation that are coming up and serving those constituencies in the same exact way, such as D.J. Jordan, a native of Tidewater, Virginia, a former football player at Liberty University, so a little shout out to the Flames out there. But somebody that also went and got his graduate degree from Johns Hopkins. Again, he served and he had an opportunity to serve in the House with several congressmen and senators, but he also, and importantly so, had an opportunity to serve on the House of Representatives Small Business Committee. Now, what's the importance of that? A staffer has an opportunity to bring unique insight into the type of issues that we're facing in our nation. Now, all of you out there know that small businesses drive the American economy. You also know that in order for generational wealth to be grown, one of the best ways of doing that not only is home ownership, but it's also small business ownership, those family businesses that drive the Keystone State and drive communities across the country through service, through passing down generational wealth, and being able to provide communities services that they need. DJ Jordan, somebody that came from Tidewater and raised his way up through his service on Capitol Hill, was able to not only shape the policy, but also as the communications director, was able to shape the stories so that people could relate to why his service and those like him were so necessary, not just in the conservative movement, but throughout all of America. So we have advising presidents, we have serving constituencies. And when you see people such as DJ out there in the streets, talking to a diverse group of people over the course of his everyday life, every week, every month, every election cycle, it ties into what we also can see from people across our diversity here in America in the 21st century. And that's driving policy. And we have seen that over the course of American history as well, particularly from the African American community and across all different communities, immigrants and Native Americans alike. From Kay Coles James, the first African American and first woman president of the Heritage Foundation, to people such as my native Pittsburgher, Haley Quinn Brown, who fought for women's rights and the right to vote in the turn of the 20th century, as well as people such as Booker T. Washington, who was one of the first ever African Americans to sit down and talk with a sitting president about the policies that were needed in order to bring about equality throughout the United States of America, particularly at a time when it was hard to do. Now, we see that tradition continuing on, and we see young people rising to the top and doing that, such as my sister and good friend, Crystal Corker Hartsfield, who serves currently the governor of Maryland. But before she did that, this native of Atmore, Alabama, a town of 9,000 people, through education and the support of her family, not only got an undergrad degree from Troy University, but also procured 2 master's degrees before traveling up to Washington, D.C. and serving on Capitol Hill. Her service not only was to her community in an effort to show diversity, where she also won, believe it or not, Mrs. Capitol Hill, which is something that you don't hear every day, but also, through her intellect, was able to serve on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, showing people that there is a way for people in some of the most troubled neighborhoods in our nation to serve our country on the global scale, the global economy, with our military, with innovation that could shape the world and keep the world safe. Those perspectives are highly important to bring to the table, and oftentimes they're overlooked if you don't include people from small town America, whether it's rural Pennsylvania or rural Alabama, having those people in the room. Crystal now serves the governor of Maryland, as we well know, a 2-term Republican governor serving in deep blue Maryland. What's the significance of that? The significance is to be able to have somebody in the room that can talk to the needs of people in Baltimore, talk to the needs of people in Prince George's County, talk to people in communities like what we find here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Having that perspective in the room, coupled with the experience that you have from Capitol Hill and the education experience, is absolutely critical and necessary to bring about a country of 325 million people through a pandemic, through another recession, and through turbulent societal times. We also see people that have an opportunity to advance conservatism, maybe not necessarily serving governors, maybe not necessarily serving presidents, maybe not necessarily serving as an elected official, but they're still out there talking about the principles and making the everyday case to people on the street. We see this with faith leaders such as the Reverend Dean Nelson. We've seen this with the Reverend Alveda King and Reverend Jackson as well. We've also seen this from elected officials that were able to bring about a conservative message before they had an opportunity to win elected office. Ed Brooke of Massachusetts, before he was a U.S. Senator and before he was the Massachusetts Attorney General, lost elections but advocated for Republican principles, conservative principles, free market principles that made sense in a state that had already given the nation JFK. And he was able to break both societal barriers when it came to politics and policy, but also racial barriers during the turbulent 1960s to be a groundbreaking politician and policy leader along the way. But just the same, we see cultural icons, such as the late Jackie Robinson, who is more known for breaking the color barrier in Major League Baseball and being an example for Major League sports throughout the nation, but also was a groundbreaking Republican and conservative that took his message of need for diverse communities to people including former Vice President and eventual President of the United States, Richard Nixon. And there are people that are doing that today. Crystal Hartsfield served the RNC in advancing conservatism, but now her replacement is Mr. Kevin Daniels, a man that is untraditional in many, many ways, but yet has served a governor, has also served his community, and now serves the RNC as the director of strategic initiatives. Now, Kevin has a little bit of a unique background. He is not a Capitol Hill veteran. He's not even a Southerner or hailing from a place that you would traditionally believe Republicans and conservatives come from. As you can see from the Yankees hat, Kevin is a Yankees fan by way of Yonkers. And as soon as he opens his mouth and you hear that New York accent, you can understand that he's not like what you're used to hearing from a typical conservative, a typical free market believer. But much like the 45th President of the United States, who also hails from New York, he believes in getting America back to where it can be and where it needs to be. Kevin's rise came through the Frederick Douglass Foundation, a pro-life, pro-Christian organization. And from that, he moved into the conservative principles that our Constitution supports. He moved into the free market principles that our economy, based on capitalism and bringing people up through the capitalistic way of life and making sure prosperity spreads, also provided an opportunity for him to learn. From there, he started serving a Republican governor who helped bring about a wave of Republicans and conservatives in 2010 that had not served in the General Assembly of North Carolina since the end of Reconstruction. Kevin is part of that new group that goes across the country, coming into key states such as Michigan and Pennsylvania to talk about the conservative way of life, talk about free market principles, and talk about why we have the solutions to get us through the problems that we're facing today. Now, one person that signified all of that throughout their service to the Keystone State was the late Renee Moore, a friend of mine, a mentor of mine. God rest her soul, and thank you, Renee, for your service. Renee's service exemplified all that we're trying to do as we move forward in the 21st century as conservatives, as free market believers. We believe that we can touch all different aspects of our society, whether it's health care, whether it's creating jobs, whether it's school choice and education reform, and being able to bring about policies that not only make sense to us in the fight, but make sense to those that need us to stay in the fight. And all the people that I highlighted today, through their various backgrounds, whether it's Virginia or rural Alabama, or the Midwest, Cleveland, Ohio, no offense to the Browns fans out there, or places such as New York City and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. There's a common thread there, even in our diversity. Difference of skin color, difference of religion, difference of socioeconomic background. We believe in the American way of life. We believe in prosperity. We believe in the value of education. We believe that if given a chance, starting with education, starting with constitutional equality, the understanding that constitutional law and order is available to all Americans. Through that foundation, we understand that each American has an opportunity to pursue their happiness as they see fit in what is best for their communities, their families, and thus our country. There's the importance of expanding our movement, particularly during a very turbulent 2020. We have the opportunity, folks, to explain to people why we have the solutions that they need. President Donald Trump had an opportunity to announce on Friday new initiatives that would help the black community, the Platinum Plan. But that's more than just for black people. And expanding the movement is more than just for black people. The United States of America is always going to be a global leader. But in order to stay the global leader, We have to make sure that we're leading economically. We need to make sure that our military is strong. We need to make sure that we're innovative. We need to make sure that our populace is educated, understands our civics, as well as understands what makes us great and why we will continue to be great. As we have seen in our presentation, there is a number of individuals that have taken their unique backgrounds, their unique challenges, even their failures at different parts of their lives. Ben Carson's talked about that a lot. Frederick Douglass fought through slavery. And even the contemporary icons and heroes that I mentioned today, the young people and the late Renee Moore, have had their own struggles as well. But through those struggles, we get to understand the very essence of what America and what the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is truly all about. It's about having the opportunity to have second chances, to be as great as you can be for yourself and for those around you. That through good policies that give people the opportunity to be empowered, there's an opportunity to chase the very best in yourself, to keep believing, to keep knowing that you can do better and that those around you can do better. That the heartache that you see around you right now does not have to be the heartache forever. We have been through so many difficult times, and each corner of our nation has fought through so many difficult times. And we're going through difficult times right now. But through good policies and good leaders, through identifying new leaders and new talents to be able to connect to new constituencies, we can make a difference in this nation. We can turn around this pandemic. We can turn around our economy. We can make sure our kids get the education that they need. And we can make sure that this nation stays great for decades to come. So I implore you, expand the movement. Look for the talent. Identify those around you that can make a difference. Learn more about your conservatism and free market principles so that we can convince more people that we have the solutions that they need and we're willing to be the allies that they've been looking for. Thank you so much for your time today. You have a wonderful weekend. Take care and God bless.
And we are now ready to hear from the Reverend C.L. Bryant. And he's coming to us live this morning from the great state of Texas. Reverend Bryant is a senior fellow at FreedomWorks, and he's also a former president of the Garland, Texas NAACP. He is host of the syndicated C.L. Bryant radio show. And C.L., we welcome you to the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference.
Well, I want to thank each and every one of you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to thank each and every one of you for having me here and all of my friends there in the great state of Pennsylvania. I was just in Philadelphia there on Constitution Day, and the presentation that was just before me was absolutely on par and absolutely something that we need to pay attention to. The information was absolutely overwhelming. How we indeed may be ignorant to all of that. I first want to give thanks to Almighty God for the privilege to be here with you, and I want to thank Him for this wonderful day in this great land of America that we have the privilege to enjoy all of its advantages. Some of the things that are necessary for us, friends, is to understand and is that grassroots politics. And that's what we do at FreedomWorks, where our job is to mobilize and to, of course, educate the largest grassroots organization in the nation, and that's FreedomWorks. FreedomWorks, we boast nearly 6 million activists on the ground throughout this nation, and my job is to crisscross this nation maybe once a month before COVID to talk to them, motivate them, inspire them to continue on. And one of the things that I have found over the 11 years that I have been with FreedomWorks is this. Many of us as conservatives, and certainly many who are Republicans, have no idea that the Republican Party, of course, was the original home of the black vote. Many times we like to tell our story without knowing our story. Many times we don't know why we are what we are until we're challenged on that. And then we find that we have come up very short on our knowledge of our purposes and the knowledge of why we do what we do. And Republicans, we must understand, especially those in leadership in Pennsylvania. And I must tell you this. I'm on one of the president's advisory boards, Black Voices for Trump. And I do believe that this message that this president has brought to us is one that is the exact medicine that we need to heal this land, every one of us, black, yellow, white, brown, whoever you are. And it's a shame that we have to identify each other as colors in this nation, but that's the way it is. And it probably won't change. I can tell you that God loves colors because he created so many facets of them. But there are reasons why we are Republicans. Not just because Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, and not just because they were the first in office as far as black people were concerned in both the Senate and the houses. Not just because of Reconstruction that helped us rebuild the South, and not just because Republicans did in fact champion those civil rights in the 60s. Many don't know that we would not have had civil rights if it had not been for a Republican from Illinois by the name of Edric Dirksen. Get my film, Runaway Slave. But I want to list for you several reasons that you should be able to give when challenged or asked as to why you are a Republican. Then you can carry to them all of the knowledge and all of the information that goes along with being that, the history of it. The first reason that I am a Republican is because I believe that private enterprise is superior to public enterprise. I'll say it again. I believe that private enterprise is superior to public enterprise. This president believes that. And ask anyone that you're talking to. Ask a black businessman. Ask a black person who would want to pull themselves up by their bootstrings and move on and enjoy the American experience. Ask them, what do they think about private enterprise being superior to public enterprise? There's another reason why I am a Republican. There is need for efficiency and economy in government. There is need for efficiency and economy in government. Republicans believe that. This president believes that. Ask the person who may be challenging you, do they believe that? Is the idea of efficiency and economy in government important to you? Ask yourself that. Is it important to you? My friends, there's a third reason why I am a Republican. I believe, and many Republicans should believe, but they don't know why they vote this way. They believe that government is best when kept at the local level. Black people historically have believed this. We have not been armed with the right questions. And that question should be, do you believe that government is best when it's kept at the local level? My friends, there are many questions that we must ask and answer. We must be ready to ask and answer these questions. I'm an old salesman, and I came into the sales game many, many years ago, made a living, made a good living selling money to people who needed it. And we call it selling money because we charge you interest on the money that you borrow. And so basically you bought it. You bought the money. But we have an old saying in the sales game, and it goes, if you're telling, you're not selling. If you're telling, you're not selling. This is a sales game that we have to, in fact, be successful at now, my friends. And the sales game is that we have to ask the right questions. Remember, he who asks the questions is in control. What we have been too busy doing is trying to tell too much of the story without knowing the right questions to ask. The final question as to why we are Republicans, the final reason why I am a Republican is this one. A favorable tax climate creates abundant job opportunities. Now, President Donald John Trump, of whom I gladly serve on his advisory board, is in fact someone who understands that a favorable tax climate causes all boats to rise in this economic situation that we are in now. And friends, ask the people who challenge you whether or not they believe this. I will give you something very interesting to look for and something very interesting to understand when you ask the right questions. When you ask the right questions, you get the right ammunition that you need to defeat any type of opposition to your position, because they will tell you out of their own mouths why they think the way they do. Ask them when you're called a racist. Well, why do you think I'm a racist? And if they only say because you're Republican, then I just armed you with other questions to ask them. If it's only because you're a conservative, then I've given you other questions to ask them. My friends, these are times now where we must send forth men and women of courage, not only armed with answers and also statistics, but friends, we are in a situation now where our young people are looking for phonies. And the first evidence of a phony is that they cannot answer your questions. They can only give you their talking points. The Democrats only give talking points. The president has been asking the right question. And when it comes to this COVID things, he asked two questions. He asked, first of all, if the masks work. And if the masks work, why should we shut down all of American business? And if the masks don't work, why are we wearing them? My friends, I have not heard an answer to those questions. Although I do believe that the COVID cloud is lifting, but in its wake will be a cloud of political discontent and political malcontent that will arise in our street, I believe, regardless of who wins this race. And so instead of combating the opposition with the knowledge that we have, let's overwhelm them with questions that they must answer for themselves. A question is always answered, first of all, in the mind of the person who has been asked. Unless there's somebody who shoots off at the mouth without thinking, they'll turn that question over in their head. Grandpa used to say, be certain just to speak once, think about it several times before you give your answer. The man did not have an education, but you could not beat his wisdom. That same wisdom must now be applied to us, especially as we head toward the final 39 days of this campaign. America, we do stand on the brink of losing the greatest nation on the face of the planet, the greatest success story the world has ever known. And when that happens, God forbid, if that happens, we will be the ones asking the questions. What happened? Why? Did I spend too much time telling? Did I spend too much time telling instead of selling the story that has made this nation absolutely the greatest light to the rest of the world? And the question that I'll leave you with, that you should ask every man, woman, boy, and girl that you come in contact with, and this will surely tell you their worldview, it'll tell you their political view, it'll tell you their mindset, my friends. Is America an exceptional nation? Could your story be told in any other country where your ancestral roots may have come from? Friends, I can stand here, sit here. I'm actually in Florida today, and I'll be headed back home tomorrow or Monday. But my story could not be told anywhere else. I was born in a hospital called Confederate Memorial Hospital, and I see that there is a move to change the culture of our nation, to cancel culture in our nation. Again, I say to you, I was born in Confederate Memorial Hospital in Shreveport, Louisiana. If you change that one item on my birth certificate, my entire history changes. I want to remind all of us, don't be afraid. Don't run away from the accusations of white guilt and all of that type of thing. Because if you run now, they'll continue to have you running. And unfortunately, that is what has happened to us in the past. We have run away from being called ugly names. But friends, you better understand, they'll call you ugly names anyway. So stand for Republican principles. Stand for the leadership principles that you have stood for in the past, Pennsylvania. We need you. This president must have Pennsylvania. There's time for you to start asking questions and then telling our story. The story of liberty, the story of freedom, the story of America, the good news of Jesus Christ and the good news of America. The Judeo-Christian ethic is a winning formula, regardless of where you are, who you're talking to, and what you are doing. The man sitting at the pool of Bethesda that Jesus spoke to on that fateful day when he restored to him his ability to walk. He first asked him a question. Do you want to be made whole? America, Pennsylvania, that is a question for us. Do we want to be made whole? And if the answer to that question is yes, then we must give them, through the power of our faith that has brought this country from where it was to where it is, we must give them the definitive solution. Rise up, walk. That's the command, America, to all of us. Rise up, walk. I want to thank you again for having me here. I'm sorry that I was late to the Skype and all of that. I live from coast to coast. I live in a time change environment, and really, I forgot what time it was. But thank you so much for having me. God bless you. God keep you all, and may God bless America. Pray for our president. Pray for his family. Pray for every member of his family that God will keep him safe. Donald John Trump, Melania, Barron, Ivanka, Eric, Don Jr., and Tiffany. Call them by name when you lift them up in prayer. In Jesus' name, we thank you for this privilege.
Well, thank you very much, Reverend Bryant. I'm David Taylor, chairman of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And you, of course, as the viewers know, this event was supposed to have been held earlier this year. We're grateful to be back some 6 months later. One of the invitations that we had extended back in the spring was to the Speaker of the House, Mike Turzai from Allegheny County. Of course, now Speaker Turzai has retired and is in the private sector, but certainly he leaves a long and lasting legacy in Pennsylvania. And before we go to John Gizzi for his conversation with former Speaker Turzai, we want to bring you this tribute video to the Speaker and his distinguished career.
fundamentally, why is the state in the business of selling wine and spirits? The vast majority of states have a private sector system. Sometimes in Pennsylvania, the incremental is actually revolutionary. And getting that over the goal line and boxing Wolf into signing it was in some ways revolutionary itself. I had a lot of young members. They began to just make it clear that this mattered to them too, and that they wanted to show that they were really behind limited government and wanted to make a difference. And when we passed it, it was historic. It was historic. 105 votes. I'll never forget the day. Yes, it's convenience, but it's also showing the rest of the country, and to a certain extent the world, that Pennsylvania is moving out of an antiquated system and into the 21st century. I grew up in Allegheny County during a time when unemployment was nearly 20% with the collapse of the steel industry. And here we have all these brownfield sites, many of them on the rivers, that used to have manufacturing facilities that paid people great wages. And then you see this development in natural gas. Wolf runs and he wants to punish it or tax it. And they're the big bad enemies, the natural gas companies, not employers who actually employ people for great family sustaining wages. So we did a tax credit under Governor Corbett. I had to get the votes. I was majority leader. We got 144 votes. To get that vote on that tax credit, and then, and today, go down to see the Shell petrochemical facility, Shell Polymers. 6,500 skilled tradespeople building that facility. Over 150 cranes. These are Western Pennsylvanians. Carpenters, electricians, laborers, operating engineers, steam fitters, iron workers. Beaver County has gone from 4 hotels to 31 hotels. They built an entirely new water treatment facility plant. Shell built that for the communities where they're putting that building. Cleaner water, better schools, family sustaining jobs. That can happen all over Pennsylvania. Terra 2 Hill has a bill to identify every brownfield and abandoned manufacturing site in the state so that we can start turning them into these type of facilities that have great family sustaining jobs. She says she has a brownfield site sitting in the middle of Hazleton. She uses the phrase, let's take the rust off the Rust Belt. Let's put people in great family sustaining jobs. We need that tax credit on Wolf's desk. It will transform the Northeast as the facility is beginning to do in the Southwest. One of the things that happened under Governor Corbett when I became majority leader, we had this welfare human services reform task force. Some of them started with this thing called cash assistance. You know, it was debilitating because it was a disincentive to go work. Oftentimes seeing these EBT cards as part of these drug transactions. Folks, we provide health insurance, Medicaid. We do CHIP for children. Think of people's needs. Are we meeting their direct needs? Health insurance. We do public education. Have to make sure it's good. We're spending record amounts. We do, with respect to heating, there's a LIHEAP program, partly federal funded, but for those that are having trouble paying their heating bills, we make sure that their heating bills get paid. Food stamps, TANF, partly federal, partly state, we administer it, food stamps to make sure that you have nutrition. When I became majority leader in 2011, 8% unemployment. We are at less than 4% unemployment today. Now, some of that's the president's policies and the changes that have happened on a federal level, without a doubt. But a lot of it is because we have been steady and stable in our governance of Pennsylvania. We do not overly spend. We look at our revenues. We present and accomplish balanced budgets. We don't willy-nilly increase taxes or tax rates. We have turned the trajectory around in Pennsylvania. We're moving in a positive direction because we are steady and stable and responsible, and we want to create economic opportunity. Pennsylvania has the third highest average starting teacher salary, the second highest average teacher salary. We contribute over $5 billion to the teachers' pensions. But in terms of performance, there are areas that are not succeeding, and it is not because of money, and parents should have choices. My dad was a public school teacher. My brother's a public school teacher. I've got one boy who's graduated from a high school, public school, and another that's going to. But I also had one in a small Catholic school, and Lydia and I could afford it, but not everybody can. School choice allows parents, grandparents, guardians, and children to make the best decision for his or her child. There's going to be more and more opportunities for charters across the state, and there should be. One size does not fit all. A baby, an unborn child, has a heartbeat. You can detect a heartbeat, somewhere along what, 6 to 8 weeks time? By 18 weeks, I think it is. They have every organ that you or I have. They have every organ. All their fingers, all their toes. They can feel pain. And then, some people want to eliminate an unborn child because there's been a diagnosis for Down syndrome. Karen Gaffney, who has an honorary degree, spoke, and she said, there are those that feel that Down syndrome is incompatible with life. Incompatible with life is what she said. I'm not incompatible with life. I don't like to castigate people. I want to find some common ground to reduce the number of abortions in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I want to have a civil and loving debate. But in the end, I do think the violence of abortion tears down the mom, tears down the family, tears down community, and we have to build up. Every human being can contribute in some very positive way. And our state level of funding with respect to child care services and for services for those born with disabilities, they're at record levels. It's not like we're not taking care of our responsibility to help the most vulnerable once they're born, because we do. Both matter. The 28th District, which has elected me since 2001, I love the families and the folks that I represent. And that includes the citizens of the town of McCandless, the borough of Franklin Park, the borough of Bradford Woods, Marshall Township, Pine Township, and at one point, Richland Township. You get to meet such great people that really, very caring. I tell my members, if this is getting to your family, this job's not worth having. And if you can't, get in the car and drive home. I have to travel the whole state in my role as speaker and in my role as majority leader. I have a rule of thumb. I do not spend the night, even if I'm up in Susquehanna County or Wayne County, I get home that night. If it's at 2 or 3 in the morning, I'm home. I want to go to these communities, and I love them. Seeing all the various communities in Pennsylvania, it's just, people are so endearing, and they're so warm, and they're friendly, and they, we all have the same goals, in our communities and our families. I read this in this little book, a Hallmark book of some type, and it said, don't say you need quality time with your kids. No, you just need time with your kids. Any time with your kids is quality time. Any time with your wife or husband is quality time. It's making the most of it. Can we all be better? Yeah, I can definitely be better, for sure. I could be better. I look back and I could be better on lots of fronts. But it's putting in the time, and it's letting them know that they are first. If they call, you take the call. I tell that to every member. If your wife or husband calls, you take that call. Drop whatever else you're doing and take the call. They got to know you're first. And if they don't think they're first, then why would they support you?
That's a tough act to follow, but then again, Mike Turzai has always been a tough act to follow, and I can say that. I knew him when he first ran for office back in 1998. He was the Republican nominee against Bill Klink, then the Democratic congressman, and out in western Pennsylvania. And a funny thing happened to him on his way to Congress. He was happy to learn he placed second. But, you know, Ronald Reagan once said there are second acts in life, and in politics that is oh so true. The last three presidents before Donald Trump all began their political careers by losing races for Congress. John Kerry, U.S. Senator, presidential nominee, and Secretary of State, also started his career with a race for the House that was unsuccessful. And now we have somebody here who, of course, did have quite a second act and quite a run in politics. 3 years after his race for Congress, House seat opened up when Joan Orey went on to the state Senate, and sure enough, Mike Turzai was Representative Turzai, albeit State Representative Turzai. He went on to be Majority Leader and Speaker of the House for 3 terms, and he's here with us today. Welcome, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, John, thank you for having me, and to the Pennsylvania Leadership Council, what an honor to be here.
Well, one of the things that's an obvious question is you served as Speaker for 3 terms, and what was your biggest accomplishment presiding over a House where you had a majority as high as 122, I believe?
Yes. You know, it's interesting. We had a Democratic governor, Tom Wolf, during that entire tenure. But we still had significant legislation that we accomplished. And it was in many ways because we backed the governor into a corner between the House and the Senate. One, we did privatization. We originally put full privatization of the wine and spirits. And why? Because it's not solely that you can go and buy something in a grocery store, although the convenience is nice. It's really because if you believe in limited government, what are the areas that we should not be in? And that would be, I think, the first one that would come to your mind. He vetoed that. Wolf vetoed our full privatization bill. But we came back within a year, and we put one on his desk that allowed for the sale of wine and additional beer in grocery stores and convenience stores. And it was really a first step, given that Governor Thornburg, Governor Ridge, Governor Corbett had all talked about it. We got it done. Second, public pension reform. One of the few states that actually moved to a defined contribution type plan for all new employees, a 401k type plan, and, you know, our escalating debt on the public pension table. We have 2 of them, state employees and school employees. We're the only one that did it for both pension systems. We moved into a defined contribution type plan moving forward. The other thing that we did is we continued to enhance school choice. The governor was always fighting for increased money for public education, which we did, always invested more each and every year. But one of the trade-offs for that was there had to be more money for the Educational Improvement Tax Credit scholarships and for the Opportunity scholarships, such that I think we are the highest amount of scholarship money other than the state of Florida in the United States of America. And it was just upheld in the Espinoza case.
All right.
It was a Montana plan, but it was based on Pennsylvania's plan.
You certainly were able to put Governor Wolf into a box at different points and come out ahead of the game.
Yes.
There's no argument on that. But let's go back to his predecessor. When Tom Corbett became governor, people were saying Pennsylvania has the trifecta Republicans salivate over. Republican House, Republican Senate, and a man to sign the bills at the state capitol. Do you think you could have done more with the Republican governor? And let me refer to something specific. Former Governor Scott Walker of Wisconsin, faced with a similar situation, moved to end collective bargaining for most public employees in something that riveted the nation and a whole saga I covered in person. Why didn't the Republicans in the legislature pursue a similar course when you had the governor who would have signed it?
It's interesting. Governor Corbett, as you know, was more middle of the road. He was not a right of center from his political perspective. Good man, an outstanding attorney general, and as you know, when he came into office, we were in the minority in the House. We went back into the majority, and I think our number was 110. Of course, we ended up growing that to 122 ultimately, and now it's back around 110. But the key there was Governor Corbett's was really most focused on increasing the amount of money to go to construction of highways, roads, and bridges. That was really his top agenda item. He wanted to increase the gas tax to fix infrastructure in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He was less interested in public pension reform and in privatizing the sale of wine and spirits. Now, there was a movement on foot to disallow the collection of union dues from a government perspective. And I was on board with that because that was in addition to a type of check on the public unions, it was also an ethical issue. Government should not be in the business of taking out union dues. People should be able to make that decision on their own. Myself, though, many of my colleagues, and myself included as time went on, our relationship with the private sector unions, particularly the trades, your steam fitters, your operating engineers, electricians, plumbers, iron workers, laborers, really, we embraced the relationship. Many of our members, particularly in the Southeast, had it, some in the Southwest too. But really, we became allies on many fronts. And today, I think it's one of the strongest alliances in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we were the ones that put that into gear. And our focus really became on how do you move forward on school choice, aspects of limited government like privatizing wine and spirits, and public pension reform moving forward.
Right. Well, let me take it a step further. Another centrist governor, Rick Snyder of Michigan, in fact, someone who's a Republican for Biden now, nonetheless had his Republican legislature pass right to work and signed it in a major industrial state where this would have been thought of as out of the question. With another more conservative governor, would Pennsylvania have right to work today?
No. The votes would not have been there for right to work. I understand ideologically where people were, but the relationships that had developed with our allies in the trades, I would just say that overall the perspective is that issues like prevailing wage should be left alone. These individuals are in the private sector. They don't get paid if they don't work. They don't get paid if they're not collecting health care benefits, or they don't get their health care benefits if they're not working because they contribute to their own pensions. And if they have to pass drug tests, they have to go through significant educational training. We think that the focus should be on career and technical training and on school choice. We're pro-charter school, we're pro-scholarships, and we're pro-career and technical education, all at the same time while investing in public education so that everybody has opportunity. That really was our focus.
All right. So you're saying no matter who the governor is, even if Republicans control the legislature, ending collective bargaining and right to work are pretty much out of the question.
It would be very difficult, yes. Okay. Now, on the issue of not being able to have the state or local governments collect your union dues, there was a sizable subset of members, myself included, who felt that the government should not be involved with that. We did do a vote when under Governor Wolf, and I think our high water mark was a little over 90. We did not have 102 votes for that.
All right. Explain fair share to our viewers.
Yes. It was my first really significant issue that I worked on when I came into the legislature. Legal liability reform or tort reform. I was high at my list. Now I'm an attorney, but I had just seen how the legal system had been abused significantly, really by the trial lawyers. And then they would go about trying to make sure that our judges are elected in Pennsylvania at all levels, including the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. They wanted to make sure that there was going to be trial lawyers in the judge positions. And we felt that there had to be changes in the legal system, caps on damages overall, caps on punitive damages, but the Fair Share Act was there's this doctrine, and I was the first person to introduce a bill on this, called joint and several liability. And if you were found even 1% at fault and you had the deep pocket, you would have to pick up the tab for 100% of, that's who they'd come after, the deep pocket. And what did that do? That encouraged plaintiffs' attorneys to bring in as many defendants as possible and to come up with any tangential relationship, and these judges wouldn't kick those claims out of court, as I think they should have. And we got that done. We passed it not once, not twice, 3 times. We passed it under Schweiker, was overturned by the state Supreme Court on procedural grounds. We passed it under Rendell, he vetoed it, and finally, that was really our opening bill in the state house when Governor Corbett came in, and it was one of the first bills that got signed into law, was that really monumental legal liability reform.
You could have been Speaker for life if you wanted, or I should say, as long as Republicans held the lower house in Harrisburg. Why did you retire from the position and yield your gavel voluntarily?
You know, I'm a citizen legislator, right? That's what you are. And moving forward, I just felt like 3 terms as Speaker of the Pennsylvania House was such a great honor. 2 terms as Majority Leader. Yeah. And prior to that, I was the Minority Whip and really helped to lead the charge to take back the majority in 2010. We went out and we recruited like-minded conservatives across the state, raised the money, had an agenda that was focused on private sector job creation, integrity in government, traditional values. You know, most of us are pro-life in our perspective. Right. You know, the dignity of each and every person from you know, the unborn till your last breath on earth.
Womb to tomb.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my goodness, what a great an encapsulation of it. We went out and helped members get elected, and at a certain point, it's time to pass the torch, right? And there's a great leadership team, and they needed some runway moving into this election cycle, and it was opportune. And I believe that the recovery from COVID is not going to be led by government. It's going to be led by the private sector, and I had a private sector opportunity.
Well, COVID certainly has been a problem for the incumbent governor, who has 2 years left as a lame duck. And assuming Republicans hold the legislature, I can see the words of Alfred Lord Tennyson surrounding Tom Wolfe, that power ignores a dying king. How do you see his final 2 years if Republicans have the legislature?
You know, the key for the Republican legislators is to continue to focus on the private sector. Where's the opportunity for growth? Where's the recovery going to come from? Look, under President Trump, on 2 fronts, his policies with respect to the tax cuts and his policies with respect to trade, whereby he's focused on manufacturing in the United States and energy independence in the United States, and the fact that he had a regulatory overhaul, actually three fronts, changed the dynamics in this country and improved the opportunities in terms of jobs for everybody, including in an industrial state like Pennsylvania. But we too had been focused on that as Republican legislators, jobs. We held off the severance tax. Why? Because we felt that the opportunities from natural gas, which is the cleanest fossil fuel, and where the Shell petrochemical facility employed, 7,500 tradespersons in building that facility. And then we had a tax credit that the governor vetoed, but then a compromise came subsequent to my leaving up in the Northeast. But it was my idea, and my good friend Aaron Coffer ran with it, but it was an idea I had for some time, to allow for agribusiness using natural gas to really have opportunities to grow in terms of manufacturing in our state, primarily in the Northeast region of the state, you know, around Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, and Hazleton. Those opportunities is where the House and the Senate need to focus. We can, and it's already happening, people are doing it themselves. You know, the private sector is about bringing jobs back to Pennsylvania, to the United States. Focus on those private sector opportunities. Diverse energy, diverse manufacturing have to be a part of the mix in this state.
Mm-hmm. Now, did the fracking enterprise, the fracking opportunity, as some say, grow under your speakership?
It did, and in large part because we focused on using the natural gas that we have in our state to the benefit of our citizens.
Right.
And what we saw from the get-go was that you could improve the lives of citizens, not just in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but in counties like Beaver, Washington, Westmoreland, Butler, Indiana, Armstrong, that surround Pittsburgh, that are part rural, part small town. And many of those towns all across Pennsylvania had shuttered. You know, go up to Route 6, you know, across the northern tier. You go into towns like, you know, or counties, I should say, like Tioga and McKean and Susquehanna. The opportunities from natural gas and the growth that has come with it has improved those communities in ways for their citizens that we hadn't seen for years. And without that opportunity to be able to develop the natural gas here and to turn it into a petrochemical facility product, the plastics, and or into the agribusiness products like ammonia, that's great for the citizens of Pennsylvania.
Two questions to you as Citizen Turzai. Number one, now that you're out, do you think there should be, as there is in the Congress, a term limit on the speakership and committee chairman in the House?
It has certainly been an idea that has been debated in the State House of Representatives. I'm going to leave that to my successors, you know, to grapple with that issue. But I will say that there was somewhat of a groundswell that they felt that there should be at least some type of a process that allows for other folks to have that opportunity to serve in those roles.
And remember, Pennsylvania used to limit their governor to one term.
Yes, yeah, for quite some time. I think Shapp was the first one.
Shapp was the first in 1970. Now, final question. You explored and were seriously in the water as a gubernatorial candidate in 2018. You're a private citizen now. You don't have the constraints that a Speaker of the House did with a constituency of over 100. Will you look at the governorship in 2022?
Let me tell you right now, I'm so blessed to have this private sector opportunity and to help Pennsylvania move forward in terms of energy independence and providing low-cost natural gas through really we're a utility. Through utility and making sure that it's safe. That's number one, safe. You have to be safe, cost affordable, take care of its citizens. You get a towel out of a dryer, or if you power up an electric plant, or you want to have a warm home at an affordable cost, and making sure that those opportunities are there for every citizen, no matter what their income. I'm serving the people of Pennsylvania in the private sector, and I'm honored to do it with a great group of individuals. And I will tell you that I think Pennsylvania is poised for a private sector rebound after this COVID, just like it was pre, and I want to be a part of that endeavor.
Spoken like someone who's been in public life enough to be inoculated, but certainly not to be addicted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, John. What an honor. And I have to tell you, I have read your materials going back to Human Events. I know you're with Newsmax. You are so principled and balanced. For me to share the stage with you today is quite an honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The feeling is mutual. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in.
Let's talk about the American dream. Yeah, that. So when did the dream turn into this kind of reality? 62% of Americans believe the system is rigged against them. Spoiler alert, they're right. The economy doesn't always work for average Joes like you anymore. And guess who's behind the curtain? Hold it. The government works for us, right? Wrong. From City Hall to the Capitol Dome, insiders call the shots, making it rain, handouts, backroom deals. We're talking billions for special interests and backroom buddies, and not you. So how do they do it? Tax deals that help out their cronies. Sure, they try and fool you, calling them tax extenders. Come on, Congress, fix this. And not to go all conspiracy theory, but there's even a special bank set up just for these kind of deals, codename XM. Lends out billions to the fat cats so they can land foreign contracts. Guess whose dough's on the line? Hello, taxpayer, that'd be you. But hey, America, wake up call. We don't have to put up with this. When the government plays favorites, somebody's gonna lose, and it doesn't have to be us anymore. It's time to unrig the economy so everybody wins. Join us. The American dream belongs to all of us. Tell Congress to unrig the economy.
And the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference continues. We're about to go into a very important panel discussion that should be of concern to every Pennsylvanian because it's your money that's at stake. But just a reminder, you are watching the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And still to come today, we have a very long agenda, and it's also very exciting because after we have our panel on the state budget, we are going to be joined here live at the ballroom of the Radisson Penn Harris Convention Center in Camp Hill by U.S. Representative Scott Perry. After that, we are going to have a Skype interview with John Fund, who is a longtime friend of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, joining us from New York City. We are going to have a video presentation from our U.S. Senator, Pat Toomey, and then David Taylor is going to have a conversation with Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler. Our lunchtime presentation today will begin with Lawrence Tabus, the chairman of the Pennsylvania Republican State Committee, followed by a panel presentation that will be moderated by Jeffrey Lord. But right now, we want to go to Ashley Klingensmith, and Ashley is the Pennsylvania State Director of Americans for Prosperity Pennsylvania. She previously held staff positions with the state Senate and also with Congressman Keith Rothfuss. The topic of discussion today is going to be the upcoming state budget. And the title of our presentation is Competitive, Simple, and Fair, the Trifecta for Comprehensive Tax Reform. Here with the panel is Ashley Klingensmith.
Loman, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. It is wonderful to see everyone, albeit virtually. Yes, I serve as State Director with Americans for Prosperity Pennsylvania. And you know, we are committed to working with anyone to do good, to break down the government-erected barriers that are keeping folks from realizing their version of the American dream, whatever that unique version is. And so we work with folks who are closest to the problems, right, in their communities. We work with the grassroots, and we equip them and we empower them to really be change agents in the policy conversations that are happening. And so we believe that we have certainly identified a problem, and that is, you know, Pennsylvania's economic climate and our kind of onerous tax burdens that we face here. But we also think there is a solution in comprehensive tax reform, a bold policy solution. We think that's just what we need. You know, almost a year ago, last October, we held a lobby day with activists from across the Commonwealth, and we visited a lot of members and just started to talk about principles that we believe could guide their decision making in getting to a really good comprehensive tax reform product. And so we've been talking about three different principles. First, competitiveness. Look, Pennsylvania has the third highest corporate tax rate in the nation. That makes us less competitive. We can do better. We need to do better. Second, we've been talking about simplicity. We've been saying that Pennsylvania needs to eliminate kind of our outdated income classification system, and that we also need to simplify all of the different taxing authorities that we have. And finally, third, fairness. Pennsylvania gives away hundreds of millions in corporate welfare annually, and it's something that we think we've got to address. Let's eliminate tax credits in favor of lowering the overall rates. So I am elated to talk about, some of what that looks like today with a great group of panelists. We have Jonathan Williams joining us from ALEC. We have Representative Greg Rothman joining us, and we have Mr. Douglas Henry joining us. And I am going to give each of them a more robust introduction when we get to them. But I just want to set the stage a bit. You know, North American Moving Services every year issues a migration report. And for the past 2 years, Pennsylvania has been listed as the top 5 outbound migration states, in the top 5. And the number one reason listed was a desire for people to leave for more tax-friendly states. Kiplinger lists us as 7th least friendly state in the nation. You know I'm the last man standing in my family. My mother went to Tennessee, my dad went to Ohio, my aunt went to Delaware, and all were principally driven to those places for better economic climates. I want to share something that Troy, an entrepreneur from York County, told me last December. He said, I've been interested in real estate investments and business ventures for about a decade. After I purchased my last commercial property for my main business to occupy, I started looking for more investment property. As I explored my options, it became clear that selling my single occupant light industrial property to free up capital would probably be in my best interest. And as my budget grew, both my realtor and my accountant asked me why I was looking at property in Pennsylvania. My realtor is a friend, and my accountant prefers that I make good investments, and they both recommended that I look to other states. You know, Troy's story is not unique. There's a lot of those all across the state. And look, to keep people like Troy and attract new businesses and new families to Pennsylvania, we've got to start expanding our workforce and bench of businesses. And so we should consider bold, transformative policy like comprehensive tax reform. It has paid dividends in states like North Carolina, who was actually in that North American Moving Services report listed in the top inbound migration states, and that can largely be attributed to the attention they have paid to comprehensive tax reform. They were a state that was ranked 21st in the Rich States, Poor States Index in 2010, and just a decade later ranked 5th in that same index. They took kind of a piecemeal approach to tax reform, slowly phasing in phases over about 6 years, starting in 2013. On that same index, Pennsylvania ranks 39th. You know, Representative Seth Grove recently told me broad-based tax reform is full of political minds, Ashley, but sometimes you need to just say, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. And so I am so excited to welcome Jonathan Williams, the Chief Economist and Vice President for the Center of State Fiscal Reform at the American Legislative Exchange Council, where he works with state policymakers, congressional leaders, and members of the private sector to develop fiscal policy solutions for the states. He co-authors that study I just cited, Rich States, Poor States, the Alec Laffer Economic State Competitive Index, with Reagan economist Dr. Art Laffer and Stephen Moore. Jonathan regularly travels more than 100,000 miles a year, having visited all 50 states. So he is really the perfect panelist to share some perspective on what states from across the nation have done. So Jonathan, welcome. The floor is yours. Would love to know kind of how tax reform has, taken shape in some other states and how you see Pennsylvania starting to make headway on this issue.
Well, thank you, Ashley, and greetings from the land of make-believe here in Washington, D.C., as I often say. And I wish I could be with you in person, but give my best to everyone. And I'm glad to hear you're taking up this topic because it's such an important topic for the future of Pennsylvania. And as I travel to 50 states, maybe less physically this year, unfortunately, than usual, but still in touch with our state policymakers all across the country. I know we're grappling with some difficult economic and budgetary times. And certainly the states that did, I think, over the top, overly aggressive lockdowns of their economies without concern for people's livelihoods in many cases. And unfortunately, I know your governor was among those that took some of the most extreme approaches. Those states are seeing some of the most difficult budget challenges ahead, where other states that had good tax policy and competitiveness in their economies beforehand and resisted some of the over-the-top calls to shut down people's livelihoods, those states are actually going to come out of this in relatively good shape. Another kind of interesting takeaway as it relates to tax reform, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that North Carolina example that you mentioned, because that I think is the gold standard for tax reform over the last decade across the states that we've tracked it. But one of the other interesting things is we just got numbers from the government on this federally, and we see that the states that overly rely on income taxes, whether they be business income taxes or personal income taxes, any capital-based tax, those states are seeing the biggest revenue downturns. And this is not a surprise. We've followed this for decades, and we see exactly that play out. And it's not just good for economic growth and the growth of livelihoods of individuals and businesses to get tax rates down, especially on income taxes. It actually is healthy for crafting a reliable state budget as well. And so the states that are in the biggest crisis mode right now shouldn't be surprised. California, New York, New Jersey, states like that overly rely on income taxes. But the North Carolina example is a really important one. They were a state that had a tax code that was really littered with special favoritism, high tax rates, and unfortunately, I guess in the case of pro-growth tax reform, they had a leadership of that state for more than 100 years that was run by one party, and that allowed it to get littered with lots of special favorites in the code. And what I think when Speaker Tom Tillis, who sat on our ALEC Board of Directors, now U.S. Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina, when he took the majority, and they had some great legislators and they had an executive branch partner there in Governor Pat McCrory, they took a look at the tax code and said, we need to do better. And they reduced rates on individuals, on businesses. And I often pose this as a question for legislators in other states. The corporate income tax, which I know is one of the very highest in Pennsylvania, and we'll be talking more about that on today's panel, is a huge inhibitor to job creation in the Commonwealth. In North Carolina, their corporate income tax rate now is 2.5%, the lowest of any state in America that levies a corporate income tax. So they went from above average corporate income tax rate to now the lowest in America of a state that has one. They also reduced income taxes on individuals and went to a flat tax. Of course, Pennsylvania's taken advantage of that for many years on the individual side. North Carolina also importantly killed the death tax, which is something that is not only bad tax policy, but I think fundamentally unfair and violates that important principle actually that you talked about of fairness. It's something that drives apart family businesses and farms, and that's something that North Carolina did away with. Now, how did they get there? How did they have the revenue to do it? First of all, they took advantage of the concept of the Laffer curve, which is when you cut taxes, you get more economic activity. They've had hundreds of thousands of new taxpayers vote with their feet, as we say, from high tax states into a state like North Carolina, and they've seen the revenue effects in a way. They've kept surplus dollars. They were able to put away billions in rainy day funds, their unemployment insurance funds, things that are coming in very handy right now, of course, in this pandemic and this budget situation that we're in. But they also took away some of the special favoritism in the tax code. And I think that's a key aspect that we've seen play out successfully in so many other states that have done tax reform well. I think I would also add in the region, Indiana, starting under Governor Mitch Daniels and then Governor Mike Pence, of course, also took this incremental approach to buy down individual and corporate tax rates to become more competitive. And they did through spending prioritization and making sure that they weren't taking advantage of hardworking taxpayers' dollars and overspending. And they used that as really the way of buying down rates and becoming more competitive over time. So those are two, I think, of the most exciting that we've seen. Both of those states went from middle of the pack in rich states, poor states, now to the top 5 of our ranking. And I think they both provide really tangible pathways that Pennsylvania could follow to get out from nearly the bottom 10 in our ranking and become one of those states that is a turnaround state that is creating jobs, and you turn around this horrible problem of out-migration, because people don't go to places that are uncompetitive, and in many cases they don't stay in states, whether they like the state, whether they have family in the state. You can only keep them there so long if your policies are bad and you don't have the job creation to do so. So those are a few of my opening thoughts, Ashley, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be on this panel. There's so many great stories from these 50 laboratories of democracy that we have, and it's so important that states continue to make these decisions on their own. This idea of a federal bailout of states and the federal government coming in and taking away this decision making is exactly the wrong approach. States need to govern themselves, and they need to have the ability to innovate and create policies that differentiate themselves. And of course, we see that every year in the states that are being more competitive and cutting taxes and being positive for taxpayers and families.
Absolutely. Jonathan, thank you so much. I look forward to seeing folks like Representative Rothman, passing legislation, and then we can start ascending the ranks of your index, and we look forward to being cited amongst your success stories. So thank you so much. I am thrilled to have the perspective of a business owner here in the Commonwealth. Just share kind of what our tax climate has done with respect to him thinking about expanding, thinking about opening up additional locations, maybe where that has sent him. But Mr. Henry has concentrated most of his recent professional activities as a multiple plant manufacturing CEO. His company is Henry Molded Products Incorporated. These endeavors have led to interest in sustainable applications for packaging, horticulture, recycled solid waste industry development, and custom products. Everything is produced from 100% recycled paper fiber, which punctuates a positive environmental profile. Before assuming the helm of his company, he spent a number of years as a business operational consultant. This often pertained to business development and venture management, which continues to be an ongoing involvement. A former member of the Federal Reserve and a former member of the Federal Reserve's Business Council Board, and he now serves on the National Board of NFIB. So, Mr. Henry, welcome, first of all, and I would just value hearing kind of the impact from your optics and the seat from which you sit of our high corporate net income tax rate, what the code being fraught with hundreds of millions in corporate welfare kind of has meant to you. But thank you so much for just sharing.
Well, good morning, Ashley. Thanks for including me. Our perspective is one that's echoed throughout the independent business community throughout the country, not to mention Pennsylvania. But we all know about Pennsylvania's manufacturing heritage, and we're a card-carrying case study. We're 56 years young, having been headquartered here just that long, another plant down in South Carolina, and another over in operation in the UK. I mean, I can personally testify those tantalizing and tempting inducements from other states with differential advantages on the tax front and just in terms of business-friendly hospitality are many and vast. And I can tell you that even our friends down in South Carolina, there's some substantial differential advantages looking at the two states. However, Pennsylvania's strategic location, not to mention our heritage here, certainly gives it many trade-off advantages. Corporate net income tax differential is huge, but resources are really what's our biggest challenge, especially in today's environment. How did we manage to grow and grow very aggressively in the last couple of years? Well, it was enlightened tax policy, both federally, but not so much here in our own backyard. We got to increase our capacity over 20% since 2018 with the Tax Reform Act, coupled with some of the enhancements that came through with the depreciation enhancements, and what we need to do for sure, because it works. It's been demonstrated to work in these last 2 years throughout the country, not to mention here in Pennsylvania, and using those approaches will grow our own backyard industries, which I fervently believe we need to focus on. I'm all for recruitment for new businesses, but let's pay attention to those companies that need market and financial assistance and foundational support in our own backyard. So that's just a piece of where I'm coming from. We can attack both of those things at the same time with an enlightened integrated tax reform act.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. And before I head to and introduce Representative Greg Rothman, who has so kindly agreed to sit in for the now majority leader, Representative Kerry Benninghoff, I want to read something that he sent me. And these are in our now leader's words, who has really spearheaded the discussion, I think, under the dome about comprehensive tax reform. With Pennsylvania suffering from a historic budget shortfall because of the governor's far-reaching and devastating economic shutdown, PA must look at all possible solutions to balance its budget without raising taxes. One area of focus must be an overhaul of our state's tax structure. 2 years ago, I had a report commissioned from the Tax Foundation to look at PA's overall tax structure, and the recommendations from that report were clear. PA's current tax structure is outdated, complex, and cumbersome, and certainly less than competitive in the global marketplace. PA's tax structure needs a significant overhaul. A complete revamping of our tax structure is something I absolutely support because it just makes sense, even more so with today's challenges. At a time when PA is in desperate need of economic development, additional investment, and a competitive advantage to attract new economic opportunities, our antiquated tax structure should not stand in the way. The only way to permanently solve the problems facing PA is to grow our economy. To do that, we need a modern, responsive tax structure that is reliable and predictable, that benefits working people, and is welcoming to employers and new investment. If we want to foster a booming economy in PA, we need to be open to implementing holistic changes. I, like all of you, want PA to be a COVID-19 recovery success story. Now more than ever is the time for our caucus to be on the offensive with positive issues that benefit everyday working Pennsylvanians. We need to have a vision for the future and a recovery plan that works for all Pennsylvanians. Tax reform is a great place to start. So, Representative, welcome. Representative Greg Rothman represents the 87th Legislative District, which covers part of Cumberland County, indeed where we are sitting right now. He served our nation in the Marine Corps and the Marine Corps Reserves. He founded RSR Realtors, which grew to be one of the nation's largest real estate firms, one of the region's largest real estate firms. As a small business owner, he knows how out of control spending and higher taxes negatively impact our employers. His service both to our nation in the Marines and in the business sector led the President of the United States to appoint him to the National Veterans Business Development Corporation Board to encourage veterans to start entrepreneurial ventures. So welcome, Representative. I would love to hear from you how can Pennsylvania achieve tax reform? What does that look like? What are some of the key indicators of progress? And what can the grassroots do to help you guys achieve this?
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm a member of the Appropriations Committee, so we're trying to deal with a $5 billion deficit. But let's go back to what Dr. Laffer said about lowering tax rates. When Reagan cut the tax rates, the Kemp-Roth tax cuts, and I actually worked for Jack Kemp, the revenues to the federal government doubled over a course of 8 years. And Jack Kemp, late in his life, said to me, we made a mistake by saying we want to cut taxes because that scares the people who benefit from the taxes, which are, services and infrastructure. We want to cut tax rates, and actually cutting tax rates increases revenues. So Jonathan mentioned Indiana and North Carolina. I have a very good friend who's got a huge plasma company, and they're looking to relocate. He's from Pennsylvania. They're looking at Indiana and North Carolina. I said, not Pennsylvania? No, we have a corporate net income tax. It's 9.99%. And I've introduced a bill to lower it to 3.07. After hearing about North Carolina, I'm thinking about making it 2.07. If in anywhere else in a free market, you think about it, the people came to me who wanted to stop smoking. They said, let's raise the taxes on cigarettes so we get people to stop smoking. well, why do we want to raise taxes on production and get less of it? We want to cut the tax rates and create more revenue. And I also have the bill to eliminate the death tax, which is insidious and is unfair, and it affects the first dollar of that person, grandparent who dies and wants to leave something to their grandkids. The first dollar is affected in Pennsylvania. And it has real effects on our revenues, because I have constituents who have moved to North Carolina or who have moved to Florida because they don't want to pay the inheritance tax when they die. And they still have 20 years of productive life left in them. So it's about fairness, of course, but as an appropriator now, we want to create the revenues so that we have a budget that we can provide the services that people expect.
So what can, I know there's a lot of folks watching right now who consider themselves to be grassroots activists and advocates. What is the most helpful thing today, right now, as we head into this budget conversation? Obviously, we passed a 6-month kind of stopgap. What can folks do right now to help kind of drive this conversation with their members?
Yeah, so I got to make a pitch. We have an election coming up in 38 days. Not that anybody's counting. And we need Republicans. I mean, there are very few, if any, Democrats in the legislature that have any small business experience, that have any free market experience, who understand how the free market works. And I was telling my wife this morning, like, if you asked a Democrat in the House what 1 + 1 is, they'd start arguing about whether or not even 1 and 1 want to get together, and who, who's making them get together, and what's the, like, there isn't any even understanding of how the economy works. And that's why what the governor did when he started shutting down businesses and deciding which were essential and non-essential, it became such a disaster with people becoming unemployed, and then our unemployment system doesn't work, because he didn't understand the supply chain. And the worst story to me was they shut down all the laundromats. And I called the governor's office and said, you can't shut down laundromats. Well, why not? We're in an epidemic which has to do with, you want to clean stuff. People go to laundromats, and they thought only college students went to laundromats. So, so grassroots activists should get to know their legislator. They should get involved in these elections coming up, and they should talk to the policymakers about how tax reform affects them.
Yes. Okay. So everything has changed, right? And everything is different now in light of the pandemic. The IFO, I think you just mentioned, has estimated we are going to lose about $5 billion here in Pennsylvania in revenue by next June. We have to have transformative, big, bold ideas that are instituted. And so at AFP, we always want to give you the ability to make your voice heard in as efficient a way as possible. And so our call to action today for everyone watching, please visit AmericansForProsperity.ivolunteers, and that's plural, ivolunteers.com. And I want you all to search for the following action. It says 3 principles with which to fix the tax code. And that is a letter. It'll take you under a minute to sign, and it will be sent to both your member of the State House and member of the State Senate. And look, you heard that maybe sometimes this has traditionally kind of lived in maybe a partisan space, but everything is different now, and we are facing unprecedented challenges. And so perhaps we are going to be able to have conversations with members that we previously did not think was possible. And so we look forward to doing that. We're going to continue those conversations under the dome in district offices, continue to engage folks like Troy from York and Mr. Henry from Lebanon, and we need all of your help as well. We have got to apply pressure to do something big this year, because we have faced something big. And so it has been a real pleasure. I thank Loman Henry at PLC for having us. And again, I want to implore everyone, visit AmericansForProsperity.ivolunteers.com. You can go ahead and just search 3 principles with which to fix the tax code. That will generate a letter that you just simply can sign, and it'll shoot to both the inboxes of your state house member and your state senator. And we need them to kind of hear from you now more than ever. And so couldn't be more grateful for Mr. Henry from Representative Rothman. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us virtually. It was a pleasure to see you, and we look forward to talking with everyone watching in the very near future.
Thank you, Ashley. And on behalf of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, I'd like to express to Ashley and Americans for Prosperity, they have been a major sponsor of this event for a number of years, and we greatly appreciate their continued support of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. We still have many more speakers to come. We're going to be hearing in a little while from U.S. Senator Pat Toomey. We have John Fund from National Review, who is going to be Skyping into us in about 20 minutes or so. And of course, our lunchtime presentation will be with Lawrence Tabus, who is the chairman of the Pennsylvania Republican State Committee. But now we are pleased to have here with us in person at the Radisson Penn Harris Convention Center in Camp Hill, U.S. Representative Scott Perry. And it's always a special pleasure for me to introduce Congressman Perry. He's a longtime friend, and he has served our state and our nation in many capacities for many years. Scott served over 40 years in uniform, and he retired as a brigadier general from the Pennsylvania National Guard. He also served 3 terms in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives before being elected to Congress, and he now represents the 12th Congressional District here in Pennsylvania. Please welcome to the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, Congressman Scott Perry.
Well, thank you very much, Lohman. It's great to be with you. As you've said, we have been longtime friends. When I became involved in the political enterprise, as maybe certainly you know, Lohman, but maybe people don't know, one of the first campaigns I worked on was the Lohman-Henry campaign, and it's been a great relationship ever since. Folks, it's just great to be with you and great to be with the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. This is something that we look forward to every year, and of course, under the circumstances, it had to be postponed. But it's just great to know that we're able to put it together and to reach out and be with you in your homes and talk about the things that are important to us. I want to just give you a kind of an update about what's happening in Washington, D.C., specifically from this Congress. And I lament to say that we've had 2 years essentially to do some great things for the American people, and we've left a lot on the table. And I will just in particular point out the Transportation and Infrastructure Bill. Now, I am a proud member of that committee, and of course it's very important to Pennsylvania and states like Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania in particular has an old infrastructure. It's an old state, and so we have a lot of things that need attention. And on this occasion, we have a president, of course, that is very interested in improving our infrastructure across the country, and then, of course, including Pennsylvania. And so there's an opportunity here. And infrastructure habitually has been one of those issues that has cut across partisan lines. It doesn't matter, Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative. Every state, every county, every municipality has things that they need. And so we have to work out the details. It doesn't mean it's easy or that we always agree, but we know that these things need to be dealt with and they need to be handled. And of course, we have a president that would be willing to take on these issues in a way that we have not seen in many years. And typically, that bill and that discussion would happen at the beginning of the term because it takes a while to put these things together. And of course, we got to get it through the House, got to get through the committee, through the House, then on to the Senate, come to some agreement with the administration, and then move it forward from there. And that never happened really. And until recently, we did move a bill out of the committee, so that's good. But I just want to tell you about that process. So it was a bill that was not conceived in the committee. So when I say that, of course, you're put on a committee because you're going to focus your attention on the issues of that committee so that you have some expertise and you're in the discussion about those things. And unfortunately, that's not how the bill came. The bill came from leadership to the committee. So committee members have no ownership of the bill. They haven't fought for things or argued on behalf of certain things, maybe won an argument and lost an argument. It's just presented to them. So we went through it, and it was a multiple day markup. And when I say markup, that's when we literally take the bill and we make amendments to it. So you cross this out and you add this in, you mark it up. So a multiple day markup on this bill, which was, again, sent by leadership to the committee. And essentially, the bill was passed on a partisan basis. So Republicans were voting in opposition, Democrats were voting for, and some of those things can happen. And again, unfortunately, in the past, this has been a bipartisan effort for most accounts. but on this occasion, completely partisan, and then it went forward from there. And you would think that, look, that's regrettable enough, because every state has very specific and defined needs and challenges to meet. But after that fact, so we moved it out of committee, it came to the House floor. And at that time, between the time and the week and a half from the committee action to the House floor, $1 trillion was added to that bill, and I think about 1,400 pages of extra policy and legislation. And so that just furthered the divide between Republicans and Democrats on the House floor. Again, the bill passed on a partisan basis, which can happen. That's what the majority is about. But it's not going to do anything for the American people, because once it arrived at the Senate, they looked at what had been produced in the House. They decided that that this is not obviously reflective of a cross section of the American people, which is what this bipartisanship is all about. And so we didn't get a transportation bill done under this presidency. And our towns and communities are left wanting for the things that they've sent us to Washington to do. And that kind of highlights the thematic situation that we're dealing with in Washington, D.C., which is kind of my next topic, which is the partisan divide. And of course, many of my constituents, and I imagine it happens to every single member of Congress, when you're meeting the folks in your community, whether it's at a restaurant or an event, and many of them will say, Washington seems so dysfunctional. Can't you find some place where you find some agreement? Can't you come together on something? And in the past, we were always able to. It doesn't mean that we agree on everything, but you would get some of the things that you felt like you needed. The other side would get some of the things that they felt like they needed. It wasn't perfect, but it was probably better than what you had before, and so you move forward together with some reservation. On this occasion, and during this two-year term, from my experience, that has not happened. Almost every single bill that we have moved out of the House of Representatives is what we call a messaging bill. And that's probably not the terminology that you use in your household, but for us, whether it's in Harrisburg or whether it's in Washington, D.C., a messaging bill is essentially a piece of legislation. It's a piece of policy that there is no intention of it ever becoming law. So we put something out to make members vote on it, with the intent to have them vote against it or vote for it, so that we can run commercial advertisements in their election. So it's not really it's not a sincere effort to find some common ground and move the ball forward. It's a sincere effort to make sure that this is election campaign season fodder for advertisements. And time again, we have seen that. On this transportation bill that I discussed previously, it was essentially in many ways the Green New Deal, if you're familiar with that, with some things that other people would want. So in particular, broadband cable for rural areas, which the district that I'm proud to represent, and many districts across the country have rural areas that are in desperate need of broadband cable access. And so they put that in the bill. They moved this bill, then, like I said, where they added $1 trillion to it, and 1,400 pages after we marked it up, after committee members saw it. And they moved it to the floor, Green New Deal essentially, with broadband cable, passed it on a partisan basis, so most Republicans, if not all, voted against it. And then the ads come. You know, your representative voted against access to rural broadband cable. Well, the strict fact of the matter is that in that bill, that's a truth, right? But they never, of course, talk about the overall bill, which was untenable for most of the country. Most of the country does not want the Green New Deal, whether broadband cable access is in it or not. And so many of the bills that we've seen are this messaging situation. And so when people say, well, why can't you find some common ground? What is wrong with Congress? It is so dysfunctional in Washington, D.C., and is it as acrimonious and polarized as we think it is, as we seem to see? And unfortunately, I must inform you that in many cases it is. And so where in the past, even Democrats and Republicans, liberals and conservatives had disagreements. They have, ever since the parties have existed, there was always some commonalities where you could find some common ground and some common purpose. But I will tell you, as an American citizen who trained in the military for many, many years with service members who fought totalitarianism, who fought the socialists and the communists, whether in the Cold War or in a hot war somewhere, now where we have socialists serving in Congress, in the halls of Congress, or in our state houses, it's hard to find things in common as a free competitive market believer, believing in individual rights and responsibilities and the free market that drives our decisions and drives innovation and drives the best products to market and to our houses and enhances our way of life. It is hard to find common ground with someone who believes everything that is antithetical to that. Someone that, for instance, in the case of Senator Sanders, honeymooned in the Soviet Union. Not Russia, but literally honeymooned in the Soviet Union, who is not a Democrat, although ran on the Democrat ticket, but is a socialist, names himself as a socialist. So it has become very, very polarized now, and so it is hard to find common ground. I mean, literally, if you pull out, I keep one of these in every single. I always have this with me. This is the Constitution of the United States of America. To support and defend, which we all take an oath to do. Every member of Congress raises their right hand and takes an oath to support and defend the Constitution. But when you bring up constitutional concerns, and we're in the middle of or just about to embark into the middle of the constitutional requirement to seat a Supreme Court justice, that is now described as ultra-right wing. That is described as ultra-right wing. That is the partisan description of that. And you think to yourself, my goodness, as a member as a representative of 30,000 people, I raise my right hand and swear an oath to uphold and defend this Constitution. Aren't we all supposed to be doing that? And it leads you to wonder, how do folks that raise their right hand and swear an oath to the Constitution then move legislation or engage in rhetoric that is antithetical to the Constitution? And literally all the conversation is about how you're ultra-right wing if you support these concepts. And not only that, the other problem that we're having now with big tech and the monopoly of speech by private entities, and we're really, really grappling with that, because we know that certain speech is now limited, so to speak. Now, of course, we all support and defend the First Amendment, which is our right to express ourselves in many, many different ways, and of course with free speech. But if we're using these platforms, and some of them have over 90%, 95 and better percent market share, if you're using these platforms and the platform disagrees with what you're saying, they either just remove it completely, or they put a warning on it that they will call it false or they will call it fake. And I'm not sure they have really any expertise in doing that. Now, none of us want to see dangerous things out on these platforms, things that would support terrorist activities or seditious activities towards our country. But my goodness, and if we're just talking about the things we believe in, including the constitutional precepts of the founding of our nation, that seems to be something that we should be able to talk about, or different opinions during a pandemic on which kind of treatment, which kind of medical treatment that we would like to have. Yet we have these social media platforms that say, well, no, that's dangerous, and so you can't even talk about it. And I find that really, really alarming and concerning. Now, we grapple with this because, especially as free market people, we say, look, the market is determining that these social media platforms are experiencing the acceptability or the favor of their constituency, of their customers, because they do it so well. And as soon as they don't do it well, there'll be another entry to the market who will then take their place. That's how this always works. But in this case, where the monopolistic circumstances exist of these organizations and the ability for them to coalesce that information. One buys the other, so to speak, right? You know that Google owns these. They're all kind of working in the same sphere, owned by one big, large company, and then they work their way out from there. It is really chilling to free speech and the open exchange of ideas across our country and across our culture, and it homogenizes the thought. And so much so that you are now, we call it doxing. If you have a thought that is out of the mainstream with what these companies decide, with what the companies decide, then your voice is taken away from you. So we're grappling with this because we want the free market to determine who does the best job and then which platforms, just like which store would do the best. But on this occasion, more and more it is very obvious that something is going to have to be done with big tech, who is silencing our free speech. And I think we're going to be grappling with that right now. And of course, that has effects in these elections. But what else polarizes us is the election itself. Now, we have COVID-19. The president calls it the China virus, the Wuhan virus. That's where it emanated from. I know some people are offended by that, but there's a reason we call Ebola, Ebola, right? There's a reason for that. And it was not to offend anybody. It's to describe the origins of, same thing with the Spanish flu. There's a reason that's done that way. But what we're seeing right now with this, and especially with voting, is that in the 21st century, because of this pandemic, we have this wholesale change in voting across our state and across our country. And I look at it, and I think to myself, well, wait a minute, our union is 230 some years old now, and we have suffered through pandemics, natural disasters, civil wars from outside our country. And somehow, even before the car existed, when literally you had to walk to the polls, or you took your horse or your horse and buggy, somehow for this 230 some year existence, we found a way to vote and get through elections. Yet in the 21st century, in 2020, we cannot do that way anymore. And what you're seeing now, along with the other things that I've talked about, is a wholesale disruption and destruction of the institutions that we have come to revere and trust and count on. And once American citizens, once any society fails to trust its institutions anymore, you have this chaos. And you're seeing this chaos right now. And we can point to some of these things. If you're my age and probably older, the FBI was the paragon of law enforcement. And you always believed everything they have said, but we have seen in the last 4 years, it has been horrifically compromised. If you looked at the media, when I grew up, we trusted Walter Cronkite to give us the news, and we didn't question. If he said this is what was happening and this is the way it was, well, that's what it was. But we no longer trust any of our media. We multi-source our information because we don't know who to believe. Our academic institutions, long-held beliefs being destroyed, and new things put in their place, revisionist history. And it just goes on. And I think right now what we're seeing with our police being under siege, our first responders, the people that walk out the door every day with this oath to serve and protect their communities, that not knowing whether they're going to come home or under assault, and it's being approved and sanctioned by elected officials. This is something that is very, very corrosive to the fabric of our nation and breeds this mistrust. And quite honestly, if you actually study the issue, you know that most of the claims that are made about the police, these rush to judgment, are simply false. Are there rogue actors in every organization? Absolutely. But by and large, the vast majority of first responders do a wonderful job, want to serve their community, their brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. They're your neighbor. They are members of our family. But the bigger point is this corrosiveness in society that is born out of a lack of trust and faith in our institutions, which is being orchestrated by some members, some citizens in the United States that wish to fundamentally change the United States of America. And for too long, Our voices have been silent. We have been slow to anger, slow to confrontation, and we've been willing to work with those who we disagreed with vehemently. But there's just simply no more room for that anymore. That's why it's so hard to reach some consensus and some compromise. We can no longer compromise. We cannot compromise as free market, competitive market Americans who love the freedoms that come with America, with folks that want to destroy our country and make it a socialist nation. We are aware of what has happened to other nations around the globe that have suffered under these paradigms of socialism, communism, totalitarianism. We look very clearly just south of us to Cuba. We look at Venezuela 10, 15 years ago, a first world country now where their people are starving and have no rights or freedoms of their own, cannot defend themselves, can't make choices on their own for their own lives. We have a great country, and what you're seeing right now is a part and parcel to the divide that comes from those who would like to take us towards a socialist, totalitarian type of model, and those of us who are saying, no, we need to save the country as founded. We need to preserve the rights and the freedoms that we have, that were envisioned by our founders, so that our posterity can enjoy all the liberties and the things that America has given to humanity world over. And so with that, that's just kind of a snapshot of what's happening in Congress and why things are the way they are, if you wonder why it's dysfunctional. I hope I've done a pretty good job at explaining and giving you some examples. Again, it is my privilege to talk before the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. We thank Loman Henry for his steadfast leadership and determination to bring this conference to us every single year, and for the information that he provides through this conference to our citizens. And I wish you all the best of health and God's blessings. Be well.
Thank you, Scott. We always appreciate having you with us here at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. As Scott has mentioned, and our other speakers have mentioned this morning, we have a very crucial election. We're all well aware of that coming up. There have been concerns that have been raised about potential vote fraud, potential difficulty in counting ballots with the expansion of mail-in voting, and other difficulties here in Pennsylvania. Our rogue Pennsylvania State Supreme Court decided to rewrite legislation rather than interpret the law and change the rules for the counting of ballots. Over the years, John Fund has been a good friend of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. He has written a number of books on election security and certainly is in great demand today, as that is a very important issue. John currently is the national affairs columnist for National Review. You may recall for many years he was on the board of the Wall Street Journal's editorial board. And we are pleased to welcome, I believe from New York State, where John is at the moment, John Fund. Welcome.
Thank you, Loman. And I cannot tell you how important a time that you have to hold this conference. We're only about 35 days or so before the election, and it's a very unusual election. For a variety of reasons, the entire election process has been upended, as Congressman Perry indicated. We used to have Election Day, and it worked pretty well. But for a variety of reasons, and I think some of it is understandable, convenience voting issues in a busy time for most people's lives, we've gradually expanded the opportunities for early voting and absentee voting. For most of those, I have no problem whatsoever. But this year is different because we have seen that under the cover of the COVID virus crisis, there's been a wholesale attempt to not just dramatically expand mail-in voting and absentee voting in a very short period of time, such a short period of time it's taxing the ability of our election officials to handle it, but we've also seen a deliberate attempt to obliterate the safeguards and the procedures that protect against fraud in an election. We now have, and certainly in Pennsylvania, election month before the election. We have people voting absentee even earlier than before. We have early voting. This is all new. And there are dramatic changes, as Loman indicates, regarding the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's recent decision, and I'll get to those. So we now have election month before the election. And that creates conditions so that after we have the actual election day, we're going to have an election month in which a lot of these issues are going to have to be litigated. There will be recounts, there will be arguments in court, and they may go all the way up to the Supreme Court, as they did in 2000 in the Bush v. Gore race involving Florida. Now, you're going to hear an awful lot about the reasons for these changes. You're going to hear that this is to prevent voter suppression. This is to make sure people aren't disenfranchised. This is to make sure that there aren't people deprived of their right to vote. Well, let me stipulate one thing. Everyone who's listening to me right now has two civil rights when it comes to elections. Two. The first right is the right to cast their ballot free of fear and intimidation, not to have arbitrary barriers put up like poll taxes or literacy tests or other impediments. And much of the American South had those barriers up until the 1960s. It's why we fought a great civil rights struggle in the 1960s to pass the Voting Rights Act. And we have to preserve and protect those gains. And I'm glad that we have those new procedures. But every one of the people listening to this broadcast also has another civil right, and that's the right not to have your vote canceled out by someone who shouldn't be voting, someone who's dead. By the way, I like to say that that position didn't used to be controversial. That position was called no representation without respiration. And I believe that if you have people who are dead, who have moved out of state, who have been felons and have not completed the terms of their parole or their probation, if you have people who literally have been invented, who are not citizens in this country, you are basically canceling out someone's vote and invalidating it just as much as if you stood in a poll house door and prevented someone from voting. So we need to preserve both civil rights, the right to vote and the right to not have your vote canceled out illegally. Now, we used to have a bipartisan consensus on this. In 2002, I reported a lot on the Help America Vote Act, which was passed in the wake of the 2000 Bush v. Gore recount. And that was a bipartisan piece of legislation. The Democratic co-sponsor in the Senate was Senator Chris Dodd of Connecticut. And he said famously, we can make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We're America. We can do both. And that was the consensus that applied in much of the political community. In 2005, there was a presidential commission to look at our election procedures in all 50 states. It was co-chaired by former President Jimmy Carter, a Democrat, and by former Secretary of State James Baker, a Republican. And they concluded by a vote of 18-3 that the country should have a voter ID system. It should have people show their voter ID if they show up at the polls to prove who they say they are. They also issued a warning in their report that the one vulnerability that was clearly obvious in their study was mail-in voting. That mail-in voting was fraught with peril because it is conducted outside the view and the supervision of government officials. The ballot is just out there. Let's just think about some of the things that can happen to these ballots. Well, they can get lost. We've seen that in, shall we say, Pennsylvania very recently, and also in Wisconsin the other day. They can be delivered to a person's mailbox and stolen. They can be used by unscrupulous people to coerce or intimidate spouses, employees, relatives, neighbors to vote a certain way. They can, in nursing homes, be used to coerce or intimidate or convince people who are very weak and vulnerable to vote a certain way. And by the way, this is not just an artificial fear. Pennsylvania has the unusual distinction of, in recent years, there have been two former Democratic congressmen, Austin Murphy from the western part of the state near Pittsburgh and Ozzie Myers from Philadelphia, who actually have been indicted for illegally trying to convince people to vote a certain way. Austin Murphy near Pittsburgh would go into nursing homes and Alzheimer's patients' homes and basically help people fill out their ballots. He was convicted of that crime. Ozzie Myers was only recently indicted. He previously served time in public housing in Philadelphia for the Abscam scandal. Now, as a political consultant, he's indicted for voter fraud. So if former members of Congress, who you presume would have a reputation to uphold, are willing to actually go down in the dirty and do this, who else is willing to take that kind of risk? That's why we need safeguards and procedures that protect against fraud. And here is where the Pennsylvania Supreme Court has been so disappointing. As we know, there was a partisan turnover in 2015 in Pennsylvania. The court moved from a conservative direction into a very liberal direction. And sadly, it's not really an issue of party, it's an issue of ideology. The people who now dominate the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania are radicals. They are judicial activists. They are willing to literally make up law. And let me give you an example of that. In the decision last Thursday, there is no provision anywhere in Pennsylvania election law that allows drop boxes to be set up to collect ballots. It just isn't referenced. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court decided that because of COVID and because of the fear of disenfranchisement, they were going to allow drop boxes. This is astonishing. It is literally made up law. And what are we seeing? Well, we saw a little bit of this in the primary in Pennsylvania early this year, where some election officials in Philadelphia were setting up mobile drop boxes. The Committee of 70 was deputizing themselves to go follow these mobile drop boxes around and help election officials to work the polls, the mobile polls. Votes on wheels, they called it. Well, here's the problem. These drop boxes are being scattered all over Philadelphia. They're not being scattered all over the state, both because county election boards decide they're not needed, or if they are needed, they'll just have one outside a courthouse with a sheriff's deputy watching it all the time. But these drop boxes that are being created all over Philadelphia, why are they doing this? Well, a few weeks ago, the Philadelphia City Council had an emergency meeting, literally called out of the blue the day before it was held. It lasted 5 minutes. And what was the purpose of this emergency meeting? It was to accept a $10.5 million grant from two very liberal foundations that had not been active in the election area before. And the $10.5 million grant was going to go to the Philadelphia Election Administration. But the Philadelphia Election Administration, in turn, had to agree that they were going to earmark this money, direct this money to causes and procedures that were supported by these foundations. And one of them, of course, was drop boxes. And another was to basically facilitate the early counting of ballots and various other measures. This is an outrageous abuse. Imagine if a private corporation were allowed to contribute money to a government enforcement agency and say, here's $10 million. We really would like to improve your enforcement procedures. We'd like to improve the way that you scrutinize our industry. And we have some suggestions for you. And all you have to do is sign this paperwork, and you can have $10 million to hire more people. Outrageous. Well, that's what's happening. And there's going to be a mobile drop box in Philadelphia. There'll be drop boxes all over Philadelphia. And as we know, Philadelphia has a storied history of voter fraud. There have been elections in which more people have voted in Philadelphia than the census found were adults over the age of 18. There have been elections in which more people have voted than there are even registered voters in some precincts. So this is fraught with peril. Now, what else did the Pennsylvania Supreme Court do? It did the following. It announced that, again, contrary to election law, they were going to extend the period of time after Election Day in which ballots would be counted if they were sent through the mail or left in drop boxes or delivered. They were going to extend it till the end of Friday, 3 days after the election. And for mail votes, and this is almost unprecedented anywhere in America, they were going to say, well, postmarks are not required on any ballots that are received up until Friday after Election Day. Not required. In fact, they have to be counted unless there is a clear preponderance of the evidence that the ballot was mailed after Election Day. Otherwise, they're going to be counted. Well, you can imagine the potential for mischief this creates. Pennsylvania, as you know, was very close, 1% of the vote for president and U.S. Senator for Senator Toomey's election last time. And all you have to imagine is on election night, certain people figure out how many votes they need to get over the finish line. And on Wednesday morning, some ballots are manufactured. Remember the old saying in politics, if you don't have a natural majority in the electorate, you create a new majority. And the word create can be extremely creative. You literally can come up with votes out of thin air. So all of this is an extremely dangerous situation. Now, the good news is there was one dissenter on the Supreme Court, a Democrat, so the vote ultimately was 4-3, even though the Democrats have a 5-2 majority on the court. And in his dissent, he said, I've rarely seen a case in which there's a better argument to be made for an appeal to the Supreme Court for relief, for a stay or a delay in the implementation of this rule, which, as we know, is being done just a few weeks before the election, which is highly unusual and highly irregular. So this will be appealed to the Supreme Court. I believe that it will be getting expedited treatment, and so there's a chance it's overturned. But this just goes to show what the stakes are in Pennsylvania. Now, moving on beyond Pennsylvania, at least you don't have ballot harvesting. Ballot harvesting, which has become extremely popular in California, where I'm from, is where you allow people to collect ballots from other people who are not their relatives and then scoop them up, and they can be paid campaign volunteers or officials who do this for a campaign, and then they collect them and bundle them and deliver them to the election offices. And this, of course, is also fraught with peril because you can have envelopes deemed open and ballots that go the wrong way, or ballots from neighborhoods that are going against the party of the person who is collecting the ballots suddenly get lost. You can have ballots filled out by someone who's intimidating someone else to vote a certain way. And ballot harvesting is considered very, very dangerous. And to the credit of a few Democrats, there are some who still speak out against this. Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, whom you might remember was a presidential candidate in the Democratic primaries, has just become the lead co-sponsor of a bill that would bar federal election assistance funding to any state that legalizes ballot harvesting. She says it is an open and engraved invitation to fraud, and our election system's integrity is already under assault. There's a video that's up on her website, which I urge you to look. It's very compelling. So there are some honest Democrats who are speaking out on this. And again, I just want to close with a reminder that this is not a partisan issue. This is really an issue that should affect all of us, because if we lose confidence in the integrity of our elections, we not only embitter people and create more and more tensions in an increasingly polarized environment, but we also undermine confidence in our democracy. And the Supreme Court a few years ago in an Arizona ballot case said unanimously, the reason that we must have guardrails against manipulation, interference, and voter fraud is not just to prevent the fraud, but to make sure that people have confidence in the honesty and integrity and fairness of the election. Because if they lose that confidence, we lose the essence of our democracy. And again, you know, human nature being what it is, the lust for power being what it is, this is not an issue that is strictly partisan. Philadelphia used to be run by a Republican machine until the 1950s, and they committed voter fraud when elections were close. And in the 1950s, there was a sea change, and the Democrats took over the machine. And they took over the machine, and they found all of these tools available to them to manipulate the election and pad the electoral count. And they proceeded to not only adopt all of them rather than reform them, but to improve upon them and to make them far more sophisticated. And that's where we are now. We have political machines in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, and even some in smaller cities, that if the election is close, people will bend the rules and break them. Now, one piece of good news, and I'll close with this. Election fraud is very much like shoplifting. If you go to a retail expert, he'll tell you that if a retail store does three things, put up a camera even if you don't have anyone watching it, have a security guard even if that guard is half asleep and put up a sign that says shoplifters will be prosecuted, you will cut shoplifting 35 or 40%. Because there are a lot of people in our country who will do something if there's zero risk involved, if they think there's no chance anyone is looking. There are a lot of people who will not do something if there's even the slightest risk, if they think someone might be watching or they think their activities could be uncovered. Well, the same with voter fraud. And the U.S. attorneys in Pennsylvania have been active in this, both in Philadelphia and the Western District around Pittsburgh, and they're sending out press releases saying that someone is watching this year. Someone will be paying attention. And all of us, whether we're poll watchers or poll workers or election officials at the polls, can also play a role in that. And if we make this an issue, and if we rebut the left's charges that there is no voter fraud, because emphatically there is, and just go to the Heritage Foundation's website and you'll find a catalog of over 1,300 recent cases of people convicted, not just indicted, of voter fraud, then we can have an election which is freer and fairer, and with some luck, before the Supreme Court, some of these more egregious actions by the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania can be swept away. And with that, I will just hope that we have a spirited election contest which actually involves issues, and that ultimately this election is decided by the people and not, as I fear, by lawsuits that will ask judges to decide how the people voted. Thank you.
And thanks very much to our friend John Fund, who's been a longtime supporter and participant with the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And now I want to introduce another longtime friend of this organization that I believe that the first time our distinguished guest was present at PMA or PLC to participate was in 2001 when he was a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from the Lehigh Valley. Of course, today he's our United States Senator. Here's a video greeting from our friend, Pat Toomey.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Pat Toomey. For several years now, you have afforded me the opportunity to deliver the kickoff address for the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And we usually do that live from the ballroom at the Camp Hill Radisson. This year, of course, in many different respects has been different. But I am grateful for the opportunity to be with you nevertheless. I hope that you and your families are healthy and well, and my sincere thanks to Loman Henry and the PLC for giving me this opportunity once again. Next year, of course, I hope to be with you in person. Today, my remarks are going to focus on the issue that for many of us is on the front burner, the 2020 elections. President Trump versus Vice President Biden, and control of Congress, especially the Senate. So we're just over a month away from Election Day 2020, and every election is always described as the most consequential election ever. Let me tell you why this one really is. First of all, a race for the White House and control of the Senate certainly looks like a toss-up. A clean sweep for the Democrats, should that occur, would be absolutely devastating for the Republic in a way that's much more dramatic than the way clean sweeps have affected us in the past. Much different than 2008 when Democrats swept Congress and the White House. Oh, sure, they implemented plenty of bad policies after that 2008 election. We'll never forget Obamacare, the damage that did to health care, Dodd-Frank, destroying the community banking sector of our economy. But their bad policies were just that. They were policies. They were not attempting to make structural societal changes to America and to fundamentally change the rules of American politics. Not in 2008. 2020, that is very much on their agenda. Oh, they've still got their wish list of all of their terrible economic and other policies. They'll gut the tax reform that gave us the strongest economy of my lifetime. Joe Biden has already declared that that'll be a high priority. They'll massively overregulate the economy and stifle economic growth. That is what they do. That's what they believe in. They'll advance the Green New Deal because the left wing of their party is going to demand it. And with it, they'll ban fracking and stifle all kinds of fossil fuels, massively driving up the cost of energy. I guess Kamala Harris, a Green New Deal co-sponsor, wants to bring California-style blackouts to the rest of the country. Well, that's what she would like to do. And of course, she supports eliminating private health insurance. She's been very clear about that. Open borders, bail reform, which is to say no bail, welfare and free health care for illegal immigrants. We know the litany. It's all true. And they have even more extreme positions now than ever before. But as I said, if they sweep, the Democrats are much more ambitious than just passing even more extreme versions of their liberal policy agenda. They want to make structural and societal changes that will run very, very deep. Structural changes, I mean changing the rules and changing our politics in a way that is designed to give them permanent electoral majorities. That's why they want D.C. to be a state, and now they're insisting Puerto Rico as well. It's not about the statehood of those places. It's about 4 Democrat senators being added to the United States Senate, making it much more difficult for Republicans to ever achieve a majority. They want to completely subvert the Electoral College, and they're very creative about ways to do that. And that's because they know that the Electoral College is a mechanism that gives all Americans some say in our presidency. They want to stifle that so that the 2 coasts can completely dominate control of the presidency. They want to expand the size of the Supreme Court. They want to grow that court. They can do it with a simple legislation, pack it with liberals that will simply be an extension of their policy wish list rather than play the limited role that judges are supposed to play in our society. They'll usurp state election laws and do things like demanding universal unsolicited mail-in voting ballots, ballot harvesting. They'll have coerced unionization of the private sector workforce so that there'll be more dues going to their campaign efforts. And they'll do all of these things legislatively by beginning the process with an elimination of the filibuster. Right? The filibuster has been the tool for decades, for centuries, that's required bipartisan consensus in the United States Senate to get things done. They're not going to tolerate continuing to have a filibuster that would give a Republican minority in this scenario any ability to have any say. You know, in 2005, Barack Obama was the United States Senator, and he gave a passionate defense of the filibuster for the sake of the Republic and the sake of the Senate. It was essential that we keep the filibuster. In 2020, Barack Obama describes the filibuster as a racist relic of Jim Crow. Now, why does he do that? He's doing that to give cover, more than give cover, to make it a requirement that Democratic senators, if given the opportunity, eliminate Jim Crow. I mean, eliminate the filibuster. After all, how could they tolerate a racist rule? And with that gone, they can do whatever they want. Of course, if they can't do things with legislation, they'll misuse executive power. We have a governor who has shown the kind of damage that an unchecked executive can do if he has a complicit Supreme Court in place, and my Democratic colleagues will make sure of that. But their goal is not just these policies, not just this structural change, but also societal changes. They mean to fundamentally change America. Their mission is a rejection of what America has always been. And the far left has really transformed the Democratic Party. The center of the Democratic Party, including the mainstream media, has just capitulated to a self-admitted socialist from Vermont and his radical left followers. There are a lot of examples, but one of the most prominent recent examples is the continuous denigrating of the police. You know, when a police officer breaks the law, I don't think anybody in this room would disagree. They should face the consequences if they broke the law. But it's a fact that the overwhelming majority of police officers follow the law. They enforce the law. They're selfless public servants who risk their lives to protect all of us. And yet the left and increasingly the Democratic Party, backs efforts like defunding the police. And that's radical. And it means exactly what it says. AOC was very helpful in explaining this. As she said, defunding the police means defunding the police. And Democrat leaders, you've watched as they've remained quiet as rioters chant, "I hope they die," while 2 doctors were tending to the Los Angeles County sheriffs who were shot in a completely unprovoked ambush. And here in Pennsylvania, we have Democratic leaders who can't bring themselves to express support for a Lancaster County officer who was forced to use lethal force against a criminal attempting to stab him with a huge carving knife. And these same Democratic leaders, of course, can't denounce the rioters who then damaged and destroyed property in the city of Lancaster. Mainstream Democrats are also adopting core issues that are at the heart of the radical left movement. You know, one of the core beliefs is the erosion, and for some even the elimination, of private property. Now, this is a central idea of Marxism, right? But there's a new book that's getting all kinds of praise on the left. It's titled In Defense of Looting. Looting. The premise of the book is that it justifies destroying the life's work of a business owner because in the process, through the looting, you redistribute the wealth of an unequal society. Talk about refusing to hold rioters accountable for their behavior. This celebrates the rioting. Of course, we saw the Democrat convention. None of the speakers could bring themselves once to condemn the rioters at all. Kamala Harris, in fact, encouraged her supporters to post bail for rioters and arsonists in Minneapolis. And this isn't just happening with officials in Portland and Seattle. It's happened in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And of course, it goes beyond this violence we're seeing on the streets. There's a long-running, increasing attack on the nuclear family. Here's a quote for you. "We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure requirement by supporting each other as extended families and villages that collectively care for one another, especially our children, to the degree that mothers, parents, and children are comfortable." You know where that comes from? That's the website of the Black Lives Matter movement. That's from their own website. Because they believe, like good Marxists, that it's the government's job to raise kids and provide for families, not individuals' role. We see this in schools. So public schools, in many cases, are refusing to open, or if they are opening, it's on a very limited basis. And so parents, being creative and really prioritizing the education for their kids, have tried to find creative ways to make sure their kids get an education. One of the tools they've developed are these learning pods where a handful of parents will get together and they'll take turns maybe, or they'll find someone who can help their several kids. Well, the New York Times has published an op-ed from one of the leading left learning specialists who condemns these pods because they can perpetuate racial inequities rooted in white supremacy. And the Denver Public School Board, deeply concerned about the pod's long-term negative implications for public education and social justice. Of course, we know that a central part of the mission of the radical left and the Democratic Party now is a dramatic expansion of the welfare state. They're increasingly embracing the idea of universal income, so everybody gets a check whether or not they are willing to work. The rest of us have to simply send money to everyone. Housing, of course, has to be free. We have encampments in cities across the country of people who simply take over public areas and refuse to leave unless the government gives them money or free housing. Of course, it's increasingly universal among these Democrats that college has to be free and student loans has to be paid for by taxpayers. Taxpayers just come in and foot the bill for pretty much everyone. You have mob justice has taken over. The premise here is that individuals lack agency. Every destiny in life is a result of race. All institutions are corrupt because they're built upon racial identity. It's a totalitarian logic. It makes no sense. The idea that guilt or innocence is a function of the color of your skin, it is completely anathema to all that America and Americans believe in. And it dismisses any idea of reform because these institutions are all supposedly driven by race. The University of Chicago English department is now only accepting grad students who will work in and with Black studies. Of course, cancel culture is one of the extreme examples of just how radical the left has become. It's all over college campuses. If you fail to conform to the mob's definition of justice and truth, then you get erased from public debate discourse. Recently, YouTube banned an interview on COVID by Dr. Scott Atlas because he didn't agree with all the talking points of the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization, which has gotten it wrong with respect to the COVID crisis repeatedly. It's not acceptable for a scientist to have a different opinion. That's the madness that is taking over. And this radical left agenda runs completely contrary to the ideals on which America was founded. The idea of individual, including economic freedom, personal responsibility, a recognition of the amazing and fantastic social and political and economic accomplishments of Western civilization. This movement rejects all of those ideas. And this movement has taken over the Democratic Party and has become the antithesis of the American dream. Now, when presented with the question of which agenda he's going to follow, Vice President Biden will tell the media he doesn't support the radical agenda. And of course the media pretends that that's true. But the fact is he has been co-opted by these movements and we know it. And they know, just like we all know, that Joe Biden will continue to be a follower of this radical left wing. The same people who will be running Joe Biden's White House were bailing out rioters a few months ago. And these are the reasons that we need to make sure that President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence are reelected. We need to make sure that Republicans retain the control of the Senate that we have today. And we need to take back a majority in the House. Making sure that we reelect President Trump and Republicans control Congress is absolutely essential. You know, it'll send a clear message from the American people to the Democratic Party that the American people are rejecting and discrediting this kind of totalitarianism that the left is trying to foist on the rest of us. So right now it looks to me like this is a toss-up race as to whether or not the president is reelected. Odds look to be about the same for control of Congress. The fact is President Trump and Republicans need your help to get over the top. You have a sphere of influence. You have family and friends, co-workers, and others who know that you follow this, that you care a lot about your country, that you have a well-informed opinion. You need to share that with them and encourage them to vote, because we're at a crucial moment for our country. We really are. At a time like this, I'm reminded of the wisdom of the late, great Winston Churchill, who said about all of us, he said, you know, you can always count on the Americans to get it right after they've exhausted every other possible option. Well, as far as I'm concerned, we've exhausted the other options. We've got to get this right. Thank you all very much for attending this year's virtual PLC. God bless you and all your families, and God bless America.
Well, always good to be with our friend Pat Toomey. And now I want to welcome to PLC 2020 our friend State Representative Brian Cutler from Lancaster County, the Speaker of the House. Brian, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
And so, you know, now that you have ascended to the top job, I know that this is still somewhat new, having taken that post earlier in the year, and just want to give our friends at PLC and those watching online and through PCN, tell them a little bit about you and, you know, who is the man from Peach Bottom?
Well, certainly. You know, obviously this year has been very different. I think we're all very anxious for 2020 to roll over on the calendar books and get to 2021. But, you know, in terms of how we kind of ended up here, I've been in the House for 7 terms. This term at the beginning, I was the majority leader. Prior to that, for 2 terms, I was the whip, so a total of 4 years. And then I spent 4 terms as rank and file. I originally started out as an x-ray tech and then went and had an undergrad degree in hospital administration and then went to law school for healthcare law. Had intended to return to the healthcare world at that point, but got frustrated with state government and decided to run for office. And so literally my last week in law school, I won the primary on Tuesday. I graduated on Saturday. And then, ironically, I was in this very room to take my bar exam a couple months later. So it's not all fond memories being here.
Yes, I was going to say we're going to try to help to balance the scales on that with a good experience here at PLC. But you know, as you say, Brian, the 2020 has been and continues to be an extremely strange and destabilizing year, and it's not only the pandemic itself, but also the way that that our society, the federal government, and our respective state governments have responded to the crisis. And you know, I would argue that that in Pennsylvania, that Governor Tom Wolf's actions have made our situation much more complicated and much worse than they needed to be. His blanket order closing all businesses, his failure to adopt the federal standards under the Department of Homeland Security, and the waiver process that was a complete black box. Nobody could figure out how that worked. All of these things have compounded a bad situation. And you know, the thing that I find most troubling is his lack of interest and his lack of willingness to interact with the stakeholders, including the General Assembly.
Yeah, I think that there's actually several crises right now. Everyone's very familiar with the healthcare one in terms of the pandemic and what the impact was, especially initially on to the healthcare system. And in the early days, our chamber came in. At that point, I was still leader, and Speaker Torzai and our leadership team, we put together a plan, and we put together a plan that would allow us to continue operations even under quarantine circumstances. And we were one of the first chambers in the country to adopt those rules. Ended up answering a lot of questions from other chambers from across the country in terms of, well, how does this work? How do you do remote voting? And it's worked fairly well. And we worked through that. Early on, there was a lot of agreement in terms of, you know, stockpiling PPE and helping our health systems, working with the educational system to give them some flexibility to continue to educate our students. And then we had to update the labor laws to be consistent with the federal law. All of those passed either unanimously or near unanimously very early on. But then we kind of got into the world that you're referring to in terms of the closure orders and the inconsistencies that we saw across the businesses, which actually created the second crisis that we're dealing with right now, which is really an economic and financial one.
Yes.
And that certainly has impacted individuals. It's impacted businesses. I recently read that 60 to 70% of the restaurants that are currently closed are likely to not reopen. And it's because of some of the rules and the impositions of the regulations by government that have put them in that position. You know, one of the reasons I decided to run for office was I was tired of government trying to run an industry, in my case healthcare, that they didn't understand. And they would ask for things or duplicate things that would ultimately take us away from our core mission, which was serving patients. Right. This, unfortunately, is no different. When you look at the business closure orders and the occupancy things, you know, we could be in this room right here, and if we called it a casino, you could be at 50% capacity. If you call it a restaurant, up until recently, it was 25% capacity, but if it's a nightclub, it's 0. And yet it's the same square footage, it's the same layout. I think that there needed to be some common sense applied to what that looked like or what that meant in terms of availability of space, as well as allowing individuals to be responsible, just as we see here today with the signs and the hand washing stations and the masks as people move about. I think all of that is workable. And quite frankly, we're going to have to find solutions. Right. Because the current process, which resulted in inconsistent rulings, ultimately ruled unconstitutional by a Western District United States court, because, as Judge Stickman said, these aren't fair weather freedoms. They persist even through a pandemic, and you know that's really what's put us here. There's been some inconsistencies where you would have big box stores that were allowed to be open, but small mom and pops couldn't do curbside pickup, while at the same time state stores could. What that has meant has been economic hardship for all these small business owners because they don't have the same deep pockets that big business does in terms of weathering this storm.
Correct.
And then the other component, obviously, is tax collections. We're probably going to be off somewhere between $4 and $5 billion in revenue collections on a budget of $34 billion. And that's going to cause some issues. We're going to be working on that between now and the end of session. But then the other one that I think is unfortunately a very strong undercurrent, in addition to the health problems, in addition to the financial problems, is really one of mental health. When you look at what's happened with individuals not going to school, you've got students who are trapped with their abusers. They might not have access to food security, and they're not getting the intervention services or the counseling services that they need. My biggest fear is that when we get on the other side of this, that we will hear this previously untold story of individuals who have suffered mental health issues, they've suffered with hunger, and they've suffered with counseling problems that were either missed or undiagnosed or delayed diagnosis because of all of these other orders that have been layered on to prevent access.
Yeah, and I think that the, again, it's a fundamental truth that there are trade-offs to everything. And the failure of Governor Wolf, Secretary Levine, to recognize any of those trade-offs has made this whole crisis situation so much worse that, when you tell the hospitals to stop all non-emergency treatments, that you have people who start missing out on exams, on cancer screenings, and so you're sowing the seeds of long-term, really consequential, negative health outcomes for those people who didn't get screened, didn't get treated, didn't get preventative care, and again, that's, I would argue, it's partly why our whole American system of representative self-government has the push and pull of a separation of powers and checks and balances. And because in Pennsylvania that the governor has such sweeping emergency powers under the disaster declaration, and that the courts have disengaged the safeguards on that the lack of accountability on the governor has made the situation much worse.
Well, I think you really hit on something that I tried to hit on during floor debate, but I think that the citizens really need to understand. Under the court's interpretation of the law, and I personally don't think they got it right, I think that our filing and the way we advocated was correct. They were looking at this as a legislative process, which means both chambers goes to the governor for signature, whereas this was exercising authority under the statute that was already written.
Yes.
And under their construct, what is needed to overturn an emergency declaration by the governor is 1/3 of one body plus one.
Yeah.
So in our case, it would be 17 state senators, and the governor could determine everything. I don't believe that was consistent with the idea of checks and balances, and I think they've been thrown all askew during this crisis here in the Commonwealth. I also think that it's inconsistent with the statute as it's written. And I think that that's something that we're going to have to correct. It'll probably have to wait until after we get out of this current crisis, because I think the governor would likely be reluctant to change the current law given the fact that the court has backed up his position.
Right.
But it's something that I think we have to do for our Commonwealth's sake and for the sake of freedom, because it's inconsistent with the principles found elsewhere in the documents. And I think that we've really seen stripped bare some of the problems when you don't have the separation of powers acting in the way that it should. We've got a court right now that really is backing up some of the partisan positions of the governor, and it's really unfortunate.
And and again, there are long-term, long-term concerns, liberty concerns, core liberty concerns regarding this, but there are also, short-term, immediate consequences. As you said, the General Assembly passed a stopgap state budget. You did full funding for education, but for everything else, it was only a 5-month budget. So, when you come back in October, November to try to finish the state budget for the remainder of the fiscal year, you're looking at that huge shortfall, and that shortfall is going to get worse between now and then, depending on the rate of business closure. And so again, these are reasons why we need the governor to to change his approach so that more of Pennsylvania's businesses survive this crisis. That ultimately there's no replacement to these businesses of income earned by satisfying customers. And to the extent that businesses can be open safely, we need them to be open so that they have that lifeline of revenue, so that more of them survive, so that more of them will be around in November and afterwards to be able to pay into the public coffers to help balance the budget.
Well, I think you really hit on the component that we hit consistently during floor debate. Many of the opening bills that we did and many of the approaches that we took was simply saying, for those who want to do so and can safely do so, may engage in this activity.
Right.
Whereas the current construct and the current orders, unfortunately, is all of this kind of activity must stop. And I just think that's a different approach than what I think our founders likely anticipated in terms of governmental powers. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's had strong bipartisan support. Every one of our opener bills, as we worked on, and I'll give you a good example. I referenced, and nothing against Home Depot or Lowe's. I personally frequent both as needed. But they were allowed to remain open, and yet in our case, we have garden centers in Lancaster County. It was planting season. And one of the problems was you could buy garden plants at grocery stores if they had them as an add-on, or you could buy them at Home Depot or Lowe's, or you could buy flowers. But yet garden centers and nurseries that specialized in the sale of that weren't permitted to be open because they weren't in a certain category or a certain description. And that to me was a place where the common sense really disconnected from the policy. Because one, many of the garden centers or the roadside stands that I would visit in my own area in the 100th district where I live and around Peach Bottom, you're only going to be one or two people at any given time there.
Right.
Whereas, very rarely, and especially during the pandemic, because the larger box stores were the only places open, they were always crowded.
Yeah.
And I just think it was a disconnect. If you can engage in safe shopping in one place, it should have been allowed in another. And I also think, the food policy is really something that early on was very concerning. And, we did speak to the governor, and he did make some changes and some alterations to the orders early on, because I'm not sure that the average person really understands what the food supply chain looks like. Prior to the pandemic, more than half of the food was consumed outside of the home. So that meant it was in institutional size canisters, bags, whatever. It's not the small soup cans that you or I would buy to put in our pantries. It was the large number 10 cans. And the cafeterias and the restaurant style. And that's not something that could be switched easily. And, we've seen it in the meat processing plants, which obviously are close conditions. That's why we ran a bill that dealt with those work conditions and providing PPE, because we recognize the critical nature that they played in our food infrastructure. And I think that those opportunities where we were able to work together, I think we were extremely successful. I think that we've continued, though, obviously to disagree on how to safely reopen different components. Because, look, I think even if we opened all of the economy right now and we said, let's go ahead and open it, and I think this is true even if there were a vaccine, not everybody would return to daily activity as they saw previously, because they would individually make those decisions and say, like we saw now that non-emergent surgeries are now allowed. I have a friend of mine, he said, you know what, I don't know that I necessarily need my knee replaced right now. Maybe I'll wait a couple weeks and see how this is going. And I think that kind of judgment and that kind of personal decision-making is just fundamental to our society.
Well, and I could possibly agree more. And I also wanted to specifically thank you for continuing to move the bills. That I know that oftentimes in the legislative process that there's no interest in moving something that may be headed for a veto. But because these issues are so critical, and because the well-being of Pennsylvania, our economy, the ability of our families to take care of themselves, is paramount, that you and the Senate leaders have been moving these pieces of legislation to reopen the economy, as you say that they've received really strong bipartisan support. And even though the governor has continued to veto them, I think that this is a clarifying exercise. And I think also that, it communicates to the people of Pennsylvania going into the November election.
I think that in terms of what was vetoed, and I think we've got a record number of vetoes, unfortunately, during this cycle. But we've also got a record number of bills that were passed and signed into law, and some of which were repealing bills and getting rid of outdated laws. So there was lots of things to celebrate in terms of success. But the frustrating part has been the vetoes, because they have had strong bipartisan support. Some of them have even had veto-proof numbers upon their original passage. And I understand party politics and the desire to back up your governor. But ultimately, to your point, we answer to the people back home in the district. And we've had bills that dealt with business reopenings. We've had bills that dealt with school issues. Most recently, the PIAA sports bill, which had overwhelming support. I think it had 150 or 149 votes when it passed the House originally. And they peeled off a large number of those for the veto override. And that, interestingly, was the issue that I heard the most about from parents. It wasn't when school was closed down at the end of last year. And I'm a big believer in education being the great equalizer.
Yes.
But the number one traffic item really was related to sports and extracurricular activities for students. And I think it showed in the vote total. In terms of all of the opening bills, that was the one that had the highest number, bipartisan support. Again, we did try a veto override last week. We fell about half a dozen, 4 or 5, maybe 5 votes short on the final tally. So it was unfortunate, because I think that's something that the people felt very strongly about. And I'm not sure that individuals necessarily represented the way that they wanted them to. So I'm sure that their phones have been ringing since then.
So how do you feel about, with what you have seen interacting with the members of your caucus and traveling the Commonwealth, how would you describe the current political mood?
Well, I think the current political mood, in a lot of ways, it's somewhat difficult to kind of capture, just because there's so little interaction that we would normally have in an election year. There's no, there's not the number of large rallies. There's not, get out the vote efforts, things like that. So it's hard to see that. I will tell you, as leader and now as speaker, I've put tens of thousands of miles on my car going across the Commonwealth, speaking at different events, or speaking to editorial boards or chambers. And I'm seeing a lot of enthusiasm, I think, for our candidates from the top of the ticket the whole way down. And I think that will play out through Election Day, because at the end of the day, I think individuals really care about a couple core things. I think that economic security and health, safety, and welfare is one of them. Now, we may disagree right now in terms of the legislature and the governor, in terms of how much of each one of those, or which one outweighs the other. The governor, I think he is well-intentioned, but he's clearly taken a position on the health issues that we need to rapidly approach zero. It went from flattening the curve and not overwhelming hospitals to now we need to work on a vaccine and limit the total number of cases. I personally think it needs to be more of a balance between both the health security and the economic security that comes with being able to provide for our families. Because sadly, during this crisis, we've seen one of the biggest failures of government, where they told individuals they could not go to work, and then they failed to deliver the unemployment benefits that they were owed. And I still have individuals in the district who have yet to receive one payment, while at the same time they're being told by the very same government who's not paying them, I'm sorry, you can't go back to work yet. That is just inconceivable to me and unacceptable.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So, it's hard to speculate again. So much will be determined, with the November election as to, what the next 2 years are going to look like in Harrisburg. But I would just ask you, Mr. Speaker, what are some of the goals that you want to work towards over the horizon? What are some of the near-term things that you'd like to make progress on?
Well, I think in a lot of ways it's consistent with how we opened the session. We understand that given the current crisis, I don't think you're going to tax your way out of it. I don't think you're going to completely cut your way out of it. I think the only way that's going to be successful is to grow your way out of it. And when you go back to the very first package of bills that we passed that had strong bipartisan support, it dealt with education and workforce development. And having a trained workforce, I think we're blessed in terms of living here in the Commonwealth. I think we've got some of the best work ethic in the country. I think we are blessed with natural resources and close proximity to a lot of markets. Those are all reasons for people to be here. You layer on the infrastructure and the access to cheap energy and electricity, everybody should be wanting to come to the Commonwealth. And our goal is to continue to make that our vision and really, to borrow a statement from Majority Leader, make us the envy of the East and have individuals come here. And I think that vision will continue. If you look back through all of the bills that we've passed, including some of the reopeners and into the pandemic, it's been consistent. We want to provide economic opportunity for our citizens. We want to grow our population, and we want to grow our economy.
Outstanding. Well, we appreciate your leadership, Mr. Speaker, and we especially appreciate you taking time to be here with us at Virtual PLC 2020.
Happy to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, David, for that great interview. We appreciate your taking time to be with us today for the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And we still have much more to come. A reminder, our lunch program today. We are going to be hearing from Pennsylvania's Republican State Party Chairman, Lawrence Tabus, following which we're going to have an all-star panel talking about keeping Pennsylvania red, and that's going to be moderated by Jeff Lord of the American Spectator. So that's still to come. But before that, we have a couple more items of business. You know, in addition to the presidential race, we have 3 other statewide races in Pennsylvania this year. We have races for Attorney General, Auditor General, and State Treasurer. Now, earlier today, we heard from Auditor General nominee, Republican nominee, Tim DeFore. And now we would like to hear from our nominees for Attorney General and State Treasurer. And we'll begin with the Republican nominee for Attorney General, Heather Heidelbaugh.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. This year has tested our nation and our state on virtually every level. We face a pandemic that has closed businesses and workplaces, often without a clear or transparent explanation. We see riots and destruction on the streets of our cities, while our police often have their hands tied. And we are seeing assaults on the rule of law from inside and out. From government bureaucrats trying to force their agendas onto the little sisters of the poor and their religious beliefs, to an attorney general's office that uses grand juries to promote his political fortunes. So let's discuss each of these one at a time. I'm a courtroom lawyer. I've spent thousands of hours inside courtrooms, representing clients, practicing law, and always remembering that people aren't just entitled to legal representation, they're entitled to competent, committed legal representation. In 36 years, I've practiced law in 54 of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. From federal court to state courts, my clients have ranged from presidential candidates and Fortune 50 companies to pro bono work for poor people. The Attorney General is supposed to be the people's lawyer, and yet we've seen mismanagement in that office that has left us feeling less safe. Consider the case of Operation Outfoxed in Luzerne County. Josh Shapiro's office initiated a major drug case there. Properly done, it would have taken 36 hardened drug dealers off the streets. But it wasn't properly handled. After a big news conference, with Josh behind his special podium with his name on it, the case vanished. They actually forgot to do basic court filings needed to carry the case forward. This shouldn't surprise anyone. Josh Shapiro has a law license, but he never practiced law. He's always been a politician with a law degree, not a lawyer who engages in public service. Because Josh Shapiro knew more about self-promotion than the law, 36 drug dealers, including members of the hyper-violent Crips gang, are back out on the streets. Likewise, Josh Shapiro used a grand jury investigation that revealed clerical sexual abuse in the Catholic Church. And he's using a victim currently of that case to promote himself politically in commercials. It's always absolutely necessary to investigate all allegations of sexual abuse. But Shapiro did it in the absolutely worst way possible. His report was a compendium of old cases. Many of the offenders had not only been convicted, but they had already served their sentences. Some of the instances cited dated to the 1940s. The priests were long dead and therefore unable to defend themselves in a court of law. In some cases, it's clear that all Josh's office did was subpoena the files of various Catholic dioceses and publish the raw files of complaints they had no intention of indicting. This was less a prosecution than a publicity stunt. It is the job of the Attorney General to indict. And a complacent, headline-hungry press gave him a free pass on the sloppiness and the failure to indict underlying it. In short, right now we have an Attorney General who can't make a case in court, so he makes it in the media. That might get a man elected governor, but it won't protect the people whose streets have become unsafe. Philadelphia is now the runner-up for murder capital of the nation. Patrons in restaurants in Pittsburgh were recently attacked by so-called protesters. What is Josh Shapiro doing about this? He's suing nuns. The Little Sisters of the Poor, as their name suggests, serve the most needy population in America. They run nursing homes for the elderly poor who cannot afford care as they are dying. The Obama administration wanted to force the Little Sisters to provide contraceptives, including abortion-inducing drugs, to their employees. Let that sink in for a moment. The Little Sisters took the case all the way to the United States Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that under Obamacare, the sisters do not have to violate their religious beliefs. So what did headline-hungry Josh Shapiro do? He went ahead and sued them in court again. While Philadelphia is becoming a murder capital and rioters have taken to our streets of Erie, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, and Philly, Josh Shapiro is suing nuns to make them hand out contraceptives. Since the beginning of this year, the press has quoted or mentioned Josh Shapiro 306 times on topics from the high price of hand sanitizer, the cost of toilet paper, the need for face masks, and allegations of price gouging. But we have yet to see one single press conference in which Josh Shapiro has condemned the looting and the riots that have hit our cities. Not one. His aversion to law enforcement extends to his refusal to exercise jurisdiction, specifically granted by the General Assembly, to prosecute illegal gun crimes in Philadelphia that the left-wing Philly DA, Larry Krasner, won't pursue. The facts are simple. Pennsylvania needs a practicing lawyer in the Office of Attorney General. They need someone who understands the law. Not to brag, but that's me. I have 36 years in courtrooms as a lawyer. They needed an attorney general who is running to do the job, not run for governor. I have pledged not to run for governor and to serve out my full term. Josh Shapiro refuses to answer this single, simple question from any reporter who asks him. Forget about polling and media predictions. People in Pennsylvania don't feel safe. They don't feel protected. And they sure as heck don't think things are on the right track. I have a proven record as a lawyer. I broke the glass ceiling as a female trial lawyer, and I'm determined to make my case. We can win this election by getting that message out. The media isn't going to do it for us. We have to make our own case. And that's why we can win. Things are getting worse in the cities. That's Josh Shapiro's base. Families outside the cities and in rural areas are fed up with showboating politicians. They're ready for a change, and they know the real thing when they see it. If we get the message out, I assure you we can win this. With crime spiking all over Pennsylvania, with looting, rioting, and harassment of innocent bystanders only getting worse. Pennsylvanians want a strong and experienced lawyer as the chief law enforcement officer, not a career politician who never set foot in a courtroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. It's a pleasure having you with us. We also have with us today by video the Republican nominee for State Treasurer of Pennsylvania, Stacey Garrity.
Good morning. Stacey Garrity, candidate for State Treasurer. So I come from Athens, Pennsylvania, which is way up in Bradford County, where we have more cows than people, where we know each other, we like each other, where we stand for the national anthem, we kneel to pray, and when we get back up, we look out for one another. So Athens is a very small place, but filled with big hearts. So that's where I come from, and that's who I am. So now you're asking yourself, why should we elect somebody from Athens, Pennsylvania, to be our next Pennsylvania State Treasurer? Well, I'll give you a little background. So I've spent 33 years in manufacturing. I work at the largest tungsten smelter in the Western world, Global Tungsten and Powders. I worked my way up to become the first female vice president, and I've had different positions to include director of sales and marketing, responsible for $650 million, vice president of 2 out of 3 of our business units. I was on the mergers and acquisitions team for our acquisition in Jyväskylä, Finland. The most difficult thing about that was pronouncing Jyväskylä, and also as managing director for a facility in the Czech Republic for 9 years. My current position is Vice President of Government Affairs and Industry Liaison, and I've pushed legislation to protect the industrial base and to create jobs. But it's not just about my resume, it's also about my story. So we all know that the job of a state treasurer is to safeguard the billions of dollars of our public monies and make sure it doesn't leak out of the coffers. Well, I know a little bit about guarding things. I've spent 30 years in the United States Army Reserves, 3 combat deployments to Iraq. My last deployment was in 2008-2009. I was the acting battalion commander at Camp Bucca, which is in southern Iraq. And our mission was to provide care and custody for 7,000 detainees, and I also had 1,200 soldiers under my command. We were the very first internment facility to have 0 abuse allegations and 0 escape attempts. I retired in June of 2016 after I hit my mandatory retirement date, or I would still be serving because serving our country was the greatest honor of my life. Now, before you start thinking I'm like that warden in Shawshank Redemption, I must confess that the local Iraqi population, as well as the detainees, gave me a nickname called Angel of the Desert. And yes, that is a very strange name for somebody that had to make sure that 7,000 detainees stayed put and didn't escape. But there's a reason for that. And the fact of the matter is, our soldiers understood that the detainees on the other side of that Constantina wire had a life, had a home, that the same God that made us made them. And yes, it was our responsibility to make sure they didn't escape and get back into the fight, but we also had a solemn duty to make sure if they were repatriated, which means sent home, that they left changed just a little bit. We're blessed to have the greatest military power in the world, and we've used that power to defend democracy around the world and fight for freedom. Yes, when someone messes with us, we fight back. After 9/11, we promised we'd never forget, and we didn't. We took care of business then, and we'll take care of it again. But our real power is grounded in our human decency. And that's the truth that American haters don't want to hear. That we believe in fairness. We believe in honesty. And I can tell you more than one story about detainees that wanted to know how to come to America, and not just to have a better circumstance, but to be better people. And that's how you fight terrorism. Now, and we all know that we have to do it by working hard and paying attention to the details. And when people that we've entrusted with power don't do the right thing, it really ticks me off. So now I'm going to tell you a story. It's about a friend of mine, and we had dinner together in June, and he showed me 2 unemployment checks totaling $5,680. Now you're going to ask yourself, when did unemployment become so profitable? I know, but that's not what this story is about. He didn't apply for unemployment. He's not unemployed. He's my media consultant. So tried to give the checks back, and when he opened them up, who'd signed them? Joe. And about a week later, he got a letter from the Bureau of Labor and Industry. Congratulations, Dennis, you've been approved for unemployment. So that is just a symptom of how unserious this current treasurer's office is. Also, who out there knew that last fiscal year, the governor spent $900 million more than what was appropriated? $900 million. That's almost $1 billion. And wouldn't that money be nice to have now? Because you never know when you're going to have a crisis, and you never know where it's going to come from. So the sad truth is that these row offices, they don't care about Pennsylvanians. They don't care about taxpayers. They are all using their jobs as a stepping stone to run for the next office. Take the current Attorney General, Josh Shapiro. We all know he's running for governor. He said it. The current Auditor General, who's termed out, he's running for Congress. And the incumbent treasurer, Joe, he's either going to run against Josh or he's going to run for Senate. So the people that we have in these row offices, they are leaders that do not lead. We haven't had a Republican treasurer in 25 years. We haven't had a Republican Auditor General since the 80s. So there are no checks and balances on this governor. I will be an advocate for all Pennsylvanians. I will watch what this governor spends his last 2 years in office, because he has 2 more years. And think about what he did the last 6 months. Can you imagine what he's going to do the next 2 years? And he has nothing to lose. So if you want to send a message, put me in. If you want somebody to bring their Army values of loyalty, duty, respect, service, honor, integrity, and personal courage to Harrisburg, because money in Harrisburg doesn't belong to bureaucrats or politicians, it belongs to you, then please vote for me. Last, I want to thank all of you out there for everything you do for the Commonwealth and for our party. God bless all of you. God bless Pennsylvania. And God bless the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stacy. We are going to be proceeding shortly to our lunchtime program, and we will be hearing from Pennsylvania's Republican State Party Chairman Lawrence Tabus, and then we will be moving to a panel presentation to be moderated by Jeff Lord. But before we do, we have a bit of a sad duty today. The Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, this is actually our 31st annual Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And since we last met in March of 2019, we have suffered the loss of 3 individuals who were instrumental in the organizing and execution of this conference over the years. And the first person we want to mention is one of the founders of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, Susan Staub. Susan is familiar to all of our longtime attendees. She was not only co-founder of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, Susan was the longtime president of Pennsylvanians for Right to Work. She was a true patriot and a loyal soldier in the pro-freedom to work movement here in Pennsylvania. And we were very sad earlier this year to lose Susan Staub. And then just a couple of months ago, we lost another good friend of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, Dr. James Broussard. Jim, in addition to being a partial organizer and longtime supporter of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, founded Citizens Against Higher Taxes back during the administration of Governor Bob Casey. And for decades, Jim was a leader in the fight to keep taxes down in Pennsylvania and to rein in government spending. In addition to which, he was a professor of political science and history at Lebanon Valley College. And we would like to take a couple of minutes to remember our good friend, Dr. Jim Broussard. And finally, we were very surprised just a few weeks ago, really, to lose someone who probably most of you never met. But Raj was the banquet manager here at the Radisson Penn Harris Convention Center in Camp Hill. And Raj, was with us from the moment we started setting up the conference to the time the conference was over. He's the guy that made all the trains run on time. And so when you were at the conference and you sat down to have dinner or lunch or breakfast, it was Raj and his staff here at the Radisson Penn Harris who made all that happen. And this year, in addition to the fact that we have a whole lot of other unusual circumstances regarding our conference and missing having all of you here in person with us, we're very much missing Raj. And so for all of us at the Pennsylvania Leadership Council and all the attendees at the Leadership Conference, we want to take just a couple of seconds to pause and remember Susan Staub, Jim Broussard, and Raj Amin. And as we look forward to 2021, our goal is to not be sitting here at the Radisson Penn Harris in an empty ballroom talking to you via Pennsylvania Cable Network or on our Facebook page or our website. We're hoping that all of you will be back with us in person to join us next year. The Pennsylvania Leadership Conference in 2021 will be held April 16th and 17th right here at the Radisson Penn Harris. We are very excited. We have Jesse Waters, host of Waters World and the Five from Fox, who will be our dinner speaker next year. And Jason Chaffetz, a Fox News contributor who was to have been our dinner speaker this year, had we actually been able to have it, will be back as our luncheon speaker. So we have a double bill next year with Jason Chaffetz and Jesse Waters. So mark your dates, mark your calendar, save the date for April 16th and 17th for the 2021 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. But we're not done yet with the 2020 conference. We now have with us Lawrence Tabus. And Lawrence is the chairman of the Republican State Party of Pennsylvania. And this is a particularly good time to have Lawrence as state chairman because he is one of the foremost experts in election law in Pennsylvania and served for many years as general counsel of the Republican State Party. And as we've already heard, and we're going to hear Lawrence discuss in our panel afterward, we're very concerned about election security, ballot security, as well as the need to carry Pennsylvania and once again put our electoral votes in the column for Donald Trump. So with that, please welcome to the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, Lawrence Tabus.
Thank you very much, Loman. It is a privilege to be here in this virtual world that we've been living in for the last 7 months or so, and I look forward to next year when we can see each other in 3D. So to frame my remarks today, I want to tell you a little bit about what is probably the most important thing that I can do as the chairman of the state party. And if I don't do this right, there's nothing that I can do that will make up for it. And what is that? It's to deliver and make sure there are enough lawn signs available to distribute all throughout the state. That's right. In the digital world in which we live now, it's the lawn sign that is the most important commodity, but also, as you will see, the focal point of a true message. So the digital world that we live in has been made even more so by COVID. The stay-at-home, the virtual meetings, the remote working from home. The digital has been the tool that the media has used and others to dominate the narrative and the story of political campaigns and public policy. The media has become effectively an advocacy group, not a neutral reporter of facts, but an advocacy entity seeking to push the radical left theme. They've pounded the Republican voters, the conservatives. There's not really new reporting. It's advocacy, as I say. And the media, perhaps in coordination with candidates, donors, and others, have been using and pressing this message and shutting out any other views, ignoring the views of millions of Americans, telling Americans what they need to think, why they have to believe the way they do, how they're supposed to feel about themselves, how they raise their children. We see it not only in the schools, but now we see it in the business world, who have adopted this theme as well, maybe as a means of self-preservation. It's George Orwell's 1984, but 36 years later. Then on top of that, you have the independent expenditures that are coming into Pennsylvania from Soros, from NextGen, and others who fund TV, mail against our candidates in support of this message that the media carries and dominates as well, part of the Democratic radical left strategy. And they're not just putting that money into the presidential campaign or congressional races. They're going as far down as local races. George Soros's group contributed to a candidate for district attorney in Delaware County last year, and for candidates for township office. They are trying to build a network of their view of America. It is not our view. What has happened is that the establishment has abandoned many of the positions and values that millions of Americans have accepted and believed in and fought for years. And then in 2016, Donald Trump came along. He offered a platform of populism, pro-growth, conservative policies to bring America back and make it great again. He listened to the Americans who were not being heard. And suddenly, an organic wave began to rise. The voices of the citizens whose views were no longer being heard, they began to act. And they acted and began at the very lowest grassroots level. And I mean exactly where the grass starts to grow. In April of 16, I started to get phone calls from county chairs, volunteers, workers, candidates, not coordinated, not organized. Where can we get lawn signs? We need to put our message out. How do we get Trump lawn signs? Where are they available? And when they could not find them, they made their own. They went out and got them. It's not like they all sat around the table and discussed this strategy. It was not a top-down strategy. It didn't come from the campaign. It didn't even come from the state party. It came from the grassroots, finally saying it is time for our message to come up. And steadily, thousands of Pennsylvanians got up off the sofa, did something. The lawn sign, which has become the secret handshake of millions of Americans, turning against the radical left policies, turning against the media and others who preach a doctrine and policy that's not theirs and won't let them respond. Right now, how do we keep Pennsylvania red? As Lohman said, there have been a lot of changes in the laws. I will first tell you that I absolutely believe that the president will win Pennsylvania this year. We will win the state legislative races to keep our majorities. I think we'll pick up at least maybe potentially 3 congressional seats, and we're going to win at the statewide office level. We'll be operating under many new rules this year, some of which were just created by the state Supreme Court. Mail-in voting, new deadlines, new places to cast the ballots, and no more straight party voting. But what have we done? We have spent at the state party over $4.8 million in mail to date on our state and federal candidates. We'll be spending a lot more too. We've done local TV for our statewide candidates. We're meeting with groups to do the local rallies and the groups that come together of grassroots volunteers. Because again, in this digital world where everything seems to be on Facebook or Instagram or Google, is losing the message to the lawn sign. The symbol of the voters in this country saying that our conservative message will come out, and you have to be able to listen to us. You can't underestimate the enthusiasm factor that we have. Our voters are voting for something. They are voting because they believe and have confidence in our candidates. The Democrats are voting out of hate. They're voting against the president, against Republican conservative philosophy. They're not voting for anything. We've had individuals who have also taken action on their own. The lawsuit that was brought with Butler County and several others to challenge Governor Wolf's business shutdown. And in fact, the gift that keeps on giving is King Tom Wolf. He chooses winners and losers. With his secret waiver panels and sudden decrees and threats, he has shown Pennsylvanians that he's not listening to them either. And then finally, our legislature. They stood up. Every time our legislature these last 7 months
started to move legislation forward to reopen Pennsylvania, to put into place health measures that would protect us, but also restore the economy, because COVID is both a health crisis and an economic crisis. Every time they stood up, while he may have vetoed their bills, he backed off a little bit more. So the conservative message is alive and breaking through. And it is that simple lawn sign that you see popping up all over the state. I've traveled everywhere. I've been on the road since last Friday. At 8 a.m. I left. Took me up to Erie, the western part of the state, all over. The signs are everywhere. They're the symbol of this message breaking through in this world. Now, as to the election itself and some of these measures, mail-in voting, it's not popular amongst the Republicans. And I see that. But we have to understand that there are two legal methods to vote in Pennsylvania. Bipartisan majority passed it in October. We must not allow our voices not to be heard at the ballot box, wherever that is. And I assure you that we can win this and will win this election by the popular vote. When it is all counted and done, our candidates and the president will win. But it is important that all of us understand and recognize that these next 40 days, there will be major efforts still made to kind of demonize the president, demonize our message and our beliefs. The Republican Party in this state is proud also to offer and have 3 outstanding statewide candidates. You heard from 2 of them, and I think you're going to hear from the 3rd if you haven't already. We have 3 candidates who will be the watchdogs, because Governor Wolf will still be in office for 2 more years after this November. Heather Heidelbaugh, you heard how tough and professional she is. She will be a true Attorney General. Tim DeFore will be the Auditor General who will actually audit. Jean D. Pasquale, after promising to audit the nursing home situation in April, only woke up to say he might start it a couple of weeks ago. Tim DeFore will do that day 1. And Stacey Garrity, the candidate for treasurer, she will be watching every single penny that gets spent. And some of those that she should look at is, look what happened in Philadelphia, Center County, and Dauphin County, and maybe other places. Some nonprofit groups have been giving grants to county governments to give them money to use as part of the election process. County government, like all government, answers to the taxpayer. The taxpayer funds government. That's the oversight. That's the check and balance. But if nonprofits that are controlled by who knows whom are giving the money to the government doesn't necessarily have to answer to us as taxpayers anymore, because they've got the funding now to do activities that are theirs. We have to be careful and be watching out for that. Right now, the election process is the way for all citizens to come forward and cast their ballots and show their votes. Will Pennsylvania stay red? Absolutely. Will we win throughout the state better than we did in 2016? Clearly we will. I'll go out on a limb and predict that the president will win our state by over 100,000 votes. But again, because we do not have straight party ticketing, I encourage everybody to make sure that they go through the whole ballot and support our candidates. We need people at every level of government to protect us. And if we've seen anything these last months, in COVID, it's even more important that we do so. Rest assured that we have teams ready, volunteers on the ground, people who are enthusiastic. We'll be doing that grassroots activity. Again, in this world, grassroots still is the key to victory. We learned that in 2016. To the extent people don't pay attention to that, they're not going to be the ones who are victorious. I thank PLC, I thank Loman Henry, who's always done a phenomenal job at organizing this event, for the opportunity not only for me to speak, but to hear all of these other wonderful speakers these last couple of days. This is really a chance for those of us who I believe are part of that secret handshake of the lawn sign to get together and recognize that we're not alone and that the conservative message is alive and will continue. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure having you with us today. Well, we have one more panel, and I think this is, well, Jeff said we saved the best for last. Is that the truth? This certainly should be one of our more, shall we say, lively panel discussions, and we're going to talk about keeping Pennsylvania red. Our moderator for this panel is Jeff Lord, longtime friend of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. He's spoken to us many, many times. You see Jeff Lord all the time on Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham's program. He, of course, was the assistant political director at the Reagan White House, author of numerous books, writes for the American Spectator. Jeff Lord, there's a lot we could say, but at this point, I want to turn it over to you and let you and our all-star panel talk about keeping Pennsylvania red here as we head to the 2020 presidential election. Jeff?
Thank you, Loman. Let me start by introducing our panel. We'll start at the far end here with Bernie Comfort. Bernie is the vice chair of the Pennsylvania Republican Party, and I might add an excellent one. She is also the chair of the 2020 Trump campaign in Pennsylvania. She has had her work as executive director of the Ann Anstein Excellence in Public Service series. Good Lord, I remember Ann Anstein so well. She was tremendous. And as the manager of that and the Doty London series in Arizona, she was a manager for the executive leadership programs. So she's got a whole network of people in Pennsylvania. She served as a commissioner for the Pennsylvania Commission for Women. And I didn't know this, Bernie. You serve as a state committee member from Lehigh County, where you were, you also serve as a local committee woman for the Lehigh County Republican Committee. And I must tell you, I went to high school in Allentown, where I was chair of the Lehigh County Teenage Republicans.
Where did you go to high school?
Durham High School, class
okay.
of '69.
All right. I went to Northwestern, a little more north in the district.
So I'm glad to know that. And next up, we have the great Vernon Robinson, who was the principal at Robinson Stratavision Consulting, LLC, which helped clients build large interactive organizations. His greatest professional achievement, and I would add so far, because you got a ways to go, was directing the campaign to draft Ben Carson for president. He has also raised $26 million for conservative causes and candidates. He's a 1977 graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy, served in 15th Air Force, in which his Tuskegee Airman father served 35 years. He got into politics to expand educational opportunity through charter schools and K-12 scholarships. He served as vice chairman of public safety as a city councilman in Winston-Salem, North Carolina for 8 years. He's married with 3 grown kids, a member of the American Legion. And as a author myself, I want to make sure that I hold up Vernon's book, Coming Home, How Black Americans Will Re-elect Trump. And we will have a conversation about this in a minute. And then sitting next to me is the inimitable Rose Tennant. Rose is a nationally syndicated radio host, political pundit, author, and speaker. For a very long time, she was the co-host of the Quinn and Rose talk show in Pittsburgh. You will see Rose on occasion. You'll hear Rose as she substitutes for Sean Hannity when he's flitting about and daring to take a vacation. She has done so many things here. She's got a book, Thanking Our Soldiers, a collection of inspirational stories demonstrating the generosity, kindness, and basic goodwill towards those who serve. And she's also, I didn't know this, Rose, co-authored an award-winning children's book, yeah. Wilson Won't Be Bullied.
No, he won't.
So with that, let me get to the questions, and I will start at the far end there with you, Bernie. in presidential campaigns, and we have all been involved in them, there's two things going on simultaneously. You have the national campaign, which is directing a national message, et cetera. But then you have 50 different state campaigns. And every state campaign has a message that's slightly different than another state. What's being said in Pennsylvania is not necessarily being said in Wyoming or Alabama. So talk to us a little bit about the Trump campaign message for Pennsylvania.
Well, you know, the campaign here is alive and well, and I agree with the chairman. Wherever you go, you see the excitement for this president and for all that he's done and all that he's doing to bring America back again after this COVID crisis. But our message is simple. This president made promises and he kept promises. And, you know, you need to look no further than his record for the first 3.5 years. Economic growth was amazing. I mean, unemployment at record levels across all demographics. Deregulation. He got the economy moving. And he did what he said he was going to do in terms of judicial appointments as well. Almost 250 judicial appointments at all levels of the court. So this president, he made promises, and refreshingly in Washington, D.C., he kept them. And so that's what we're talking about in Pennsylvania. And we're on the ground working really hard. We've made over 1 million door contacts. I mean, Joe Biden's nowhere to be found. His campaign's nowhere to be found. And we're talking to the voters.
Right.
You know, we're knocking on the doors, over 1 million door knocks, over 7 million voter contacts.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Well, this pays off. A while back, just out of sheer geeky curiosity, I took a look. I just picked several Pennsylvania counties at random and took a look at the returns for Donald Trump in 2016 and compared them to Mitt Romney's in 2008, in 2012, John McCain's in 2008, and George W. Bush in 2004 and 2000. And in every single case, Donald Trump got 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 7,000 votes more, which indicates there was and is a real enthusiasm for him here.
Oh, he's the
state.
populist president. You know, he's speaking directly to the forgotten man and woman, and they know that, and they're rallying behind him. And I would argue you have less of a silent majority this time around.
Yes, yes. And one other thing I'll add is that he will be here in Harrisburg tonight.
He will.
At 7 o'clock. As I understand it, he's announcing his Supreme Court nominee at 5 o'clock.
From the White House,
and from the White House, and he will be right here at 7 o'clock. So
we
will all be interested to hear what he has to say. Vernon, let me ask you this question. I mean, this has totally fascinated me. I've done some writing on this myself. How did black voters become Democrats?
Well, Jeff, as you know, black voters were solidly Republican. The Republican Party was founded to abolish African slavery in the United States and did so with the help of bayonets from Pennsylvania, about 1 million bayonets, and passed the 14th, 15th, and the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments over Democrat opposition. And for 71 years, black voters were Republican. Unfortunately, starting with Herbert Hoover, who decided that he wanted a lily-white Republican Party in the South, resegregated the White House after Harding and Coolidge had desegregated the Wilson White House. He refused to meet with prominent black individuals. He didn't do any of the things that Republicans had done since Andrew Johnson. So that started a thing. At the same time, you had 6 million black citizens leave the South, and when they left the South, they became voters in the North, Midwest, and West. And FDR's folks said, hey, you know, we really can't sell the Democratic Party because these guys knew the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party in the South was the party of slavery, segregation, Jim Crow, and the Klan. So they hit on, let's do what the Republicans used to do, a charm offensive that meets with and gets pictures with prominent black individuals. Eleanor would invite the wives of prominent black individuals or black women who are prominent in their own right to tea. And so Roosevelt gets about 30-something% of the black vote in 32, but by 36 he got 76% of the black vote. And finally in 48, a majority of black voters identified as Democrats. So the folks who think it was a switch in the South, which didn't happen, or that it happened because of Johnson's welfare policies in the 60s are late by about 20 to 30 years. Then we had the 40s, 50s, and 60s where Republicans in general and conservatives in particular dropped the ball on enforcing black voting rights and really drove the political and spiritual leadership of the black community into the arms of the far left, because there weren't any conservatives dying on freedom rides or in earthen dams in Neshoba County. It was the far left. My mother, by the way, was trying to register voters in the 40s, and it's a great story in the book. And she was doing it for the National Association of Negro Students, which was a communist front. And she didn't know it was a communist front. She's not a communist, she's a liberal Democrat. But the guy who was the leader became the editor of the Daily Worker. So conservatives didn't support the Civil Rights Act of 64 for a variety of reasons, beyond the scope of our little panel here. But in so doing, trying to prevent the expansion of federal power, they inadvertently forced 13% of the political and spiritual leadership of the population into the arms of the left, thus facilitating the great expansion of the Leviathan state, where we see the federal government basically does anything it wants to anyone it wants at any time it wants. So we had the blowout in 64, where Goldwater didn't get a whole lot of black votes, even though he had arguably the best civil rights record of any presidential candidate to the date. And he lost to Johnson, who used the N-word on a regular basis so often that his daughter felt free to use it in referring to the staff as in, "Where's my in?" Then Republican consultants started telling the party, its candidates and allies, Life, Guns, whatever, don't communicate with black voters, it just will upset them. And so we have this period of 50 years where the GOP doesn't communicate with black voters, and meanwhile the Democrats are running terrorist ads. Ads like vote Democratic, or another black church will be bombed, conflating Dynamite Bob Chambliss, who destroyed the 16th Street Baptist Church and missed killing Condoleezza Rice by 30 minutes. You know, the impact of those ads over time is that black voters associate positive things with the Democrat Party and negative things with the Republican Party, irrespective of the position. So if you ask black voters which party is best able to defend the innocent unborn, most black voters, Kellyanne Conway did a poll before she became counsel of the president, 69% of black voters said Democrats are best able to defend the innocent unborn, and that's because saving babies is good. Democrats are good, ergo, Democrats must be saving babies. Now, if you think about it, the Democrats aren't going to say, oh, by the way, we fund Planned Parenthood, who was set up to kill off black votes. Only 1% of black voters watch Fox News, and the Republican Party isn't saying anything. So the good news is that the president's achievements in life, in school choice, in jobs, more jobs than there are people to fill, lands, expanding wealth, raising wages, increased minority entrepreneurship, securing the border, defending the Second Amendment. You know, the folks that are saying we are going to defund the police are the same folks who want your guns, so I'd be concerned. No police and no guns. And finally, criminal justice reform creates the opportunity to turn FDR's strategy on its head, to launch a charm offensive based on policy successes and get 20% of the black vote in swing states, thus assuring the Democrats become a regional party, no longer able to compete nationally. A lot of folks think you have to get 30 or 40 or 50. You don't have to do that. A Democrat, Joe Biden, or the Harris-Biden administration, as they both referred to it last week, in order to win, have to get a 90% of the black vote and a 65% turnout. Hillary got one, she didn't get the other. Joe's not going to get either. Right now, Rasmussen, last Friday, a week ago, said it's a 46-46 race in Pennsylvania, and Biden is only getting 66% of the black vote. Trump's getting 27. Those are Death Star numbers for the Democratic Party. They cannot survive as a national entity if they give up 27% of the black vote. So that's how black voters became Democrats, and it's how the GOP, although the party has failed, and hopefully we'll talk about that, is still trying to find that marginal white voter someplace that didn't vote in 2016. There aren't any more white voters in Pennsylvania. If you don't get some black voters to deal with the fact you're getting slaughtered in the suburbs, you're going to lose this state. So I hope somebody stops doing that and starts contacting black voters, starts spending resources. If you have a chance to talk to your local unit, the local chairman, or the state chairman, ask him how many hours volunteer work are you knocking on black doors? Because if the answer is 0, that's the wrong answer. How many dollars are you going to spend on urban contemporary radio in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh? I'm spending this week $31,000. Unfortunately, that is more money than the Republican Party of Pennsylvania has spent in 50 years on urban contemporary radio. No one has ever made a sale without asking for the order. The Republican Party of Pennsylvania and the other 49 states and the RNC need to follow the president's lead and ask for the order and make the sale.
Well said, and I think we'll come back to some of this in a minute, but I just want to go to Rose. And Rose, I know that like Bernie, you have been all over Pennsylvania.
I have.
Tirelessly.
I am tired. I am very tired.
What is it that you are seeing? What's your take on what's out there and on the ground?
That's a good question, and I'm really excited about what I've been seeing. I'm wearing 2 different hats right now. I took a leave from radio, and I was glad to do so. I was offered the position of state finance director for Pennsylvania with Trump victory. So I happily took that. And then I'm also on the advisory board for Women for Trump. So in those 2 capacities, I've traveled quite a bit since June, really, nonstop. And what I'm finding, in the 2016 election, I had anecdotal evidence of a win for Trump. And that was because I would take the same route to work every day. I've been doing radio for 20 years in the same city, taking that same route. And where I had seen a lot of Obama signs in many of the yards on that way to work, suddenly in 2016, I was seeing Trump signs. And they weren't just the store-bought ones or the ones you would get. They were so desperate to let everyone know their support for Trump. They were handmade signs, taped to windows. They were handmade signs that were bolted to 2x4s in their front yard. I mean, it was so exciting to see this. And I thought, and then I was getting a lot of phone calls from Democrats who didn't want to give my producer their name because they didn't want others in the area to know that they were supporting Donald Trump. So that was my anecdotal evidence, and I understand that that's not scientific proof, but I feel that this time around I've got more anecdotal evidence. It's not quite the same, but I can tell you that as a Women for Trump advisory board member and speaking to women all across the state, they are turning out in great numbers. The media would have you believe that women aren't supporting this president. That is not at all true. They are so excited, and I'm going to tell you why. Women, and I know men care about this too, but there's something about us, the nurturing part, and I know Bernie feels the same way. She's such a great mom, loves her daughter so much, would do anything for her. That's how we are as women and as moms. And when we think about the safety of this country, the safety for our children and their future, we think about who best to protect them. And right now, the women are telling me across the state of Pennsylvania that is Donald Trump. Now, in addition to that, I've talked to small business owners over the state. I have had business owners tell me that while they have always been Democrats, because they cannot conduct business right now, there was a woman in particular who has a salon and she couldn't do facials, but that's what she does. So for months now, she hasn't been doing facials. She's not making any money. And she said to me, how do I go back to that party? How do I go back to them? For the first time ever, she and so many other business owners will be voting Republican. First time ever. So then more evidence, in my opinion, is law enforcement. I've done a lot of events. When Pence, our Vice President Pence has been here, a lot with cops for Trump. And talking to law enforcement, I have heard, well, you know what, Jeffrey, just the other day, Donald Trump was in Pittsburgh. And in the front row, we had 20 or 30 sheriffs from the surrounding counties. Remember that? Okay. Well, they said that there were at least 40 that they knew of that supported the president. Many of those were actually Democrats, and they are endorsing the president, and they are voting for the president.
Wow.
Law enforcement across the state have told me that they know who has their back, and it is not Harris Biden. It is Donald Trump. And they believe, of course they believe that. Why wouldn't they believe that? So if your law enforcement believes that that is your best bet, that they can best protect you because of our current president,
right,
then how do we, as citizens of this great state, feel safe if we vote otherwise, if we're not voting for Trump? And there are so many people across the state from so many different walks of life who are supporting him, strongly supporting him, enthusiastically supporting him. And Bernie said, someone said something about we are not the silent majority any longer. And Bernie, that's so true, because we just cannot stand by any longer.
Right.
And you're seeing this and the enthusiasm and the fervor. And I believe, based on all of that, that we will not only have a win in Pennsylvania, but I believe that our win is going to be bigger and greater than it was in 2016. I really do.
Well, that's great. That's great. That's great. And I have my own sign story from 2016, which I think is typical of, well, when you hear of the way the media operates in a bubble. The Halloween weekend before the 2016 election, it was a Saturday, I did not have to be on CNN. So I said to my then 90-something-year-old mom, I'm going to put you in the car and we're going to go out in the country down Route 15 here to the fruit stand and get a pumpkin. So off we go, and I'm beginning to notice there are Trump signs absolutely everywhere, hand-painted on the side of a barn and all this kind of thing. I start counting, over 100. I count Hillary signs, 1. Okay, so now shift to Monday, and I'm in New York to be on with Anderson Cooper and my pals there who were Democrats, Paul Begala from the Clinton era and Van Jones. I tell this story on the air. They looked at me like I had lost my mind. Jeff, the polling data. And I said, you know, what I'm trying to communicate to you is something is happening on the ground. I'm living there. I'm seeing this, you know, in living color. But the disconnect between, you know, the media bubble, the New York, Washington corridor, that sort of thing, and what was happening in America, you know, itself was just stunning to me.
And you're seeing it now. People are waiting hours in line to hear from this president and this vice president.
Yes.
You're seeing it again. You're seeing it with the homemade signs. You're seeing it everywhere. The enthusiasm. I mean, signs don't vote. I've always been pragmatic about that.
Yeah.
But they certainly do show a level of interest, which we don't always have in this country.
There's a difference. You know, every political party has party workers out there who put signs like in the middle of a highway. There's a difference between that and a sign on somebody's front lawn.
Exactly.
Right.
About 1.7 votes difference.
There you go, Vern. Yeah.
Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you, Vernon, to get back to a race issue, I have often thought, and I've written a lot about this, the Democratic Party supported slavery. They supported segregation. And what they were really doing in the day was identifying the Democratic Party. You know, if you were in the South, you had to be a Democrat. In other words, the philosophy was matched to race. So now here we are all these years later, and I think they still do this. The difference is they've transferred it to Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, et cetera, and even women, frankly. And the automatic assumption is, if you're Black, if you're Hispanic, if you're a woman, and I would say in today's world, if you're gay, you are supposed to be a liberal. And if you're not, they're coming for you.
Just as Joe Biden.
I well remember I was in the Bush 41 administration when Thurgood Marshall resigned his seat on the Supreme Court, and he was, of course, the first African American. And the call went up from people on the left immediately, well, this is the black seat on the court, and you've got to fill it. Well, so President Bush said okay, and nominated Clarence Thomas, and they went ballistic. I mean, what are your thoughts on this kind of thing?
Well, Joe got in a lot of trouble when he said, if you are having a thing between me and Trump, then you're not really black. And the founder of Black Entertainment Television, Robert Johnson, just had this stunning rebuke saying that Biden was an arrogant white politician who ought to spend the rest of the campaign apologizing to every black voter in the country for saying that the descendants of slaves were not black unless they voted for him. And the black woman who runs the largest black Republican club probably in the South, in Charlotte, Lisa Matthews, said, somebody asked her, did you go to the Black Lives Matter rally? She said, no, I'm not Joe Biden black. So,
That's interesting.
The Democrats have problems because they have a very unstable constituency. Grover's been on at this program in the past, and he says that we're in the Leave Us Alone coalition, and it's a very stable coalition. You don't mess with my children, I don't mess with your guns, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The Democrats have a predator coalition that has to eat something, and when times are thin, they start eating each other. So their problem is that, for instance, they feminized the Democratic Party to the point that young black and Hispanic males are saying, I don't want that much estrogen. They had the only male speaker I think they had besides Joe, and I think it's great that the Democrats didn't force him to wear a dress up there to take the nomination with some guy who wears dresses. Well, that's not where folks are, and that has serious ramifications for the long-term stability of the Democrat coalition when black and Hispanic males are bailing on them, possibly as high as 31% of black males. I was going door to door. I fell from my lofty position running the draft committee to the point I was knocking on doors for the American Renewal Coalition, and they were doing people of faith. So they're knocking on a whole lot of black doors. And Republicans don't knock on black doors. So, of course, the labor folks and the Democrat Party folks who were knocking on doors thought I was a Democrat. Those black guys knocking on doors, must be a Democrat. So I said, hey, here's some water. And one of them, I asked him, well, how's it going? He says, well, folks don't like Trump, but they don't like Hillary either. And during that 6-7 weeks, I had only seen 15 Hillary signs in black neighborhoods. Wow. Hillary's in trouble because there's nothing special about the water in North Carolina. If she's in trouble here, she's in trouble in Florida, she's in trouble in Pennsylvania, she's in trouble a number of places. And right now, Joe is underperforming Hillary with black voters. The school choice issue. The problem that the Democrats have, even though they do the race thing, is that their policy agenda is inimical to a large percentage, more than 10% of the black vote. And again, your viewers and the party leaders watching, 10%. If you take 11%, the Democrats are in life support. If you take 12, they're going to lose. So you have a shot. And on the life issue, where about half of black babies are killed in this country in abortion, 21 million since Roe v. Wade, which is larger than the black population of the United States in 1960. More than 10% of black voters want to stop America's hidden Holocaust. School choice. I'm a school choice warrior. I got into politics for school choice. I always thought it was great policy. Didn't see any political benefit that the Republicans got until Florida in 2018, where the black Democrat nominee says, I am going to end the school choice programs in Florida. Wow. The scholarships, the charter schools, the whole 9 yards, and pay off his teacher union buddies. 100,000 black women said, no, you're not, and voted for DeSantis. Wow. That was 3 times his margin of victory. Ron DeSantis is the luckiest man in North America because he didn't do anything to get the black vote other than say, I will not end the school choice programs and we'll expand them. So on that issue, on marriage, on a whole, on having transgendered men in women's sports. I mean, there's a lot of black girls who are not going to go to college if you allow men to compete in women's track, because they will lose and they won't get the scholarships. The men will get the scholarships. So on all of those issues, culturally, the Democratic Party is out of touch. There are a lot more black folks as a possession, twice the black population is represented in the military. And the Democrats hate the military. I mean, they just, in fact, they are going to challenge every overseas military ballot that is cast in Pennsylvania, because they know that they're not going to get those votes, and they're going to try to get them in Pennsylvania and every other state, like they always do. They're going to try to challenge each of those ballots. So the Democratic coalition with regard to blacks and Hispanics is unstable in the long term, and it's just the GOP needs to get off the bench and ask for the order. We have a great president's performance, achievements as and there are two folks. I don't want to use up all the time.
That's all right.
Two folks.
We have time.
One who was Regina in New York, who called in and said, I don't like Trump and I don't like Biden. I don't have a presidential candidate. The Reginas of this world, young millennials who aren't going to vote, may save the republic. The other young person the Democrat has to worry about is the waitress in South Georgia, LaShonda, who said to some workers, I'm supporting the president because he works for all Americans, even black folk, 92% of whom didn't vote for him.
Right.
Even though he got 8% of the black vote, probably got 20% in Michigan, but he busted his butt on a wide range of policy issues that delivered for black folks, unlike Obama even thought of. The reality in this country is that black folks were worse off at the end of 8 years of Obama's presidency than it was at the beginning.
Ironic, yeah.
That's it.
Bernie, let's switch from race to guns. I saw the other day, and actually our friend Sean Hannity was talking about this on his show, that sales of guns in Pennsylvania have skyrocketed.
Right.
Tell me what you think that means in terms of the election and Second Amendment issues and all this. I mean, is that something that is a sort of telltale sign out there?
I mean, I think Second Amendment issues are always important to the conservative base and to the Republican Party. Of course, we stand up for our constitutional amendment and rights. I do think what you're seeing now, because of the rioting, and this is not peaceful protesting. And Rose mentioned my daughter, and I have to tell you, trying to educate a 10-year-old over the last 6 months about what's going on in this world is really an enlightening experience. And trying to say to her that peaceful protesting is not throwing a brick through the window of some poor, hardworking business owner in Center City, Philly, and destroying it. So I think because law and order, as Rose has said, is front and center, and because people, quite frankly, have never seen this. Well, not for many decades. We haven't seen it. Let's say it that way. We haven't seen this kind of thing for many decades. And nobody would think that this kind of rioting or, destructive behavior and dangerous, violent behavior could be in their suburb or their backyard in Lancaster County.
Right.
And so with all of this, all that said, and this whole defund the police movement from the left and from the Harris-Biden campaign, what you're seeing is people wanting to make sure they're exercising their right to protect themselves.
Right.
So it's not surprising to me, Jeffrey. It's guns and it's ammunition too that people are looking to get and having a hard time.
It amazed me in terms of Lancaster, and I went to Franklin Marshall in Lancaster, to hear people say, to people on the left, that they're going to defund the police and they want to have social workers and everything. And I said to somebody the other day, can you imagine if a social worker had answered the call, that domestic violence call, and this guy came charging out with a knife, which is captured on film? I said, what we'd have at this point is a dead social worker.
Right.
I mean, this is just not.
Well, and there is a way to protest and exercise your right to free speech, but that doesn't give you the right to hurt someone else.
Right.
And so we've never stood for that in this democracy. And so I think people are reacting to it. And I think that suburban women and suburban voters will react to that as well. And they see the president out front leading. And that's one of the differences. They see the president out front leading and working hard for this country. And all kidding aside, Joe Biden, and the other question, people are having this last week, Kamala Harris, where's she been on the campaign trail as well? I mean, nobody is seeing them out and talking to the American people. And that's why this president won in 2016, because he was willing to put himself out there for the American people. And he's doing it again.
Rose, let me ask you this question. I have so many questions and so little time.
That clock is very daunting.
Yeah, I know, it's right there.
But today, at 5 o'clock, as we understand, the president is going to nominate, at least we're being led to believe, Amy Coney Barrett for the Supreme Court of the United States. And she is a conservative woman. Oh, no.
Wow.
And she's a Catholic.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. And they've already started to go after her. What do you, and I'll ask this of all of you, what do you think the impact of this is going to be on the election itself?
I think for many conservatives will be quite happy that he's made the choice that he has, if it is indeed Ms. Barrett. But I think overall what we're looking for as a nation is the preservation of our Constitution.
Right.
And we so very much want to know that someone has that in mind, no matter how they vote, no matter what they do, whatever they think, that our Constitution is foremost in their mind. Because right now, we are in a battle for liberty, a greater battle than we've ever been in this country, to preserve our liberty, to preserve the freedom that has been bestowed upon us through that magnificent document. So when we hear that he's making the kind of choices that we would like him to make as people who support this president, as conservatives, we are thrilled with this particular choice. More important than that, we need to know that that Constitution will be preserved, that it is understood, and that liberty that we have been promised will continue. And I think when I talk to people across the state, that's one of the things I hear about the most, is they're worried because right now we've been so challenged in that area. Right now, our freedoms have been taken away from us. When you consider what people had fled when they came to this country, it was tyrannical rule. They were fleeing from someone who was telling them how to worship, whether they could worship, how to work, what they could do, and that is tyrannical rule. And we find ourselves in that very same position right here, right now, particularly in this state of Pennsylvania. So we have become very wearisome, very, very tired of being told how to conduct our lives, how to conduct business. And I think when we see that he is making choices like he has, I think we feel safer, we feel better, and we feel more confident going forward in the future.
Right. Vernon, in the black community, will this nomination have any particular impact one way or another?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate the president, if indeed it is Amy Coney Barrett, because that is the best trade in the history of the Supreme Court. And I'm not sure what the reception. There are a lot of black folks buying guns these days because the social disruption is happening in a lot of black neighborhoods around the country. The women who want to kill their children or grandchildren are already voting against the president. So the abortion issue is not in play here. What is in play is the gun issue for Democrats. Who like guns a lot and like hunting a lot and like defending their families a lot in swing states. So, Ruth Bader Ginsburg may have elected 7 or 8 Republican Senate candidates who are in trouble and sealed the election for the president on the gun issue, not on the life issue. The last point that I wanted to make is that what's going to happen is there are a lot of women who will see the Democrats just trash Judge Barrett on live and living color right up to the run up to the election. And it's not going to be very good for the Democrats. It's going to be awful for them. And so the combination of the gun rights that are at stake and the Democrats beating the stuffings out of this nominee are going to both mitigate well or recommend well the president and the Senate candidates, and probably don't have to have a vote. There's no reason why you should force Collins and Corey to cast a vote, or McSally or any of those guys cast a vote before the election. The lame duck session's fine. Can confirm and go about our business and get the best trade in the history of the United States Supreme Court.
I must say I had to laugh when I saw the president the other day thanking Harry Reid. Because for our audience, if you're not familiar, Harry Reid, as Senate Majority Leader, dispensed with a filibuster for federal judicial nominations.
Yes.
You only need 51 votes. And guess who has 51 votes
Love
for
it.
this nominee? So I think that's very interesting. Do you have any more thoughts on that, Bernie? Or?
I do. I think that, in fact, if she is the nominee, I think it'll be a very positive push for the president. And look, every Democrat, including Justice Ginsburg, has said the presidency is 4 years. The president, this is his or her job.
Right.
It's the Senate's job to do this, to fill
Right.
these vacancies.
Right.
What we're seeing, I agree with Rose, that what we're seeing is, you know, from the right side, it's a preservation of the Constitution. From the left, they're already talking about how they're going to stack this court and what they're going to do if they get their way. So I think that this is a really positive opportunity. I also agree with Vernon. If they treat this esteemed professional the way they treated Brett Kavanaugh or anything like that, it did not work then. You don't win elections, as the chairman said, from a point of hatred.
Right.
You win by providing a vision. And so I think it can make a difference.
Well, you know, when I was in the Reagan White House, and I'm not a lawyer, I wound up working on 5 Supreme Court nominations.
Oh, wow.
One of them was Robert Bork. And I have to tell you, we were totally unprepared for this. We had never seen what became the Borking of Robert Bork, you know, making his last name into a verb and all this kind of thing. And now this is
Standard
what...
operating.
And what?
Standard operating.
Yes, it's standing operating procedure for Democrats when a Republican president puts a nominee up. I mean, Mrs. Alito fled the hearing room. She was in tears, absolute tears, of the way they were treating her husband. And yet Republicans, we didn't do this with Elena Kagan. We didn't do it with any of the other nominees. This is only, and I can tell you, there's all this vast network of liberal pressure groups that have come together. And in the Bork episode, I have a column coming out today in which I said, you know, I remember vividly sitting in my office and reading this mammoth briefing book that they gave those of us involved in the confirmation process. And, you know, it had all of his decisions, all of Bork's decisions, his speeches, his articles, everything you could possibly imagine. And suddenly it came to me, the book is worthless. Why? Because we had to deal with Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck, the famous movie actor, was a liberal, and he did the voiceover for the first television commercial that attacked the Supreme Court justice nominee, and it's been downhill ever since. So one question in 1 minute, Rose, that we've got left, I just want to ask, your media hat. Conservative media didn't exist during the Bork episode.
Right.
Just in general, whether it's Supreme Court nominations or presidential election, what difference do you think conservative media, by which I mean Fox, Rush, Sean, Mark Levin, the American Spectator, all these online sites, what do you think that impact that has?
Oh, it has had a tremendous impact, no doubt, and it continues to do so. I think that people had become so fed up and didn't have a voice out there. And we finally have that voice through conservative talk, whether it's radio or TV. So it's had a tremendous impact. It will continue to have a tremendous impact. There will always be a place. If you think about it, those liberal shows that have come and gone, so quickly they fizzle out, is because they're not talking about those things that need to be talked about.
Right.
And yet, conservative talk radio, conservative television continues to thrive in this environment. And it's had a great impact. And for those of you who are worried about this election, do not worry. We've got this. We've got this. We really have.
All right. Thank you very much, panel. Thank you, everybody. And Lohman, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jeff. And thanks to everyone on the panel for doing a great job to bring to an end the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. Before we go, just a couple of quick words. We mentioned, and we all know, that unfortunately we're sitting here in a ballroom without attendees. But the ballroom hasn't exactly been empty. It took an incredible amount of technology and advanced effort to put all these pieces together and make them work. So I would like to extend our appreciation to all those who are here in this ballroom on our tech crew. And if you could see, we have computers lined up the whole way along the ballroom. We have cameras lined up everywhere. Certainly, Scott Davis has been handling our website and our technology and social media for a long time. Grant Lenker, I knew I was going to do that, Graham. Graham Lenker, who is with us at the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association. Graham took care of all of our advanced video work. We have Nate Oakley and all the folks from Central Penn Productions, who for many years have been here at the Radisson handling our audio and video. Thanks to all of you. And of course, we extend our deep appreciation to all the folks here from the Pennsylvania Cable Network who have brought our conference to you live. All these folks have gotten together for an incredible amount of technology that made a virtual Pennsylvania Leadership Conference possible. And while we're appreciative of everybody's efforts, one thing we do want to do in 2021 is to be back with you in person. And we're hopeful that you will save the date, April 16th and 17th, 2021, for the 2021 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. We'll have Jesse Waters here as our dinner speaker, Jason Chaffetz as our luncheon speaker. We look forward to having all of you back here in the ballroom at the Radisson Penn Harris next year. And with that, on behalf of the Board of Directors and everyone at the Pennsylvania Leadership Council, I thank you for tuning in to the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, and we'll look forward to seeing you in 2021. Have a great afternoon.